Oh, whoa. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm back. It is I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with a Vivi, Omi, everything update video. Guys, if you're new, welcome. For not, welcome back. I love y'all. Everyone say, where's Dashi? Dashi's close by. Dashi is in. I should bring Dashi out here at some point. So we have quite a bit to go over. I'll start with some normal Vivi news, and then I'll get into the debate about the golden platinum moments and why we're screwed and why we're really not. Uh, so I'll start with what are some of the things that I was talking about yesterday. We we have people talking about me making their heartbeat faster. So we have somebody yesterday that spent $1,500 on Moana digital toys or digital collectibles. That was Sharky or at Sharky Sharks, spending 1.5 grand on that, which is great. No, so like separate times, but okay. Someone asking like, oh, I wonder how much Quid is paying these influencers. Brock McBlockchain says, well, they offered me stuff like 3 separate times. They offered me stuff one time too. Every time I politely told them to kick rocks, and I'm not even an influencer. And then somebody asks Brock, how much does Vivi pay you? And Brock McBreadcat says 0. I do not work for them. So he's just clearing up that type of stuff. There's Dan confident. Oh, so I have I'll put this into a video. But I'll just mention it here. Somebody, I'm gambling on David and Dan right now. Somebody said, I bet you $5,000 we won't get a KuCoin, a Binance, or a Coinbase by the end of this year. And David has said many times that he knows which exchanges we want. And I'm hoping that, he comes through by the end of this year because I bet 5K on it. Heard that right? I bet $5,000 that we would get a KuCoin or a Binance or a Coinbase. Just has to be one of them by the end of this year. If we get one, great, 5K richer. If not, I'm gonna have to give out 5K. So yeah, it's not a 5-figure bet. It's just $5,000, but still, that's what I'm putting into the team. There's a Harambe meme. There is Credit Suisse stuff. There is so Vivi official announces Vivi's Platinum Moments collection celebrates Disney 100 years of wonder with wholesome Disney's iconic most characters. 4 collectibles, 4, count them 4, in Series 1 from Walt Disney Animation Studios, drop in blind box Wednesday on 22 March, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have it marked in the calendar already. And what we're taking a look at is there's 4 collectibles in Series 1. So they're not telling us how many series they have planned for the Platinum. Now, what is that? Platinum is 100 years. I want to get to why I'm excited right now, but I'll go over some of the fun first, and then I'll get into why I'm excited. But we don't know how many series this is going to be. So there are going to be 4 in the Platinum Moments in Series 1. What is it going to be Mickey in 4 different stages? I mean, that's what it kind of, you have Mickey right there. This is like, what, our 8th Mickey on the platform? Depending on how you look at it, could be more. You're taking a look at Mickey Mouse, and is it going to be Mickey Mouse and Friends? I mean, we already had that particular set. We have, a Mickey and Friends. Then we have Mickey Black and White. We have, the trading cards, all that jazz. So it's probably not just going to be 4 collectibles of Mickey. It's probably going to be Mickey and 3 other things. What are they going to be? I don't know. If you take a look at some of the other, one of the other things behind it. Okay, if you take a look at the Dope Ryan posted in his photo, hey, Platinum Moment of the Century, you have Moana over there, you have Stitch, you have Minnie, Goofy, Pluto, and a whole bunch of other stuff in that photo where Mickey is front and center. So it's probably going to be one of them. There are other things like there's Woody's, and there's other stuff in that golden in that Platinum Moment thing. Where I think this culminates, I'll get to that at some point. So every single person that chooses to get offended, that chooses to get salty, that are choosing to fud their own bags, are saying, yeah, ripping golden moments. Golden moments going to go way down. Oh, everyone, floor your golden moments. Now, I've been keeping track of it. We had a $2,500 sale yesterday for the partner statue. It had gone up to 2,600 today. I don't know at what time. Most likely it was before the announcement, but it could have been after. I actually don't know. It had gone up to 2,600, and then I was like, okay, well, that's what it was after the announcement. About an hour and a half, 2 hours later, that's since they made the announcement, The partner statue has gone down, but it has gone down $2. You heard that correct. It has gone down from $2,600 to $2,598. Oh my God! Everyone, run for the hills! Dump your golden moments. Walt has gone down $2. Heck out of here. That's silly. Are there certain people that are going to for some of their collectibles that they have extras of because they're not sure the mint size of this? Sure, they want some gems for it. Absolutely. Alex said we're going to get that Medium article tomorrow, so I would say in the next 22-ish hours, usually about 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll probably get that article. I might go live for that. I might just do a video. I'm not sure. At that point, you might see a little more action and a little bit more volatility in the market of people trying to sell stuff, because if we take a look at the Golden Moment C3PO and R2D2, those are obviously, those are the first appearances, and we have something to study. They've remade those in what they actually look like. You have C3PO and what he actually is supposed to look like in the first movie, in A New Hope. And then you have R2D2 and his blue and white form, and going and saying like, oh, he's actually animated and he has sounds, and that's R2D2. And what are the consequences of that for the golden moments? Like, okay, well, yeah, they released them and golden moments are way down. Yes, those particular golden moments are way down. There are a multitude of different reasons for that. You do have a lot of fudders saying like, oh, well, yeah, it's because of the gem exploit. Guys, I understand that the gem exploit and discounted gems is part of the reason for some of the downfall of all the collectibles, not just golden moments. But again, people get to look in this little fishbowl that they have of Vivi, and they don't look outwards. It's like people that say, oh, yeah, you're only in the 1% if you make $450,000 a year. Like, yeah, in America, but like I've said before, if you make like $40,000 a year, you're in the 1% in the world. So if you go and you take a look at Vivi and you just say, oh, yeah, gem exploit, things are down, that's 100% the reason why. Okay, well, you know, Bitcoin, Ethereum, alts, everything's down 80, 95%. Was that because of the gem exploits too? No, that's silly. You have to take a look at everything. It's like people like, oh, gender pay gap. Women get paid X amount and men get paid X amount. Okay, well, what are the reasons behind that? Is it because they're in the same job with the same experience, same amount of disagreeableness and negotiating power? And we're still looking at that? No, it's because men work more hours, women are choosing to go into different career fields, which tends to pay less. Like, there's multiple reasons behind that. So when you take a look at why VV's down, yes, it's partly because of gem exploit. Yes, it's partly because of discounted gems, but it's I don't know, 5-10% of the reason. I can't really quantify it. I don't think anyone actually can accurately. So when you take a look at this, I don't believe golden moments, or at least the partner satchel, will go down just because of the platinum moments. You could make the argument that we haven't seen floor yet, and there's still one more step of capitulation, and that's why some things might go down. Sure. No, we're still in the bear market. We're still in the still in this recession here. Some people might argue that we're not, but that's a whole other conversation. Why I'm excited, and I'll get to other FUD quickly, but you guys realize that Disney has their own version of ComicCon. Yes, Marvel kind of takes over ComicCon with comics at the Marvel booth, and Vivi's always right there. Okay, well, what about D23, which is Disney's version of ComicCon? What happens with that? Well, you could let me just, close your eyes for a second, unless you're one of those people that have dysphagia, whatever those people are that when you ask them to picture something, they can't picture it. What if you take a look at, imagine for a moment, in the 100th anniversary, Disney, they want to blow this out of the water. Why wouldn't they have a little section for Vivi at D23 to commemorate something that they don't just sell once and that's it? Something that they sell once and other people sell, and they get a piece of it again and again and again to no avail. 100,000%. It's because I believe that Vivi will be part of D23 this year. Can I confirm that? No, absolutely not. I have no idea. Again, I don't work for the company. But if you think that Disney's not going to advertise Vivi at some point, you're just lying to yourselves. And I feel like this year they're doing a lot of building. Also, when we take a look at this is a tweet from 5 months ago, which I and others had saved, where we had Phil O'Nice saying, don't know how to make how you guys make vaults, mine suck. But then he tags Worldaholics, David Yu, Vivi Official, Disney Gold, whatever, and it's a picture of the Vivi Golden logo, and it's a picture of all the golden moments in there. And then David had mentioned, again, this is back in November, saying you need to balance it with more silver, wink, wink, gold and silver, because of the gold and silver moment. Now, I know that platinum is not technically silver, but they look fairly the same. Cue that SpongeBob meme. Everything is chrome in the future. Speaking of which, I've seen a lot of false information come out today, be like, oh, guys, we're wrecked. Platinum's worth more than gold. Now, I understand that not everybody used to be in the commodities business. I used to be. I bought silver a ton. I used to trade a little bit, but for the most part, just buy and hold a bunch of silver. Now, you can go to any spot website where you could buy gold, you could buy silver, you could buy platinum, and you take a look. $2,000 an ounce for gold. Okay, well, how much for platinum? $992 an ounce for platinum. I don't know why people just have this thing of being so confident and being so wrong at the same time without fact checking. Like, that's bananas to me. Anywho, we're gonna move on. We're at YouTube. All right, so Alex posted another reason why I'm bullish here. When Alex decided to go and retweet Vivi's tweet, you go and you take a look. It has tools, and then it has a slash, and then it has burning, like it's fire. V1, as in volume 1. So what could that possibly mean? I mean, that can be interpreted as utility. Utility over burn, so utility divided by burns. Are these something we're gonna be able to burn? Are these something that's going to be the test for the first burn? How scarce are these going to be? It would make sense that there'd be 100 of them for the secret rare, because that's scarce. Or let's say 190, because Vivi and Disney will keep 90 of them, so we get 100 out of it. I don't know. Scarcity tends to rule on Vivi, and when you have something with utility, the utility would be fire. I don't know. I don't know how you interpret that. Comment down below any of your particular interpretations of what Alex had mentioned. And then moving on, partially true. Yep. Dumb 20. Yep. Okay. Nope. Can't read that. Vivi Darklink, it said, great timing. I just picked this up at Disneyland. So I thought that was really cool. They're getting ready for it every which way. Physical parks, physical stuff. Shout out Vivi Darklink for that. All right. What would be worth more? Is it first appearance, rarity, scarcity, first appearance, what have you? From the time I was a kid, comment down below if you remember this. I've been eating good all day. I deserve this little bit of chocolate. Reese's. Oh my God. A little too sweet. Okay. If anyone remembers Rugrats, where you had a show, and this, I had heard this and I had done this with friends before seeing it on Rugrats. Something about how Chucky has a new ball or a new scooter or whatever. Everyone wants to play with it. So Chucky says, like, who's the oldest? And everyone's like, oh, me. Now, I don't know if you guys remember that, but when me and friends used to play games, it's like, okay, whoever's oldest goes first. And then when you have, I think in board games as well, you have oldest, or maybe that's youngest player goes first. That's probably a bad example. Oldest ones goes first. So why is that always the conclusion that people come to? I don't, there's no class, there's no parenting class, there's no thing in school that say pretend the floor is lava. Every single kid just automatically just goes and they know what that game is. Pretend the floor is lava. Nobody like taught us. We just instantly knew. It's like when you see, I see this at the gym all the time. When people are squatting in like a ridiculous way and like they're going to break their back, take a look at a toddler squat. Take a look at my 2 or 3 year old squat, and they just do it perfectly. There are some things that are just instinctual, that just come to us naturally. Am I Selena Gomez says, everything comes naturally? Sorry. I think one of those things happens to be what came first. That's that question. What came first, chicken or the egg? So when you take a look at, people have asked me about Pokemon cards, and they're like, okay, Chavez, which Charizard came first? And I was like, well, despite one of the Charizards having first edition, and despite that being the most expensive Charizard, there are other Charizards that came first. You have the Meiji ones, you have the Cardass ones, you have the Top Sun blueback and greenback ones. So that's where the conversation kind of goes awry a little bit. Not everybody cares about first appearance. Many people do, and even the ones that don't care about it will recognize why other people do as well. But it's not the end all be all. Again, you take a look at the Star Wars golden moments and then the Star Wars ones that are super scarce, referencing specifically R2-D2 and C-3PO. The ones that are scarce are worth more. That being said, what's the better investment? I mean, I think they're both great, and we have such a small sample size. What is there, 15,000 active wallets each week, maybe 30,000 active wallets each month? We don't actually have the data. So right now, if somebody says like golden moments versus platinum, I don't know which is going to be better. I'm excited to see people pick sides. I have this idea for a Vivi Olympics. I'll go and I'll address that more in another video or another tweet. But when you have something like people taking sides, it's fun. It's like, oh, gold. Like there's a meme in SpongeBob. There's an episode of SpongeBob where I think Patrick and Plankton are on one team, and SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs are on another team, and they have someone saying "Gold Team rules" because he's really tan. He looks like he's gold. That's what I picture this. Like if you ever go to a bar for like trivia night, you have the left side of the bar and the right side of the bar. Left side of the bar sucks. Right side rules. Like that's just human nature to be competitive. This is the type of thing that I really like. I wish the community wasn't so divided and just fighting their own bags for really silly reasons. But I don't know. I like the competition. People are going to collect what they love. But I want people to have shirts that say like platinum team versus gold team, like that type of deal. I feel like we could make this fun, and maybe the community, some of the community is having a little bit of a tantrum right now. That's fine. We'll get over it. But I'm of the mindset that this could be made a lot of fun. Anyway, I think that's the last thing that I have. Yes, it is. So I'm gonna go live. Oh shoot. You just want to. Want to come on? I'll get a. I'll. This is an open one, so I'll see if some people can come on. Either way, I want to get to some comments right now. Sven Dungeon says, "Oh, Randy, just start now. No need to wait." How much sugar is this before I put this into my face hole? How does this not say? Doesn't say how much sugar it's in it. Just says peanuts, milk chocolate, sugar, cocoa butter. I mean, it doesn't sound too bad. Gonna have a little bites. Sven Dungeon's laughing. Golden moment Homer for 88 gems in my vault now because of this FUD. And I don't know about you guys. We've seen a lot of other collectibles from many other things, but we haven't seen any other things from Century 21 Fox. Like we haven't seen any of the other Simpsons. There's no Marge, no Maggie, there's no Lisa, no Flanders. Oh, I would love Flanders. There's a whole band out there that's a screamo band dedicated, and the lyrics that they sing are all Ned Flanders lines. Wild. They're called the Oakley Dokleys. They're really good. I'm gonna eat way too many of those. Robert Adams says, "Let's hope Elsa drops to 150." It might. Oh, all right. We got someone that's getting ready to come on. Let me see if I can go and. Is that it? I think that's it. Okay. And retweeting. Don't need that. Lawsuits. Okay. All right. Em says, "Let's hope Elsa drops 150." Is my golden moment. I feel like the golden moments are going to be okay. And be advised, this is not. Again, this is like what, the 8th Mickey Mouse. So you have the partner statue. Okay, there's one. We'll just count series first. You have the Steamboat Willie, you have the Bandstand Mickey, you have the Wishing Water Mickey. Is it 4 or 5? You have the cards, Mickey cards. And then you have another one. Oh, hey, look at that. We have. Sammy, are you driving?
I am driving.
Are you is this okay? Is this legal?
I don't know. Probably not, but it's so good. I'm gonna be.
Okay.
I was heading to a poker room, so. But I'd rather hang out with you guys.
All right. Well, thank you for choosing to hang out with us in your master collector sweatshirt.
Oh, you like that?
I do like it. You like it like that?
And that was not planned at all, just so you're aware.
I could gather.
Right.
So you're heading to the poker room. So you like to gamble.
I love to gamble.
Me too. What are you going to gamble on? Are your chips going to be all in on golden moments? Are you going to get these platinum moments? Are you going to split them in between? Or are you going to hold and save your chips for another thing that's going to come out?
You know, I actually sent a couple messages out to a few people I know, asking opinions. I am going to hold all my golden moments, but I'm probably going to buy all the new ones too. Yeah,
Why?
I'm not. Yeah, why?
Is it because you like them? Is it because your grandkids like them? Is it because you have the
well, if my granddaughter knew I sold Elsa, she would kick my butt. First of all, and she loves Lady and the Tramp. I have no idea why, because that's like not worth anything. But she doesn't. She just likes the movie. But no, I like Disney. I'm a firm. I mean, I just believe that if Disney's allowing Vivi to have the IP, it's going to go somewhere. So that's where I'm at. I'm just.
It's a good point.
Gonna go play poker. I'm gonna go play some poker and be able to buy some collectibles on Wednesday.
So what are you hoping? Because obviously there's some FUD, and I guess there's a couple of golden moments, which is interesting. Like they showed the Mickey, but the partner statue's only gone down $2. Went from $2,600 to $2,598. But some of the rest of the statues, like I guess Homer went down to like 88 gems. Which is nuts.
I can't do that. Sorry. I was going to look at something. I thought I saw a couple of them that were under 40 gems.
Oh.
Yeah. I saw one, I think 38 gems before I got on. And I don't know. If I had the extra gems, I'd be stacking more of the golden moments, because I believe that it's the first, FA. But scarcity has a big point. I mean, I have not hit in a drop with scarcity, with the secret rares that are under 1,000 or under 500 or 250. I haven't hit any of those. I buy them on the secondary. So I just have to, pray. I did not go for Moana. My granddaughters love the movie, but I'm saving gems for something. I just had a feeling something more was coming.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm going to put it at. So, I mean, I didn't even get the Lambo drop. I didn't get the Lambo. I mean, I have to buy that still. Yeah.
I was talking to a whale the other day, and I was like, "Did you get the Lambo drop?" He's like, "No, I'm actually gonna get it soon," because he had to fly, or he was in the air when that was happening. So I was like, "Oh, all right." When you have you have more collectibles than I do. I think I have like 900.
I think I'm at 950, 948 or 952 or something like that. Yeah. So you're catching up.
That includes comics?
Yeah, includes comics.
Okay. All right. Oh yeah. Wow. Right behind you.
Yeah. I know, because the last time we talked, you were only like at 750, so you're catching up.
Yeah, trying my very best.
But I'm also, I mean, I want a logo. I want a Vivi logo, and I'm trying to be very picky on what I buy, because I never thought I'd own a Todd. I never thought I'd own a partner statue. I mean, and I have them now. So it's the logo. After I buy the Omi I'm going to get this next, hopefully, couple weeks, I'm going to start concentrating on the logo.
You didn't hear the first part of my stream, did you?
No, I got on because I was at the bank, so I got on probably about 10 minutes after.
So I have a bet. Me and somebody were talking, and they were feeling very, very FUDful, and like I bet you we don't even have an exchange, like a KuCoin, a Binance, or a Coinbase by the end of this year. And I was like, you're like, I think that's a little silly. And they're like, want to bet 5K? And I was like, done. So,
I would be happy. I would be happy. I would be happy if there wasn't an exchange. Because this is the only reason why. Because I want to accumulate more.
Yeah.
I'm still accumulating. I understand that people want what they want, and I get it. Bitcoin halving is not even starting until April of 2024. We have a year to accumulate. So for me, I understand why people want it on this exchange. It's easier to buy. It's, it'll help the price go up. But for me, because I'm still accumulating, I'm about 4.1 million right now, and I'm hoping in the next few weeks I'll be at 10. So I'm okay with it not being on an exchange. However, I understand the people that have been in. I got in September of 2021. I know that there's a lot of people that got in February and March of 2021, and they want to get some of their profits out, and I get that. But for me, I am okay with it holding off because that gives me more time. But I am also willing. I mean, if we get on to, like you said, KuCoin or Binance US or Binance period, I just use Binance US. That's why I said that. I'm still willing to accumulate at 0.005. I mean, I was buying at 0.007. So why would I not buy at 0.005?
So you're not going to take profit. I mean, that is like a 5.
No.
That's like a 6x from here. So you're.
No, I probably won't take profit until after the Bitcoin halving happens in April 24. Then that's when I'm going to stop accumulating. And then I'll probably take profit a year or two after that, because it takes time for it to drive up. So I'll probably take some profit then, but it's got to go. I mean, if it only goes up to a penny, no, I'll hold it. I mean, I got a job. I can still make more money. So
we have this. There are some very serious bets, like 7-figure bets being made, whether in the next quarter you have hyperinflation occur, and if it does occur, that there's somebody bet $1 million that Bitcoin would be $1 million within 90 days after hyperinflation. And they're not the only ones that are talking about this.
I was listening to one of the Discords things with some people that does charting and whatnot, and they were talking about that instance, and they just don't see it with the charts, but they just go off charting. They don't go by what's the FUD that's going around. They don't listen to the noise, is what they call it. I mean, if it goes to 1 million, then I mean, my girl will be happy. She'll take profit, I hope. Because she has a lot of Bitcoin, but she has a hard time pulling the trigger because she believes in Bitcoin so much. But if it goes up to 1 million, altcoins will follow. It'll take time. It's not going to go up right away, but that's the problem that people don't understand. I've only been in crypto for about 3 years. You got to look back at each cycle. And Bitcoin goes up, and then the altcoins go up slowly. But OMI is a little different. I mean, I'll see Ethereum go up, and OMI just stay level. And then 2 months later is when it starts climbing. It's just hard right now because it's hard for people to buy.
Yeah, I mean, you have OMI is different for now, but it is at some point it is going to be the same. It's going to get on exchange. It's going to have a bunch of volume. You won't, like. $20,000 won't be able to go and influence it one way or the other. If we go and we get, a couple of cents, do you take profit then? I know you said you're not going to take profit under a penny.
I probably won't take profit until at least 5 cents.
Oh wow, okay, so you're waiting.
But you got to remember, when I got in, for me it was till 2030. I'm willing to hold it till 7 years.
Such a long time.
It is, but I have a good temperament for this. No. I love to gamble. I mean, I'm getting ready to go to a poker room. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. It's all good. But if I know, because I'm learning more about charting and everything, I know that about a year, Bitcoin halving is when you should stop accumulating, and then about a year after that, you take profits. You take some profits. For me, that will be. I won't have short-term capital gains anymore. It'll be the long-term, and I should take profit. 100%, I should. Am I going to do that? I don't know. Because then, if I take, if I sell, if I'm at, by the time April next year comes, because I might. If I can get up to 15 million on me, I might sell down to 12, sell 3 million of it, take the profit, and then rebuy back in when it goes back to the downturn.
Yeah, I can't wait.
That's the smart thing to do. And hopefully I don't have emotion involved, but unfortunately that we're human and emotion is there. So it'll depend on how much I can accumulate. If I can get 15, 20 million, then yeah, I'll take profit. But if I'm down at 10 or below, I probably won't.
No. Okay, that's fair. I have a
yeah.
I just be advised that if it gets to a couple cents, let's say even 4 cents, or just below 5, and then it drops another 80%, and the next, it's not fun. Like
I know.
I put on like a stoic face, and I do what All Might teaches me from My Hero Academia, and you smile. And I'm happy I've held. It gives people say, "Oh, I've lost $40,000." It gives other people to say like, "Oh, okay, well at least I'm not Chavez. It lost like $1 million," and they can continue on.
Right.
But it's just like my best piece of advice is probably to take a decent amount of profit, even if it's not at your goals, even if it's not where you think it should be or where it will be in the future. I'm just
yeah. No,
so.
And it makes sense. My goal is to pay off my rental. If I can't, it's not a big deal. I got somebody paying my mortgage. It's not a big thing. I'd like to move somewhere where it's warm. That would be nice. But I have a good job. Yeah, I'm ready. But I have a good job. I got a great job. Do I want to work? No. Who in their right mind wants to work? But I can go to work. I can sustain what I have. So it'll be fine. I want to take more vacations. I was talking with a friend. Europe's on the list, I think, or Bora Bora.
Oh. No way. Me too. I got Europe on the list as well. There's lots of things to do there. So
absolutely,
we got to bring Vivi to Europe. All right. So we were talking last night, me on stream, about places that where Vivi wants to go, like for like a meetup. A lot of people are thinking Vegas because I feel like we need to have 2 meetups. We need to have like a no kids version of Vivi meetup where you can go and get into a bunch of debauchery in Vegas, and then maybe like a family version where we go to Disney, we go to Harry Potter World, we go to different places like that.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
I'd be in. And and I just got back from Vegas. I'm leaving for Vegas again for a couple days in April.
So jealous.
Vegas is great. Yeah, well, yeah, I'll be at South Point. Come hang out. Vegas, I've been there. It's all good. I think it's easy for people to get to. I think the airfare's cheap. I think it's easy for, you can get rooms for inexpensive depending on who it is. I like to stay at the Venetian, so we'll see. But I love Disney. I think I'd spend more money at Disney than I would at Vegas. I just love to do all the stuff. So
the physical stuff. Well, I guess you'd buy the physical stuff for like the grandkids, right? You said she likes Lady in the Tramp.
I always buy something from them for them when I'm on vacation. The last time when I was just in Vegas in February, I did not. But I warned them that it was for me. It was my birthday. I was not buying them anything. They knew, but they expect something when I come back. So I always try, and then I try to get like a collectible type thing for them, and then something that they can actually show their friends, that kind of stuff for them. Yeah.
So we have Smarty Pants saying that his guesses for the characters will be platinum moments like Mickey, Minnie, Pluto, and Goofy. What are the ones that maybe you're not guessing that comes, but ones that you hope come? Ones that you want, ones that your kids want, ones that your grandkids want?
For me? Oh. I think that they're going to bring out the classics, like, Mickey, Minnie. Donald. I would love to see like Cinderella or Snow White or something like that. The true princesses, maybe there'd be some FA on there, but I don't think that they're going to do that yet.
There are 7 Disney princesses. I don't know why this round table won't stay. It's like it constantly wants to go to the so there's 7 princesses. And how do you feel about landmarks like Tinkerbell's castle or like Cinderella's castle? what are those things appropriate for platinum moments, or are they something that should be its own set entirely?
It would be different than what they did in the past when they did the gold moments. Yeah. I mean, I'm open. I think if they do Cinderella's castle as a castle, it needs to be the secret rare. I mean, that's the castle of castles. I mean, you see it right when you go into the park, which I heard that they're tearing down. I don't know if that's true, but I did hear that.
What are they tearing down? The castle?
I heard that they're tearing it down and putting something else there.
No.
When I was there in Anaheim, I heard somebody say it. Now I haven't talked to Magic about it. She would know if they're actually doing it or not, but I haven't talked to her. But I did just get a message. Right? I did get a message that while we were online that one of my friends, you're showing us your fridge.
Oh,
it moved again.
Painful memories of my sorry.
Right?
Okay.
But yeah, they my other contact that I was talking to, he just said that that drop will definitely sell out. It's not going to be like Moana that didn't sell out.
Yeah. Also, this is probably going to be scarce. So that's the other thing. Where Vivi is most likely, like I'm 99% sure, going to be at San Diego and New York ComicCon, and probably at DCon as well. That same thing. I think that they'll also be at D23 this year.
That would be awesome.
If you had a choice to go to, let's say, either of those four, DCon, two of the ComicCons, or D23, which one would you rather go to and why?
And I only get one?
You can go to all of them if you want. I might not.
Well, I would love to go to. I would love to go to all of them, but I can't. That's just not feasible. And you can't get tickets to ComicCon, so that's why I probably would not. I'm not. I would like to go. I mean, depending on who's all going to ComicCon, I might go and just do the after parties and stuff. But to me, it's not worth it for me to go if I can't get in. If I can't get in and experience, then why am I going? So I would probably go. I went to DCon last November. I'm planning on going to DCon, and probably D23. I mean, it's Disney. Why would I not want to go there? However, my granddaughters will be very upset if I go again without them. But that's just life in general. I'm not, that's just part of the way it's going to be. But I mean, and I'm pretty sure Magic's going to go. I'd love to catch up with her again.
Yeah, she's great. I love her. I got to get her back on stream. She's amazing. Do you know?
She's awesome.
You know what she's doing now?
I don't. I do. I talked to Silicone a little bit earlier, but he didn't say anything about what she was doing. He's doing good. Good from what we might get together next week. He's planning a trip, and so we might be able to meet up. So it'll be fun. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Is that the same week you're going to Vegas?
No, he's got a conference next week sometime, I think. So I'm going to try to make it. I'll have to drive a few hours to go meet him, but I don't go to Vegas until April 20th. So I've got a few weeks for that.
Okay. Oh, 420 blaze it. Everyone come and blaze it down below.
Yeah.
I don't smoke, but I think I'll be back from my trip at that point. I have a trip I'm going to mid-April. So I'll be back, I think, the 18th or 19th.
Nice.
Yeah.
Stop by. You can say hi. I'm going down for a poker tournament. So literally, I'm flying out Thursday morning. I land at 2:30. The poker tournament starts at 6.
Mm-hmm.
It's a women's team event I was invited to be on. So I'm flying down for that. And so then I literally.
Anyway. It's just a women's team.
It's all going to be women. You might like it. Because all like the women, like the couples, like people that have boyfriends or married or whatever, the men are not coming. So it's literally like 15 women that are all going down to play. And so then I'm going to fly on the tournament's on the 20th. I have Friday night free, and then I fly home Saturday morning and then work Saturday night.
Oh wow, quick trip. Man, you gotta work. I hate working the same day you come back from vacation.
I know, but it's just I mean, I'm actually taking that whole week off. My daughter is getting induced on that Sunday, so I have to watch my other grandkids for 3 days before I go on my trip. So I'm taking my third grandchild.
Oh,
my third grandbaby. She's getting induced. Yeah, she's pregnant. Yeah. So my daughter is not happy with me because I planned this poker trip, and I forgot that I told her I'd watch her granddaughter. So I have to. So I have to try. Hopefully, it all works out because somebody's going to be disappointed if it doesn't work out. So yeah,
I understand. We have another guest that'll be joining us in like 10 to 15 minutes, so that'll be fun. You seem to be where you're in your destination, though. Are you?
You know what? I'm fine. Trust me. I can. The thing about poker is I can play anytime. So this doesn't happen very often. We're good.
All right, cool beans. So there's a bunch of other things that have happened. We've had the announcement that they're rolling out more versions of MCP and crypto beta testers. Have you gotten any of those?
I got the crypto beta tester invite. I have not participated because I'm not selling my Bitcoin or Ethereum, and I don't have a lot of Bitcoin or Ethereum. I'm way heavily invested in Omi, that's for sure. But for me, it's not. It just doesn't make sense for me to do it at this time. If I keep on accumulating my Omi like I plan on doing, and then they get Omi in, I honestly probably won't even put my Omi in. I'll just put, because I want, I want to hold it. But I have no problem selling collectibles for Omi. I have no problem doing that at all. Participating in that aspect. Because I'm hoping that when the next bull cycle runs, I've got some things that I've stacked, some comics that I've stacked where hopefully it was a smart decision and I can get rid of some of it so I can have some more liquidity.
I'm gonna get. I told people this yesterday, like literally, like maybe 20 hours ago, when it might have even been this morning. I think it was after midnight, before they announced the platinum moments. Obviously, I was like, after I get this next payday coming like the next 10 to 14 days, I'll if the Vivi golden logo is still down around 2,700, I'll buy one. And
it was at 26 this morning.
I think it is still at like 25.99. But
that's what
But now it's like I want to use that extra $2,700 or $2,600 for like other stuff, and now like I've already given my word, so I have to do it. I have to go and buy stuff.
Well, you can save some for the people that don't have one yet, just to let you know. I still need one.
That's true. You have. Yeah. This third one though that I'm gonna get is gonna be for flipping. I have two that'll keep for a while, but that third one's gonna be a flip. I don't know, which ones do you have that you're gonna flip immediately? Not immediately, but like as things go up, like you're gone.
So I stacked a couple. Stacking like for the gauntlet stones, the infinity stones. Yeah. I have now for the Eye of Agamotto. I only have one of each to complete the set. I didn't stack those, but all the other ones I have at least 6. Which is not really, to me, that's stacky, but not really. To me, I want 10 or more. But when they announce the next Infinity Stone, I'll probably list those to take some profit out. But the comics that I stacked was Stranger Tales 110 with the first appearance of Doctor Strange. I have like 65 of those. And then I stacked New Mutants 98. With Deadpool, first appearance of Deadpool.
Okay.
I have over 100 of those. Well, because Deadpool is getting introduced into the MCU.
Yeah.
So that's why I did it. And I try not to look at them now. I try very hard because the price is so low. I want a dollar cost average down.
Yeah.
But then I need to have some gems for drops, and I need, I want to, I have no problem adding more fiat to buy more gems, but if I could sell some stuff, that would be great. And I have a hard time selling stuff at a loss.
Yeah, I understand that.
Now I did land the Finding Nemo, the poster drop. I did land it. It didn't sell out.
Rare.
Yeah, I got the secret rare, and then I ended up selling it for $120.
Nice.
So because my options were to sell it for gems or to complete the set, and I chose just to sell it because the posters have a hard time. And I do have some sets of posters. Well, I don't know if they're pet posters, but anyway, like the Cinderella, the princess. What are those? The princess ones. I have that set. And then I have the Captain America. That poster? It's the yellow poster.
It's technically a Hawkeye poster.
Hawkeye, yeah. And so I have that one. So I don't get a lot of the posters just because they just tend not to do well. If they're cheap enough, I'll buy them and complete a set because I think I'm at 61 sets right now. But it's not. I mean, there's some things I really need to do to for MC. If I'm going to do MCP, I mean, I am doing it because it's part of the program. But like, I really wanted the secret rare alligator Loki. And the price is really good right now. Because I was willing to. Oh yeah, like two something. I mean, but I was willing to pay $600 for it like 5-6 months ago, or gems, and now it's down at $240, and I still haven't picked it up. But I need to pick that up to complete my set.
There's not a lot of them up there because it goes from $250. Once you buy it, it goes to $400. Exactly.
Yeah, it's very thin. Yeah.
That's not bad at all.
No.
I gotta try. Maybe I should get another one.
I have to go and play some poker so I can buy more collectibles.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
I have thoughts of selling the Eye of Agamotto, the secret rare, because I mean it's at $399 now, which is pretty cheap because it's usually hovering around $450. But if the next Infinity Stone, which is the Soul Stone, if that comes out and it's scarcer than the secret rare Eye of Agamotto, that secret rare Eye of Agamotto is going down. Well,
and I got my secret rare Agamotto. I had bought. I got a 3-digit. I think it's like 300 mint in that range for $189.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I had bought that right after the drop, and then I got a 2-digit, a rare one for $129. I think I got 47, the rare 47, but I have that listed right now for $200. So, and it's one of those things. If it sells, great. If not, it doesn't matter to me. I'll just keep it.
So there's no actual announcement saying that the Infinity Stones will have utility. If there is, it's all speculation. If there is an announcement,
right, and that's why I kind of want to pick up. Even if I sold my secret rare, I mean, but then somebody's got to buy it. So put it a little bit above floor. If the floor's like at $399 and I put it at $475, or $450.
Yeah, it'd have to be like $425-ish because it would. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't. I mean, because people because the rare technically with the 2-digit mint. I mean, 2 or 3 times the floor, but people aren't going to pay $1,200 for it. They're not. I mean, the market's not there for that. So you have to be willing. But then, what if you have to have all 3 of them? If there is an airdrop, what if you have to have all 3?
Then.
Well, do I really want to sell my lower mint for? I mean, and because then I'd have to pick it up again, and then if you have to have them all, the prices are going to raise. So it's a gamble. You have to pick and choose.
Well, that's what we love to do. We love to gamble.
Yes, we do. This is like my new addiction.
I feel you. Same. Like I actually, I'm not worried. I'm fine, but the part of me does worry a little bit that when I do get crypto, not even crypto to gem. I've already said I'll just put like a couple grand in, just get another logo, whatever. But
right.
when we have Omid Gem, and then Omi goes up a little bit, and
Then
so I'm
you're
like,
in trouble.
Yeah, I actually, I'm more than a little concerned about my potential Omi fortune and where it might go.
Well, and I'm getting a check next week, and it's enough to buy me a logo. So I'm like, damn, I'd really like that logo, but I want the Omi. So I'm like, you have to pick and choose. But to be part, to be part of that club, the group that has that logo, it's going to be a big deal. There's only how many were claimed? 300, 350 of the 500 logos?
Yeah, like 350.
Yeah, so to be part of that network of people, even if, and I think long term, 5 years from now, those 300 people, 350 people, whatever, they get together. Sanjay goes and sets up an after party and you have to have a logo. I'm going to come hit up, if I don't have one, I'm going to hit up my friend Randy, who has three logos I need in.
You can be one of my guests, yeah.
All right. Thank you, love. I appreciate it.
If there's so figure that there are utility parties and stuff happening right now with that. And that's when Omi's down. This is in bear market. How many of these parties are there going to be, and how big will they be? How fancy will they be in a bull market when suddenly everyone's bags have gone 10, 30, or 50x?
I think it just depends on what people are willing to do. I mean, I'm okay with going to a bowling alley and singing and watching the guys sing karaoke, which was awesome. I did. Yeah, it was great. And so, I loved it. And that was my first event and I can't wait to go to more. But then going to Dave and Buster's and hanging out with everybody with a more casual setting. I mean, it was, there was tables and it was more, laid back. I mean, either one. I remember when I got the message from Sanjay saying, formal attire. I'm like, what? I am not. I mean, when I think formal attire, I'm thinking like an evening gown, heels. Yeah. I'm like, and then he's like, no, that's not what I meant. So, I think anything's possible depending on who's planning it. If Alex is planning it, we're probably going to go to a bowling alley and a karaoke bar. If Sanjay is planning it, we might be going to the Hilton, to the Ritz or something. We just don't know. I mean, I
can't wait to have a bunch of these things. Another reason to get the Secret Rare Loki, because at some point I'll be down in Florida. I'll pay for everyone's Omi tattoos. That part will be free. But if you go and you have a Secret Rare Alligator Loki, I'll pay for your ticket to either Harry Potter World or Disneyland, wherever we're going, or Disney World, wherever we're going at that point.
So now you're trying to bribe me to buy the Secret Rare Loki.
I've talked about this for a while.
I know. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
But maybe I'm also just hoping that you choose to get the Loki and not a logo, so I can pick up another logo for 2,700 or 2,600.
Well, I'm gonna get a logo. It's just just like the partner statue. Once I had my sight on it, I just started, and it took me about 3 months before I finally pulled the trigger and bought it. So I have no problem working overtime to feed my addiction.
Yeah, same. I have this need or want to actually go back to work and actually try to get a little more money. But I know as soon as I do, things are going to take off, and my YouTube algorithm is already brutal enough. But I'll keep you posted. I'll see what happens.
Go Uber drive. You can do that on your own time.
I could Uber Eats. I don't think my car is not clean enough to be an Uber. It is. It's quite messy.
Or Instacart or something like that. I did Instacart for like a month, just because I wanted to earn some extra money. But I would rather just work overtime at my job than do that.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea. Are they hiring? I'm to the point now where I would actually move to get cheaper rent and to get a job where, the high risk lending company is fun. I'm good at it. but it is long hours and it is brutal, and it requires a lot of brain processing power.
Well, and it's stressful.
Can I just be like security at one of your casinos?
Well, I only work for one, and they're always hiring, so I'm sure you would be fine.
That'd be dope.
Yeah.
Do they in New York? New York is so stupid with their laws. Do you need a security license or private security license, or do you need a?
No, you have to have. So at our casino, well, let me rephrase it. I don't know, because I've never worked in security. But to my knowledge, you just have to have a gaming license. So my gaming license, I think it's like 200 and, well, maybe it's like 175. It's between $175 and $250 a year.
Yeah.
And then at some casinos pay for it for you. The casino I work at, after your third year of employment, then you pay it and then they reimburse you for it because they want you to pay tax. Well, they put it on your check because they want you to pay taxes because it's considered income. Yeah. But I'm actually looking at applying for jobs in either Las Vegas or Florida. So I'm probably going to.
Because like the better weather, steadier, or is it more money? Is it like less that you have to pay in rent, or other reasons?
Warmer weather for me. Depending on what casino, like in Vegas, depending on what casino you work at, there's a potential I'm going to make less than what I'm making now. But it's got to be worth me to go, because if I'm moving to Vegas, I'm going to be away from my grandkids. Yeah. But they're old enough. It's not a big thing. We got FaceTime, Messenger, whatever. But no, I'm getting old. I want warmer weather. I want to not have to deal with the cold. But there is a new casino opening up in Vegas, and it's always easier to get on full time when a new casino opens. So I think I might go on there and apply. But then, because I do poker also. I work in the pit, but I did poker for 5 years, and so the Hard Rock in Florida, I could potentially go down there and work too.
Oh, that'd be fun. Hard Rocks are fun.
Yeah.
I would either way, wherever you end up, let me know. I will totally I'll go to both places. Mostly
Absolutely.
Vacation, but
no. I don't know if I want to. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if I want to live in Vegas. I love to play cards. I love to play poker. And so that being there, and where I'm at, I can find a card room open 24 hours, anytime. But it's just so much different in Vegas. Washington laws are, their betting structure is different. You bet on a 1-3 game. Theoretically, it's a no limit game, except for there's a cap at $300. So I'm in a hand, and
per bet. Yeah. It's gotta be per bet.
Per bet, yeah. So like if I raise to 300, somebody can re-raise to 300, and then it's 4 bets. I think I'm pretty sure 4 times. So it can get to a big pot. But in Vegas, I flop a set, and there's flush draws, straight draws, everything out there. If somebody bets into me and I want to push over the top all in, I can do that. You can't do that here. The most you can raise is only 300.
Oh yeah, yeah. How do you get people out of the hand if they're chasing and you don't want them to chase? Like, how do you?
That's the hard part. Now there is one tribal casino that does have a poker room, and their limit is 500, so you can bet up to 500. And I do know that they're working on getting updating their compacts so then they can make it either a true no limit game like in Vegas, or I think the cap to be up to like $5,000, so it's more feasible to protect your hand.
Hi, good Vivi.
Queen Vivi,
hey.
Queen Vivi's just getting back from Tampa. Tell us about what was like meeting Tom Brady and taking pictures.
Oh wow.
Oh my God, Randy! I don't even know where to start. Like,
is he coming on the Queen's Court?
I have so much to tell you. Like, I just have loads of information. So I had so much fun. So right before the season started, this was kind of like Tom's last year, Tom Brady, and he's the co-founder of Autograph, as you know, with Dylan, and they started this NFT called the Huddle. So it was, for people that owned Brady NFTs, some of them got free. I owned enough, so I got I got mine free. But then, after that, they were selling at $750. And you got so much stuff. Like you got 50 in crypto, you got $200 in Brady gear, you got parties, food, drinks, all you can eat, Boston, LA, like during the season. And then at the end, the promise was you get to go party with Brady and friends in Tampa, for his possible retirement party. And, it was like, are you kidding me? Hell yeah. Like, I just thought this was going to be crazy. Tom was advertising it on Twitter with his 1.2 million fans, and Eva Longoria with like 5.6 followers. She was like, all these people were advertising this, and they were selling it at $750 a pop. Wow. And I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this is great. This thing's going to sell out. It came like right in like the beginning of the bull cycle when things like started, or the bear cycle when things started to turn. At 2,500, I don't think they even sold like total with the ones they gave for free, maybe 1,000, and then they just burned the rest of them. So I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. So we get down there, and sure enough, it's this huge party at the Armature Works, which is like this just huge catered event, everything from pork belly to pizza, top shelf liquor. I mean, I'm talking Crown, single malt scotch. Like, it was like no shit party. Fournette was there, Gronk was there, Matthew Berry was there, Brady was there. It was great. Like, it was so much freaking fun. And then to boot, they had Brady and AR that they were running before the contest, right before. And he was like going back or something. And they're like, give us your best pose with AR. So, I always go by Queen Vivi, even though I love autograph. I'm Queen Vivi, right? I put on my tiara and I put on my queen outfit, and my husband's out there, in the dark, and he's sitting there like, all right. And he puts Brady in AR, and we put me up like on a stool, and my cape's covering it. And we act like, the Queen Vivi's coming, to get Tom Brady. And it was like Queen Vivi doesn't need her guillotine. She's just going to channel her inner linebacker. See you in Tampa, Tommy. And, I won. So
that's awesome.
It was so fun. So I got to go on stage, and, so of course, what do? They're showing why I won. So I decide, I'm gonna put a little tackle on them. So I just like went in, and, I just went mid length. I'm like, come on. And like at first he was like, what that, and then he's like, oh no. So you see me going in crown. Oh, and I had my crown on, and I was Queen, AK Lori was on my name, and I went in and I went to tackle him. He's like, no. And then, I went in and I hugged on him, and, kind of got the pictures and stuff. So it was great. We got, and then like on the way out, he's like, thanks. And, I appreciate it. Like, just a nice guy. So I had a great time. Like,
so when's he coming on the court?
I tried. I was working it. I was working it.
Also, have you two met? I'm a little rude.
No.
I'm
okay.
sorry.
No.
I was so Tom Brady.
No, it's awesome. No, you should be. I've listened to her on Spaces, but I don't ever go up and talk on Spaces. I just come on to YouTube, I guess. But I'm Tammy.
Tammy, Queen Vivi.
Hi, Tammy. I'm Lori. Hi. I'm Queen Vivi, but
nice meeting you, hon.
You as well. But I also do other things. I don't just do, I'm obviously Queen Vivi. So, but it was funny because like we were at the autograph event, and I just had my crown on, and, there weren't a lot of people, but there were people there like, hey, Queen Vivi. And it's like some Vivi people were in.
Right.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's good.
It was, and you got to take a guest at the end because, really, 300 people and a guest. So it was a fun party. So I posted a little while back, like, people really care about it.
I got my other shirt on. Hold on. I got to take this off.
You're stacking Vivi on the Vivi attic.
Well, it's funny because when I was in Vegas, I would wear my stuff. Not one person knew what it was. Not one person recognized it or anything. But here in Washington State, I will wear something in to a poker room when I'm playing cards, and they're like, that's how. I mean, I've met people I've known for years that are in Vivi that we had no idea, and the only reason why they knew I did it was because of my shirt.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's fun.
It was nice to see some of the fam was there, but we had a good time. And then we went to Busch Gardens the next day, and a giraffe fell in love with my husband, like for real. Like it was like all over him, and the trainer's like, I've never seen this before. She really likes you. So he made a friend. We got to go hang out with the giraffes and ride roller coasters the next day at Tampa. So it was a good weekend, but I'm still a little catching up.
Have you guys heard of the cat distribution theory?
No.
So it's try to think of someone that you know that has like recently got a cat, or somebody that you know that got a cat but didn't necessarily want it. They just got it. Like a cat just went into their house or into their car. They didn't go shopping for a cat. They just got one. I feel like that might be happening to your husband and the giraffe. There's also like you might have to adopt a giraffe. I feel like
that's funny.
There's a subreddit called Giraffes Aren't Real also.
Oh my God. No, Randy, I'm serious. We were the only ones on the tour. So we went on the safari tour. And the rest of the party didn't show up. So it was just me and him and the driver and then the tour guide. So we were able, like, we got the whole bundle of lettuce, to feed and they just come in. Like they're just in, you know what I mean? And this one just it just really liked him. And the tour guide's like, you must be calm. It must like your shirt. And it's like laying its head, like over his head, hanging out. It was so cute. So when we pulled away, and I have pictures of all this, it was like straight up watching. And as like we pulled away all the way around, the thing watched him all the way leave the area. So he was in love. So we had
That's amazing.
It sounds amazing.
It was a nice place. And we got to watch the runs. I don't know if you guys ever been to Busch Gardens, but we got to see the cheetah run. Now those things 64 mile an hour. Crazy.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah. So had a good time. But now Disney's coming,
Yeah.
We got Platinum coming. So
we've been talking about that for a little while. What are have you had time to I don't know if you just got off a plane or if you're just back from vacation, had time to dig into it?
No, I really haven't. I just know Platinum. I've been doing mostly the husband. He's been picking up the Platinum pops. So,
nice.
And absolutely the comics. We've been trying to grab the physical comics as well. So there won't be a question as to if, it's just, we'll go for whatever.
So you're getting them. How much would you be willing to spend on them? Like because the first series is for collectibles, and because it's the 100th anniversary, most likely they'll be scarcer like they did with Star Wars. Star Wars, the first appearance, so many of them. And then R2-D2 and C-3PO, second appearance, super scarce.
See, that's hard to say. It just depends. I mean, we cannot tell how scarce. We might think they're going to drop it scarce, and they drop whatever, 15,000. Is that, you know what I mean? That's way different than if they drop 3,000.
I don't know how well 15,000 would do. I mean, I feel like that's a decent. I feel like it's a decent amount. But they have, but there's 4 of them, so I think we'll get the Medium article tomorrow, but I think the secret rare or the ultra rare, whatever it is, I think that's probably going to be very, very low, like in the hundreds, low hundreds. But I don't have a set budget for that either. I
don't.
Yeah.
I mean, for the drop, whatever, obviously, but secondary, I don't know. See, I missed out on the Mickey signature. At least so far, it's proving I missed out on that. But I don't know.
Me too.
My husband tried to get me to complete the set. I'm like, it's not, and I didn't. And that signature is just staying there at like 250, I think.
Yeah.
It doesn't want to give up.
Maybe we'll get a. I've been tracking some of the golden moments, and I'm staying pretty steady for right now, despite some of the FUD that you see on Twitter. I think the Homer went down a little bit, but I don't think it was too much. It was enough for somebody to buy it, but that's about it. Tammy, what were you looking at before?
I think it was the Homer. I think it was Barton Homer that I saw that was low. Yeah. But I can't look at it while I'm on my phone.
Gotcha. All right, disregard.
Yeah. I just tried. It won't let me.
I can't do what you guys do. I just can't. I just can't. It's in the vault. It's bought, and then it's just, I forget. It's like when they take money out for your 401k. It just kind of goes in, and I don't see it, and then it's gone. But I wish you guys saw, like you guys are talking about, I did this and I flipped this and bought those and I'll sell that. And I'm like, damn, I'm missing it. I'm missing out.
I just got to tell you, I have stacked just so I can sell when prices go up, but I have a hard time selling at a loss. I don't. I was telling Randy earlier that I landed the secret rare Finding Nemo poster, and it was like later on that evening or something, hadn't sold out, and I'm like, yeah, I'll gamble, see what happens, and I got it. And I had to make a choice. Do I want to complete the set, or do I want to try to sell it, make some profit? And that is the first time I had ever sold something right after I bought it and made money. So I am like you. Once I get it, usually it's there. I'm not selling. I'm just not doing it. So I have a hard time letting things go.
Me too.
Yeah.
I let very,
especially the collectibles. I really like the collectibles. So if I have that, I'm not selling it. The comics, I mean, I'm not saying I got lucky. I landed an AF-15, a common on the drop. That I'm not going to sell. I'll keep it 5-10 years, whatever. I'll keep it forever. But the ones that I stacked where I've got over 60, I got one that I got 65 and one over 100. I got those with the intent to sell them. Right. So we'll see.
Yeah, I do that too. But you know what they say about intentions.
Right, exactly.
And I always intend to, right now, have you guys seen what's going on with Superman? Did you guys talk at all about Superman?
No.
Superman.
Like the movie, the collectible, or the comic?
I'm sorry, the comic. The DC.
Oh, yeah, I didn't. I tried to get that. I didn't get it.
Oh, my God. It's blowing up.
What was that, like 20?
It was 22 yesterday for the legendary. And my husband, of course, it was 5K, and he's like, here it is, honey, just hit it. And I'm like, get away from me. No, and then like every day he's like 18.5, 20K, 22, it just hit. I thought I'd let you know. But
wow.
But we did buy an epic. So we held on to the epic, and we landed a common, actually 3 uncommons on the drop. And then we bought an epic and a common. So even now, when you should probably let it go, I still can't.
I can't. Yeah. No, I agree. I probably wouldn't let it go either. And what if we actually get to burn? What if we are able to burn?
Yeah,
so
then
Superman.
Alex he posted like an emoji of like tools, and then an emoji of fire. So a lot of people are interpreting that as like utility and burning. And I don't know what to think. I don't know what to.
Could be like Flintstones, prehistoric man. Tools and fire.
Oh yeah.
I
don't know.
I mean, the tweet was quoting the Disney thing, so I don't think it would be a Flintstone reference in there. Although that'd be dope for the future, though. But we have so Laura, you said you wouldn't sell the digital stuff. You've gone to McFarlane events, got a whole bunch of stuff from McFarlane. You have a whole bunch of stuff from Brady. Would you sell some of your physical items for digital ones, or do they mean too much to you because it reminds you of a certain time and place when you got them?
No, you know what? No, there's not. A lot of my digital stuff is new. and it'll be just like for way down the, you know what I mean? Like when I listen to these comic guys, and I listen to Sleepin' and I listen to Sean, like they know when they buy comics that it's not going to happen soon,
right?
You know what I mean? Like they know that. Like even today, Mask and Spaces, he was like, "Oh, we're so used to this, and sometimes even when we do wait 10 years, it's shit." And
Yeah, it's a gamble for sure.
So, that's just kind of where I'm at, Randy. But physicals have been new. My son has a lot of physicals.
Prince Toby.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot. Like pretty much, and he was just spoiled a lot. So, and then he buys a lot. So he loves his physicals.
So this is a version of what I kind of asked before. How many, in preparation, how many gems do you think you'll load up there? 60, 100, 500? Not including secondary, just like for the first.
Well, they're 60, right?
They haven't announced it yet.
Yeah, the meeting article comes out tomorrow.
Okay.
So we'll know that.
I have enough for the drop right now, so I don't have to load any for the drop. But for the secondary, that's a whole nother question.
I have $1.20 something on my Vivi app. So.
I got 174.
Oh.
But I've been, how bad I've wanted to buy a Lambo. I keep looking at it and I'm like, no, I need the gems.
Yeah, I can't.
But I'm like, no, I need the gem.
I'll buy my Lambo next week. I'll buy my Lambo next week.
We keep putting this off and we never get.
Oh my God. All right, let's see.
And I think I want to get the rare one, the one that has the same colors as the Vivi logo. So when I get one,
$1.36. Nice.
Oh damn! I got you both beat. Hot damn.
$1.22. So
But in my defense, I went crazy on the stamps. I don't know why. I just kept buying them. I'm like, I don't like that number. $6. Try again. And my husband's like, you just bought 5 stamps. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Well, they're above retail now. People were fighting because they went down to like $4, but now they're at like $7.50 or $8.
No, the Riveter, come on.
Well, and I freaking slept through the drop, so I did not get to. Because of my work hours, I work 6 at night to 2 in the morning. So I will literally, so I have to set like 5 alarms. I tell my grandkids, look, you need to wake me up before you go to school. And then I have to get up. That's the problem, is getting up.
Oh, that sounds horrible.
Yeah. So, and I hear all these people complain, about how, and I get it. I know some people in Australia, they're getting up at like 2 in the morning or whatever the time is. And, all over the world, about the times. But for the U.S., it's not as easy either. Some of us, it's not, I have a hard time because I sleep through it every time. Not on Wednesday, though.
Mine's like 11 o'clock East Coast, so that's perfect time for me. You know what I mean? That's like perfect. I'm up for, I have all my coffee in me. I have lunch. So, I can always schedule around that time usually. And, we're spoiled.
Have you guys ever taken Adderall?
No.
Okay, so it's supposed to help, which I think it does, help people with ADHD. Instead of focusing on 70 things, they focus on just 1 or 2 or 3 things. It helps them focus. I've taken it before, and I felt like every single one of my neurons was firing at the same time. I was playing one video game for like 15 hours. I feel like if I were to take it, or a shot of epinephrine, I guess, I would be so in tune with the clock that as soon as it hit by now, you
can hit it.
Yeah.
So do you spam, or do you?
I try to time it.
Do you? I spam on collectibles and time it on comics. Is usually what I do. Yeah.
And you have the success?
Sometimes. I mean, I have not hit a comic drop. I mean, the 5,000 comics. I haven't hit one of those. So you spam on comics also?
I spam on everything, even in the market, secondary.
Push the button. I want to buy it now.
I would do that when I was looking for this morning.
You know what, Randy? I'll probably put in 120. I'm sorry. I'm assuming they're 60. Probably 120. try to have 120 in there.
Okay, that's fair. The Cookie Monster drop this morning. Yeah, this morning.
Yeah.
He had his first appearance was in 1969, which is the first year. So I'm like looking at the most recent listings, and I'm refreshing, and it wasn't coming up. But that's, instead of like spamming, I'll spam like refresh. I wish they would have a button for that instead of just scrolling down.
I think it was 69, Randy. So you're lucky.
Yeah, 1969.
You said, I thought you said 59.
Oh, did I say 59? I might have. That would have been my bad. Do you guys know where you are in the top wallets?
Do what?
Do you guys know where you are in the wallets, like top 1,000, top 500? Queen Vivi, how many collectibles do you have?
You know what, Randy? I have no idea, because like I have me and my husband are split. I could look and see, but I don't know.
Gotcha. Tammy has more than me.
You know what? MCP isn't a big deal to me. More OUP is more for me.
Yeah.
I'm done, because I'm more into maybe land and my castle. Let's see.
So 200 or 2,000?
Now, I have 299 collectibles, 45 full sets, and 260 comics.
Nice.
And that's mine.
Right.
I've been stacking collectibles, but they've been cheap ones and comics, because I don't necessarily care too much about MCP. I just want to be in the top 500 wallets. So I've been going and buying the Year of the Bunny stamps for like $2.25 and Squirrel Girl comics for $1.75, because I just want to say I'm in the top 500. So it doesn't matter if you buy something for $30 or $1.75.
They're cheap,
right?
It doesn't matter.
You know what? That's like graduating with a 4.0 and taking basket weaving, ceramic,
please get degrees.
Jump rope.
That's awesome.
Do you remember in Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, where Jack Sparrow sends Will Turner over to Davy Jones, and he's like, Jack Sparrow sent me to settle his debt. And then they haggled on how many souls Jack Sparrow's soul was worth, and they land on 100. And then Jack Sparrow says, we did not land on the condition in which these souls may be in, to Tortuga. And then they go to a place where they get these lost souls, so that were like, they're not like real people. They're like these lower class quality people. So I feel like this is a loophole where I'm just getting lower class quality collectibles, but it still counts. It's fine.
Yeah, no, I if I'm gonna buy something, I want to make sure that I either one, gonna try to make money, or that I like it. So, I mean, everything I've bought, I've wanted, obviously, but I think I'm in the top 700. I think.
Oh, nice. I might be close. Daniel Marquez says, this was like an hour ago, but he said that Tammy's a young-looking grandma.
That's awesome. I like him. He needs to be my friend.
We love Daniel Marquez. He's a good dude. I imagine he'd say the same thing to Queen Vivi, but Queen Vivi, you're not a grandma yet, right?
God, no.
Your kid's relatively
she can borrow mine.
I hope I'm not. Jeez, no, but it's getting close, Randy, where I could be.
Oh.
So.
Oh yeah, no, it's the best thing. You're gonna love it.
The Queen Vivi, do you have any other? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just said I hope for his sake I still have some time. So.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure.
He's still young.
Do you have any other crypto investments outside of OMI? Because there's speculation that Bitcoin might go to 1 million, like relatively soon. I don't think it's going to happen, but there's people making $1 million bets on it. So who knows? Are you frozen? Oh, my hip. Oh, Queen Vivi, did you have any other investments besides them?
Oh yeah, my husband has Cardano and I don't know, XRP, and we have some, but no Bitcoin, some Ethereum. But he's Randy, how many bags can you put your stuff into?
Right.
I mean,
I have
gosh, it's hard, whenever you believe in multiple. Then you got Omi where it is, you got collectibles, comics, then, IRL stuff like stocks and bonds and real, it's hard.
That's why, like, I feel like such a child because both of you have like 401ks, and I've never had a 401k, and it's like I feel so like far behind.
It shows our age, my age. I don't know how old Queen Vivi is, but my age. I mean, yeah, I have 2 401ks, and then I also have a pension from when I got divorced. I get part of the pension, so
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're married for 20 years.
Oh.
Yeah, well, my husband would be great with you because he got half my money too. So.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Well, to give some credit,
I got years to make more. Yeah, that's the thing, Randy. That maybe it is age or whatever, but it's just a matter of you don't put all your eggs in one basket.
No.
Even no matter how much you believe, and I think it's funny. People will throw some shade out there like, oh, you guys are just promoting because you're so broke and you made this decision, and it's like, no, what you don't understand is after years of work and years of education, you can sit back and say, I have this and I'm going to take a percentage of that because without taking a big risk there's no big reward. No. And you make that decision that it's all or none, but you're okay with that because you've set yourself up to that point. That's just through years of work and learning. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that want, here's $10. I want crypto to hit and I want to be a millionaire tomorrow. And if it doesn't, I'm going to come and burn your house down. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah. And for me, I have, if and I'm not saying that I believe this, but if Omi was to go to zero, if it rug pulled, whatever, which again, I don't believe in, I still have a job. I still can make money. I can still invest in something else. So it's trying to, make sure that, do I want to keep working? No, I don't want to keep working, but I'm not going to just quit what I have without security behind it.
And would it suck to lose, 6 figures or more or
right?
I'm not there, but if I lost 6 figures, would it change? I mean, and not to sound like 6 figures isn't a lot of money, but we're still you're still working, we're
100%. And I'm willing to risk it. I am willing to risk it for the higher ROI or whatever. I'm willing to risk it.
Right. So instead of putting it into a stock market, part of, and like you said, Randy, maybe you don't feel like an adult, but you have a little circle in your retirement, and it's bonds and high, profit, high risk. And so instead of doing that, you take that high risk, high reward and you dump it over in crypto. At least that was my approach.
Yeah.
Versus letting it go in traditional high risk, high reward. So.
And I understand crypto a whole lot better than I do the stock market. I have friends that trade and everything in the stock market, and they try to get me to go onto that end. And I just don't, for me, it's not for me. I mean, I still have my 401k. I let it do what it needs to do, but I gamble a lot more in the crypto side because I understand it more.
Right. But it's all ebbs and flows. And, they say, I'm sure you guys have heard it. The person that makes the most money is the dead person that hasn't collected on his investment. And the more I learn and the more I look at crypto, it's the same as any other traditional investment. Ebbs and flows, life, ups and downs, highs and lows. And it always happens. And if it eventually gets too low where, it never comes back up, then you got bigger problems than your NFTs.
Yep.
And crypto. You're in, the Last of Us territory at that point.
Absolutely.
Do we have any guesses on how long these deep discounts will last? Because there are, I mean, I have a little bit of money that I could put in. Obviously, we're never going to time the bottom directly. But I will feel a bit remiss and a bit beside myself if I don't put it all in, and suddenly this is the start of the next bull market, and then do we have any idea on how long it might take?
Nobody has any idea, but I was just talking the other day. I bought at 00085. I got 00085. I would love to get 0007, 00054. That's what I would love to do, but I bought at 007. So why, if I'm willing to buy at 007, why am I not willing to buy at 005?
Right.
Yeah.
So I have every intention of accumulating until the Bitcoin halving happens. I will keep accumulating, keep doing it. That's a whole year for me to be able to accumulate. Because even if I'm buying at 007 again and it hits to 2 cents, there's profit there. So that's what I'm doing. So, I don't think anybody, you can talk to people that read charts, everything. Nobody knows what's going to happen. With everything that's going on right now with the inflation and all that, nobody knows.
What about you, Queen Vivi? What's your strategy?
I guess, Randy, my strategy is just to keep putting away my nuts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just buying my stuff and just putting it away for.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I can't even imagine sitting still at this point. When we were down in Tampa Bay, we were like, we're later, but I got time. I'm just buying and just putting it all, just putting it away.
Yep. Saving it for a rainy day.
08, people were panicking and going crazy with 401ks and taking it out these, 40, 50, 60% gouges. And I didn't know anybody. I just keep putting it in the same rate and ebb and flow,
So now that you've just gotten back from Florida, I've been discussing for a while leaving for Florida. Tammy's had it in her mind, juggling the idea. We have people saying Florida is the way. Would you live there? Will you come back from there and a fun vacation?
You know what? Florida is pretty much to me the only choice. And I don't know, unless you go, because Southwest water and serious heat, and dry heat, just whatever. And then you've got Texas and Alabama and all that. And I don't want to be there. And, I just don't, no. But Florida, it's beautiful. Now I would want north and south. I'd want to stay in PA in the summertime and go to Florida in the wintertime. But Florida seems like the right place to go. But, you better find a building that, is either built to withstand or be ready to lose it. That's the biggest drawback to me. But and I don't want to go out of the country because I just don't, I don't trust things enough in general. So I just don't. I'll go on vacation, but I want to buy. If I'm going to buy, I'm going to buy land probably in Florida. That's kind of what we've come up with. I don't know. What do you guys have?
Well, we were talking Vegas as well, and Watching Comics says that she's saying that
no.
She says Vivi is full of addictive people, reflects like in our marketplace. And I am
100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I am 100%. The only reason why I chose Vegas is Queen Vivi. I don't know if you know this, but I'm in the casino industry. So for my work, Vegas is just a choice where for me to go because I can get a job. I don't have to worry about a job. But Florida, they have Hard Rocks down there, so that's why I'm going back and forth.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, Lake Mead. Didn't that thing dry up so low that they found like bodies and cars? And
stuff? Yeah.
So I'm thinking no on the long term there because
but but they're saying I actually was talking to somebody about that is that there's those bodies probably mob day. I mean, and is the mob still involved there? Very well could be. But it's like when they would just, they saw somebody cheating and then they go take him out and guess where they ended up in Lake Mead. Yeah. So
So there's I've seen yesterday somebody, they didn't go crazy, maybe a little bit. They spent about $1,500 on the Moana drop.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Pokeswan or Poker Swan says that he's got 8K gems sitting in the app for 5 months. Maybe it's time to move with platinum. What has been the one drop that you guys have kind of like unloaded? Like, all right, shoot the load now, boys. Let's go.
Oh God.
Has it been multiple drops?
Well, yeah, the one that I freaking did that I shouldn't have done, and it was the worst thing ever, was the Coca-Cola drop, because the buy button was there, and I just kept hitting it, and it was the one, and it wasn't the one with the snow globes, it was the one with the orb and all that. Now those I sold at a loss. I kept the set. I kept the set, but I just sold because I kept pushing that button. Oh God, that was so horrible. I'm like, ugh.
I did that with the most recent Marvel Mighty set. I probably spent a good $600-700 on the original buy nows, and then buying all those Cassie Lang sub 100 mints. What about you, Queen Vivi?
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Let's see. Maybe there was only twice I broke the bank. Probably not broke the bank. I don't even want to say that. Lenticular was my most recent.
Okay.
Yeah, broke the bank. No, didn't break the bank. I spent 10 grand on too much.
Oh.
Like
Damn.
It was bad.
Damn.
It was bad. It was very bad. But you know what? You have wins, you have losses, right?
Right. Absolutely.
You have to, just like in a casino. You know what I mean? You have wins, you have losses.
Yeah.
But the one before that was Golden Moments. So, and of course, if I could have or would have AF15, but you know what I mean? Just
right.
It got to the point where, kept reassessing. The bags are packed. They're where I like them. Unless I really like it, I'm just going to, go for what I like start doing that for, you know what I mean? Like today, one Cookie Monster in the vault, out, done.
I didn't even go for the drop yet. I haven't even done the Cookie Monster yet.
I mean, I haven't. Just because of all the shit it started and all the craziness, like no matter what, Cookie Monster is going to mean something to me now.
Yeah. Well, no, like why?
Remember when people went ape shit because Cookie Monster became an NFT on Vivi? Laughing. I was like, yeah, look, I have it right here.
Yep.
I had such. I don't even want to say words because they're all of the people that I would have liked to at least try to get on the podcast just to ask them normal questions had all blocked me before I even had any words with them.
What?
So, did you guys see you guys read the Vanity Fair article? I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you look at the quoted tweets from that Vanity Fair article, it was filled with people saying Sesame Place is selling out. My childhood is over. My day is ruined. The world is going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
It's because they don't understand. They don't understand the space. They don't get it.
Agreed. And it's. I think there was I don't think they were dumb. I think this was how people I think can choose to be offended or choose to suffer when they don't have to. There were people that were a lot nicer than I was saying hey, listen, I agree that a lot of NFTs have, a net negative impact on the environment, but these ones actually don't because of X, Y, and Z. They're talking about being completely carbon neutral, buying carbon credits to offset what's not, comparing them to Funko Pops, whatever. So a lot of these people were hit with, in a very presentable way, facts about why these are actually good. They're, funds are going to help Sesame Street. And they would still say but they're stupid though, but they're ugly. And it's okay, that's fine. But I feel like a lot of these people, which were part of different communities where they don't like to have things assumed about them, they were being willfully ignorant on something where they were assuming things about this because of the NFT. It just got really weird. And I don't know. I feel like my relationship with a lot of those people is not good now, especially because watch. I don't know, how would you explain it to someone that, let's say, is college age that is concerned about the environment? How would you explain these? How would you sell these NFTs to them?
I don't think you can. because I talk to people every day, and everybody where I work knows I'm in this, and people believe what they're going to believe, and it doesn't matter how much I believe in something. I can't change that person's mind, and until, I mean, I'm in this for the long haul. So 3-5 years from now, when the Vivi verse is out and web, all that stuff is done, and they see where we're at, they're not going to understand. I mean, I have kids, I have it on both extremes. I have people that buy, customers that buy, and then I have other people that wouldn't touch crypto or NFTs with a 10-foot pole. And it doesn't matter what. I mean, I can tell them about Disney and all the Marvel and who's all in it. They don't care. It's just the stigma of them. The NFTs, which is why we call them digital collectibles now. It's just having that word with it.
Queen Vivi, do you have anything to add? Because I'm at a loss at this point.
I don't know. I haven't had to really, have that conversation face to face, and I think it's a lot different because you can hide, and that's what people are doing. They're hiding behind a computer. You're never going to know their name. They're those people. You can't even bother.
You can't. Yeah.
It's different when you're face to face with someone, and and once again, you have to presume this person is somewhat of a rational thinking being that can understand things, like carbon and carbon credits, and that whole foundation, for what that means to be carbon neutral, and that's not always easy. So
no.
I can't say because I haven't had to have that conversation over that aspect of an NFT. My conversations have been over more, why isn't it a JPEG? What makes it different?
Right.
That kind of stuff. I have not had to face anybody and got to have a conversation with them about that. It's always just been people who, you can put anything on there. Well, why do I believe that? Well, here's the video version. Well, you could have dubbed that. But okay, I give up. Doesn't mean that much to me to mean that much to you. Go away. So,
well, and then I have people that I know. They're like, well, why can't I take it off Vivi and put it onto OpenSea? So you have that aspect also, and it's like, my MetaMask wallet can get. I mean, and I do have 2 NFTs on OpenSea, but it's not. I understand interoperability and I get that, but at this point, with how many hacks have happened on, people lost their Bored Apes, all that kind of stuff, I am happy with keeping my stuff where it is.
Yeah. Have you guys seen that happen with Hero? I don't know if you guys are in Hero.
I'm not in Hero. I know people that have, and I haven't heard anything.
They're interoperable, and most times everything's fine, but I think like a couple people recently got phished or got scammed recently, and it's like, here's like, listen, we can't do anything, it's interoperable. It's like, I don't know, when we do get that interoperability, will you guys kind of move it to like a self-custody wallet? You keep it on. I'm going to keep myself on Vivi because I'd imagine you're going to get MCP points and benefits when it's on Vivi, and you're probably not going to get it, but
I probably will keep everything on Vivi. I have no reason why to. I mean, having the option to put it on my hard wallet, if that's an option, maybe if I have, like my Walt or something like that, but again, you're not going to earn the MCP or anything. So I will probably keep everything on Vivi.
Yeah. What about you, Lori?
Yeah, I think we'll keep it on Vivi. I can't see us pulling it out now.
Yeah.
That's not that's not to say though. And I think we'd have to have more clarification. If I have a collectible that's worth $1 million,
right.
A ledger possession, and it's truly worth $1 million. None of this, and somebody's going to pay $1 million,
right,
somewhere else. That might be a different.
Exactly. Yeah.
To talk about self custody, but right now, just given the prices and just the state of crypto in general, there's no need for it to go anywhere else. Not right now.
Yeah.
Not right.
Agreed.
In my mind. My husband, he had recently lost his wallet. Just wasn't, and done it 1,000 times and just was minting something and just, like it was one of those as you're doing it, kind of things. And,
Did he have his seed phrases? Does he have a seed phrase somewhere else so he can pull it up on the wallet?
I don't even, it was gone. It was gone though. Everything was just, I don't even recall what,
This is the reason why I asked you. Is my ex recently, well, not recently, he threw his Trezor. We use Trezors instead of ledgers. But he threw it away. Something happened, and I actually had a copy of the seed phrase because it used to be mine. I bought a newer one, gave him my old one. So I had a copy of the seed phrase. I literally just went yesterday to his house, and he bought a new Trezor, and I was able to recover all the old coins and then get all of his OMI off of Bitforex. I did it all for him.
No, his stuff was stolen. It was taken.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
It was taken.
Oh.
Yeah, he went in and boom, gone, everything. And we actually tried to file a few things. And, thing is autograph. One of the other things autograph allowed you to take it and put it on your MetaMask. So he had his autograph huddle passes. He had 2. He had bought them. Had them on his MetaMask and gone. And, went back kind of to autograph and said, and they're like,
yeah, there's nothing, they won't do anything. Yeah.
We love you guys. Thanks for, buying, but oh, well, your fault. And it's like, 100% it's our fault. And, then a couple other things. And then it ultimately got to where they're like, well, first go file a police report at your local police station.
And as soon as you say crypto at a police station, they're looking at you like you're crazy.
I have this huddle pass and it's an NFT. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we just, let it go. And that is one of the nice, that's one of the nice things about Vivi is that's, right now it can't happen.
So have you, Queen Vivi, have you thought about like your will, that kind of thing, what you're going to do with your, because I have grandchildren. So I think about that now. And I've got a crypto tax accountant does all my crap. I'm very transparent because I don't want 5-10 years from now them say the IRS say I owe money. So I've got that taken care of. But now I'm trying to think about what am I going to do with all of my crypto, my NFTs, all of that, my hard wallet. How are my kids or my grandkids going to figure out how to get into it? Have you thought about that yet?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We have plans for that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm working on that now.
And he knows enough to know too. Like my son actually asked me that one day. He's like, hey, if something happens to you guys, do I get your Vivi collection?
See, and that's great that he had that because my kids are in their 20s and they don't want anything to do with this. So they know nothing. They don't understand. They don't get it. They don't want nothing to do with it. My oldest granddaughter, who's 8 now, she is all about it. So I'm teaching her, but I have to, that's what I'm in the process of doing.
I would recommend a safe deposit box. They're cheap. They're really cheap. Yeah.
And put everything in there. Yeah.
Put everything in there with explicit instructions. And at worst case, they take this to an attorney who, or somebody that can, take this somewhere. But yeah, I think it was David or Alex had mentioned too that, they've had people come to them that said, my husband, my wife, whatever, they died.
Wow.
We need the account. So, that's going to happen.
Exactly.
Divorces. What's going to happen then?
Right.
What's the, like the judge is going to have to say, like,
well, it's funny because my ex, I got him into Vivi and he wanted to do this all together. I'm like, oh, no. This is after I had already had like 3/4 of my, assets, I'm like, yeah, no, I'll set you up, but you can do your own thing. And now we're not together, which I'm very grateful, but I'm not combining any of that. Nope, I'm good.
Yeah. Do you guys remember, Lori just created, or she got me to like brain blast into a core memory where if it was an episode like Judge Judy or whatever, this couple was fighting over Beanie Babies, and this happened like I don't know, like 15,
God.
20 years ago, and they had to go up like in actual court of law and split. Like, I want this one, I'm taking this one. It was heckin' wild.
Yeah. No, if I have no intention of getting married again. I mean, if it happens, it happens. But yeah, prenup. Nope. I'm like, you're not getting my stuff. Yeah. No.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's going to be, I mean, I hate to say it, but, there's going to be things lost, forever.
Yeah.
And I'm still hoping those botted account collectibles are lost forever. I mean, does that make me, greedy? And maybe.
Absolutely. But it's okay.
Rarity is rarity. Bye-bye 16,000 Spider-Man. Go away. Don't come back now.
Yep.
You said you hate to say it. I'd love to say it.
I'm greedy. 100%.
Like
well, and I mean people forgetting about it, people dying. I mean, all those things are just going to make my assets more valuable.
And that's ultimately what we're here for, is for our assets to be valuable. That's what we want. I mean, I know it's a collector's app, and I get that. But ultimately, 10 years from now, I'm hoping that my assets are worth a lot more than when I bought them.
Absolutely. I mean, yes, you collect things you like, but it's also a matter of you don't want to, you're not stupid. What
Absolutely.
I mean, I think everyone collects with a belief. Stamp collectors, coin collectors. I mean, yes, they love the stamps and the coins, but do they also take profit and sell and move? Of course they do. I mean,
100%.
That's part of collecting. The best collector can live off collecting, right, Randy?
Yeah, right.
Yep. Still living off my Pokemon stories and all that jazz.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Randy, I'm gonna let you go because I gotta go use the restroom. But thank you for having me on. Nice meeting you, Queen Vivi, and I will come on anytime you want. Okay, Randy.
Yeah, thanks for sitting in your car for like an hour and a half to come in.
Yeah.
And,
I got heated seats. We're good. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
So
how'd you guys meet, Randy?
She is Vivi Fam Bam's friend. Fam Bam brought her to Designer Con last year, and we met there. And at the time, she was just one of the people that was there. Mm-hmm. And then throughout the next, I think like couple of months, whatever, she mentioned that she was she used to be a blackjack dealer, poker dealer, and she worked in casinos. She's like, oh, I go to casinos like all the time, love this stuff. And she's been on the podcast where she has some crazy stories about weird, violent, awesome stuff that happens in casinos. Have to have security be called. There's like reasons why they have to have like metal detectors. It's absolutely insane. Yeah. So she's got a pretty wild life. And then just being into Vivi's awesome as well. So.
Yeah. Oh, you know who else has some good stories? My aunt was a 911 operator, and oh man, she had some stories as well. Heard pretty much anything and everything you could imagine, and most the stuff that makes you laugh though is truly laughable stuff. It's not the bad stuff, but
so I'm guessing a lot of those stories. Tell us a funny one.
Oh my gosh. The one where somebody calls and tells on themselves, like, I'm drunk and I'm driving down the road, and like those kind of stories. Like, I'm calling to report a drunk driver myself. It's like, oh my god, well, pull over. Like, what do you say to somebody that's sitting there telling you that? Like, well, pull over.
Do you go on TikTok a lot?
No, I don't. I catch a few. I see you do a couple slices of some of your moments and put them on there.
Some of them are, I feel like most of them aren't even Vivi related. It's just random stuff that happens to me during like my life. Like I live in like a fairly wooded area, and have you seen Lord of the Rings?
Oh yeah, but it's been a while.
So you'll probably remember this line. It was really windy. leaves are falling, wind's blowing in my face, and it was cold. So I like wrapped my hoodie around me, and I was like, they're taking the hobbits to Isengard. As I like run to my car, and then I realized that there's like the neighbor is across the street, like outside, like smoking on her porch, and I was like, and then I just go into my car. I was like, guys, you'll never guess what happened. She's still looking at me. Yeah.
I've been there. Oh, geez. Oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
No, I have some news though.
Oh yeah, go.
So David got back to me on what he's going to donate for the spring charity, Queen's Court.
Okay.
And it's going to be one of his very own Vivi logos, card, and an NFT.
Do we know what number it is, or it's an unredeemed?
Well, I tried. I said, is this one that you swiped from Dan? And he doesn't know about. And he's like, it is, and he doesn't need to know a thing.
Well, okay. I don't think Dan's going to be watching an hour 55 into this.
So I don't know. He said it was from his own collection. So
okay. All right. So what?
We got to see what he has.
All right. So there is a potential for a sub 100. I didn't know if it was going to be like a sub 41, but all right. So when is that? When is this? When is the chart? How do we compete? How do we?
I don't know. I'm still working on it.
Okay. Could you tell Al that I sent him an email a couple of times about the toy box thing that we're doing that me and Brittany made for him. I've called and messaged him a couple of times. He'll be like, "Hey, I'll call you back." 4 weeks later, hasn't called me back. So I was like, okay, he probably just forgot.
I was like the market. He ebbs and he flows.
He'll call me like 3 times in 1 week, and then radio silence for like ever. I was like, oh man.
Yeah, he'll call, and sometimes we'll be on the phone for like a long time, and then other times he'll be like, "Hey, yes, got, yep, bye." I'm like,
yeah,
okay. Yeah, that's how. I think he's just really busy. But yeah, we're gonna be going to New York probably in April. So
okay. Oh, wait, when in April? Do we know?
No, I need to work. I'm a little bit behind. Tampa kind of got me a little bit. You know what I mean? Getting ready for all that. So now I'm working on April.
Okay. I will be in Mexico mid-April. I should be free late and early April. So if you could make it not between the 13th and the 18th,
okay,
that'd be great. Totally come visit.
I think Easter's the 9th. I think that's Easter. So it definitely won't be then. So probably the week, probably later anyways, probably like the third week.
Okay. All right. That'd be cool. Later in the third week would be dope.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
But
so out of all the places that we're pretty sure we're going this year, San Diego, New York, and then California for Designer Con. So because New York and San Diego ComicCon, Designer Con out in Cali, there's potential. I think that's really suggested with the Vivi or the Disney Platinum moments that we might actually go to California for D23. Which of those places would you want to go to? Would you go to all of them? Would you go to half? Which one?
I will go to New York. After that, I don't know. I'm thinking I would really like to go to the Anaheim D-Con for sure, or Disney Con D23. Jeez, oh man, so many things.
Need a Gatorade?
D23. Yeah, I think that would be cool. I've never been. Have you?
No. I would love. You know Steph, right? Sometimes Steph.
Steph.
She's wanted to go. I would totally bring her, because she's wanted to go for like a while. I would totally bring her to do that. That'd be fun. If we go there, I'll bring her.
Yeah, if Vivi was there, I'd want to go there. Now D-Con, I mean, it's hard if you have the logo, right? Like.
Oh yeah, you got to go to D-Con if you have the logo.
Like you got to go to D-Con if you have the logo.
You get the stuff.
You get the stuff. and New York's in my backyard. So I don't know, Randy. I don't know.
Wherever Sanjay goes, we have to go. Each one of them.
I know. Sanjay's the party guy.
Oh, I love him so much. He's who in the Vivi fam have you not met yet that you like want to go and have a beer with or hang out with that you don't have to necessarily drink with?
Oh my gosh. That's so strange because I've met with like so much of the Vivi fam. You know what I mean? Like I'm sitting here I'm going through all the names of everybody, and it's like, I'm obviously hang out with you and Sean and Foster, and like David, Dan, Reese, Al I haven't hung out with yet.
Yeah,
but I don't. God, people in the Vivi fam, I hung out with fam, but God, I don't know, Randy. I probably some of our international people. There's some people. There's Becca. There's a few people that I didn't get to go to London Decon, but God, I got to meet everybody. I got to meet Taps. I got to I feel like we've between New York and Decon, it pretty much hit most of the fam. I don't know who's left for you.
I didn't go to London either.
Sanjay. I got to meet.
Yeah, I didn't go to London either. I would say, I haven't seen Eva. She's from Viviversity. Haven't met her yet. There's speaking of Taps, there's people keep messaging me about Taps, and most of the messages or half the messages like, is Taps okay, whatever.
Yeah.
And then some of the messages are like, they know Taps is getting married, and like that's why he's been away because he's planning a wedding and stuff. And they're like, you're gonna stop the wedding, right? Like he doesn't, like he should be free, like for everyone. I was like, guys, I don't. So that's a weird one. I don't know if Taps knows that that's happening. I haven't told them that they want him to say a bachelor for themselves.
I don't know. I'm not gonna comment on that.
Fanny Carbonell I haven't met yet. She's really cool. She's really fun. And Jesse the Harvesting Frog, they're both friends. He's a cool dude too. I'd meet. I guess I would also like to meet some of the same people, but in different settings. Like I would like to, instead of meeting someone for like 3 minutes, I would like to go and hang out with people for, like an hour or two and have like a beer and like actually get, instead of just being like, oh, hey, how's it going? And then, see them again like 3 months later.
I love New York though, because I felt like New York was intimate and it was fun. At least, you know what I mean? Like I've got to spend like really good quality time with people. I feel like in New York, between Sanjay's party, between our dinner the night before, you know what I mean? I got to sit down and talk with people like on the rooftop. There was just a lot more. Decon was way more spread out. I don't know. It was spread out. It wasn't as intimate. There were so many more people there. You know what I mean? I felt like when we were on the rooftop, it kind of forced more, you know what I mean? Whereas at the bowling alley, it was great. Or Dave and Buster's was great and everything, but.
Yeah, rooftop, that was Friday, right? The rooftop?
Yeah.
Yeah, Friday. That was like the first major day because people were like, on Thursday, maybe that was their travel day, and that was a live stream. That was oh my god, that was so much fun. That was probably my favorite night. Was that day?
That was my favorite night as well too. That was a good night, and just hanging out with Dan and Dan's wife and Reese, and they were just having a good time. Totally accessible. That is one thing that like even at this autograph event. Yeah, I got to, go up and hug Tom Brady and do that. But I mean, there was not much access at all. You know what I mean? Everything was very like, it's not like he just like went out into the crowd and was just like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just gonna, no, it wasn't like that. So, that's kind of how it was like with, they were just part of the crowd, I think, that night in New York. So that's going to be tough to match,
That's true. That was because I was coming from dinner. And I felt like a celebrity going to the rooftop bar because everyone was messaging me like, oh, hey, like, everyone's here. When's everyone coming? So I
Yeah.
was walking there with people, including Ron English, and he like got recognized by this like group of people, like, "Oh my God, is that Ron English? Yo, is that Ron English?" And he just gave a little, and then he just kept walking. It's like
Yeah.
she was such a boss, such a gangster.
Yeah. No, that was absolutely a fun party.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good. And you're right too. As soon as David and Dan walked through the door, everyone was just like, "Rah!" And everybody just went crazy. And it was just a fun night. It was a good time. So it's going to be tough. Gosh, next year it's going to be tough because I don't know if we'll continue to have that intimacy or not, but we'll see.
Yeah. I would like to, if Taps isn't going, I would like to room with Foster, but not in the same bed. I would like to go and have a separate bed. I'll room with Foster, but that would be slightly better.
Well, I'll tell you what else I enjoyed too. The McFarland party was really nice. I mean, they were great over there. Todd was so nice, and they just had swag bags just full of toys, and the food was wonderful. So after we left Todd's party, we left the party to come over and meet you at the bar
Oh yeah,
that night.
that was
And
a fun night too. That was Thursday.
yeah, that was the night
Yeah.
before. But I had a really good time there too. I mean, it was really nice. Todd was really nice guy, So New York was pretty fun. I don't know. I might go back this year and just be so disappointed. That's what I'm afraid of now. Like I'm gonna go back this year and I'm gonna be like,
Oh, we
really
had
Sanjay the same rooftop. Like,
oh, I remember Thursday being so hectic for me because I had to go. Well, we had that. No, the whale dinner was on Wednesday. And I remember having to run to like the Flatiron building because that's where one of my friends, he was supposed to come to dinner, he couldn't go. That's where one of the offices were. I had to run there. I had to run back somewhere. I was like sweating, and then I don't know what I was doing before I got to that bar with you, but it was just oh yeah, I had to meet. I think you met Juan and Greg that night, right?
yeah.
And I didn't, but it was great that we all got together and we are all able to share that one meal thing. But I was like, I had so many different meetings that day, and I was like, ugh. But so I'm thankful everyone was chill. I'm like, oh yeah, let's all make it one big party.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. Yeah, that was good. I had a good night that night. So
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the year, what the year brings. But yeah, I had a good time. So, and yeah, like I said, we're gonna have to find out what which one David's donating. I don't know, but we'll have to work on that. But I will definitely let Al know.
Keep me posted on that, and yeah, thanks for the thing with Al. So if it push comes to shove, when you have that option of like, hey, I could buy a couple million more Omi, especially if the price goes down, or I can go to this event. The event and you get more. I wouldn't blame either one. I understand 100%. There's always going to be more events. Maybe not always, but then also the more events that happen, they'll probably be more and more crowded. These events being intimate probably might not last too much longer.
Yeah, I hear you. Randy, I don't need much. I don't need $150 million to start a wildlife conservation. I mean, like my dreams are more just like, just be comfortable. You know what I mean? Just be comfortable, not have to worry. So I don't focused maybe as you do. Like I like to travel and I like to go, but I also like to save. So, truthfully, I would probably split it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'd go one trip and then maybe not go, all four,
Yeah.
Yeah, half and half. Like, I know that there's people that say, no, you only live once, go to everything you can do. I'm not going to do that either. You still got to kind of, but I'm not going to like sit back and eat, eat peanuts for 10 years to hope to eat filet every day. No, you know what I mean? I'm going to eat hamburger, so, but yeah, I'd do both, but probably 2 events next year, I'd say. But I'm going to do more. We're going to probably do more vacations too. It's time to get back to to vacation again, you know.
I'll let you know when the sanctuary's finished and your husband can go make love with the giraffes, and they'll have a moment with each other.
So creepy. I know all my lights are going out, or I don't have my lights on. It was so bright in here earlier that I had to turn the light out because the sun was coming right in my eyes.
Oh yeah, so I was wondering why you're wearing the glasses. Like, my
eyes, you know, I have eye issues, and oh my goodness, the sun was so bright and it was coming right in on my eyes, and I'm like, oh man. So, but yeah, he's probably going to be coming home. But yeah, that damn giraffe, just oh my god, I fell in love with him. So,
that's so cute.
If that would have been a woman, there would have been problems.
So out of all the ones that we might get, Snow White, Tinkerbell, Dumbo, Simba, all of these particular ones at the platinum one, would you want any of these to have? Out of which ones would you want the most to have animation? Because right now the Cookie Monster is one of the best animations that we have on it right now. It's really cool. For this one, would you want Simba roaring? Would you want Tinkerbell doing her wand thing? Dumbo flying? What have you?
I'm not much of a Tinkerbell or a Dumbo kind of girl, so yeah. Okay, wait. What's the fourth choice again?
Simba or Snow White? Snow White, I feel like
Snow White. I'm gonna have to, right? Because in order for there to be evil, there has to be good, and I'm the evil queen. So I feel like I'm stuck. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
So, you know, where there is dark, there, you know, there has to be light. So I'm going to go with Snow White.
That's fair. What's up, Jordan? I vote. So I've always, not that I wanted to be like, I love animals. I love Animal Planet. I love lion documentaries. And I don't know. I love the fact that lions are just so bad. Like they just go in, they wreck hyenas, and they're just powerful beings.
And they're cats.
Cats are great. I love
cats.
I love cats too. My friend Morgan lives in Las Vegas. She breeds Savannah cats, and they're like, have you seen those?
No.
Oh, I gotta see if I can find the picture. They are, I don't even know what they're gonna take a look like. It is, no, that's her fish book. They're like, have you ever seen Bengals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, are they house cats?
Yeah. But they're like big house cats. They're like,
ooh,
you might not be able to tell with that one, but they get up to like 40 pounds.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're pretty huge.
Oh, I need yeah, my when we were looking at the cheetahs yesterday, they had put the they said it's the largest cat that can purr. And they put like the microphone up to it and it purred just like a damn cat. It was, but only way louder. But which mine are looking at me now like, hey, are you going to feed me? But I need to get going before, you know, all the lights go off on me.
Okay.
It was fun talking, and we will definitely talk soon. And oh my gosh, I'm serious. I'm getting like, there's cats all around me right now. It's like you summoned some Randy.
Pick one up. Show the people. Give the people what they want.
Okay, come on.
Show them your cat.
Okay, wait, where?
Sounded a little weird.
That sounded dirty, Randy.
I swear it's not a big kitty.
I shall show you my pussy cat. Oh, this one.
Oh, baby, hi.
This one is Bongo. My son named. I call her Lucifer. She's the bad one. She's the one that likes to terrorize all the other cats, but not because she's mean. She's bored. You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, she's the cat that can open the door. She's the cat that, like, there'll be treats and they're in a plastic container, and she knows that if she just knocks them down the stairs, they'll go everywhere and she'll have unlimited treats. You know, my other cats just look at them. You know what I mean? Like they just look at them, not her. So I think she's really, really smart, and that's why she's terrorizes. So.
Oh, that's amazing. Good times.
All right.
Thank you for coming on. You have a good one.
You too, Randy.
And we'll talk soon.
Okay, all right.
Bye. Yeah. I'll get Back to some comments. I love the Ron Paul Revolution sticker you got there. The collectibles are going to be integrated with Omi token eventually. As of now, the app itself obviously does not use much carbon. Agreed, and they also use those things to offset the carbon. I can still see you. I don't know if you. I don't know if you know.
I'm trying to get out.
Okay.
Let's try this.
I can kick you off stream. I feel like that. I'll do that. I'll do the remove. There we go. Okay. Carl R says, give me some utility. So again, I have this $5,000 bet with a buddy of mine. She is one of the more, I don't want to say outspoken fudsters, because she's not really active on Twitter. She's not really active, but she's like very beside herself that she did not take profit. She's one of these whales that she has almost as much as me, but she had bought at 4 zeros. So when she goes and she buys 4 zeros, and she was a millionaire, you know, when we were way up. She might have been multi-million. No, not multi, but she was, when we were at 1.2 cents, she was like, I was going to sell at 2 cents. I was going to sell, you know, whatever. We never got there. And she held all the way down. So obviously she, you know, with that, she's like, empty promises, whatever. So not that I bet for utility, I bet that we're going to have at least one exchange. She said KuCoin, or no, yeah, the KuCoin, Binance, or Coinbase. She says we won't get one of them by the end of the year. I said, I bet we will. And, you know, we'll see. You know, we'll see. So I don't think they're going to list on these exchanges unless they have some form of utility for the Omi token. So if I go and I'm putting my money where my mouth is, I'm hoping here. Mini Bars, Vivi is collapsing right in front of our eyes. In what way is Vivi collapsing right in front of our eyes? Because you have over the last 3 days, you know, we made about $35,000 with the stamps that sold out. Granted, they didn't sell out right away. The stamps they were around for like 7, 8, 10, 20 minutes, whatever they were, but they did sell out. And then, because it's $6 for a whole set, and people, you know, eventually, at first they were only selling for like $4, and everyone was like, see, they were selling $6, FUD. And they're all over retail now. They sold out. They were up to like $7.50. They were almost $8. But $35 just on the primary, $35,000 on the primary. And then yesterday we had about another 30,000, maybe even close to 35,000 on the primary for Moana. And then today with the Cookie Monster drop, you have, I haven't checked in a while. I guarantee you it's over 100,000. I guarantee you it is somewhere. Let's check the partner statue real quick. Partner statue still at $2,500. Actually, let's take a look, see what it, $2,550 actually. And I want to check the Vivi logo again real quick, because they kind of go neck and neck, and this one's at $25.99. But let's take a look at Sesame Street here. We have 36.32. So if we go and we take 54.65 minus 36.32, we get 18.33. Multiply it by 60. You have $109,980. The next one that sells will put us over that $110,000 mark. You're looking at, just in primary sales, about $200,000 in 3 days. That's really not bad. I don't know what the gem sales have been, but you usually have around 1 million or so gem sales each week. Comment down below, Minty Burns, any other platform that's doing close. Everyone's saying like, oh, yo, Quid's got money. Quid's coming from behind. Quid has made, I think, about $50,000 in revenue all of last month. We beat that in 1 day. Like, don't at me here. I don't care who Quid is paying. I don't care who is on Quid's payroll. You cannot make up for from $50,000 in gems in $50,000 in revenue for the company of Quid in February, making up to $1 million in gem sales each week for Vivi. You just can't make that up. And when I say make it up, I mean, I don't mean like you can't actually make it up. Everything's made up. But I mean, like, you can't go and make up that difference of $950,000 from a month to a week's revenue. It's just, again, where's the competition? Where I've heard this all before on Tesla. It's like, oh, competition's coming. I've been hearing that for 5 years, 10 years now. Competition ain't coming. You had recently had Meta go and say, we're going to step away from NFTs and just focus on the metaverse, which I don't know how they're going to whip out a metaverse when there's no, I don't know how they're going to whip out a metaverse when they're stepping away from NFTs. Are all their stuff just going to not be on the blockchain? I think it's a really stupid move, but whatever. Yeah, we're no competition is coming for Vivi for a long time. Veve says, Marry, kill David Dan Reese. I cannot answer that question, but I'm gonna take a picture of that because that is funny as fudge. Gonna just right there. That's a good one. Oh God, excuse me. Hiccups. Yeah. Always fun to you go kick. Yep, in the room. Yep. Okay. All right. There we go. Moving on. Tammy Hannah says on the poker table now, but I'm still listening. Oh hey yo. Thank you for being here, Tammy Hannah. And thank you for going and what's that called? Being a guest and speaking and doing all things. A body. Okay. A butt. Sorry. I've been sitting for a while, so I'm gonna. Oh, my elbow. Oh, get up and not cramp myself. Ooh. Oh, there's a Snow White as well. Where's your like animalistic pride? Simba. He roars. Damn it. He's king of the jungle. Sorry, I know he's no Mufasa. Nobody's Mufasa, but yep. Snow White. That says awesome meeting Queen Vivi. Yeah, she's great. Queen Vivi is just absolute amazing person. She was very coy. She was playing very coy when I asked when's Tom Brady coming on the Queen's Court. I feel like Tom Brady might get on the Queen's Court. That'd be pretty dope. I gotta tell my friends about that because that's really fun. Keepers of kitties. I know. Oh, dude, I'm so freaking jealous. A friend of mine just got a cat, and again, the cat distribution theory. Go on TikTok, search the cat distribution theory. It's a real thing. I swear, it's real. And it's beautiful. Anyway, and so he says, "That's my bongo. That is your bongo. I'm quite jealous that you have kitty. I have a bunny over there. Well, it's not my bunny. It's my friend's bunny. They're just away for the week, and I'm taking care of the bunny. It's been a good time." He goes, "Yo, Rando, if you look at the Pandora 100-year celebration Disney charms, they're dropping this year. I'll bet that's what Vivi's going to drop. You heard it here first." I actually heard that a couple of times. Being messaged to me on Twitter, on text, let me show you the screenshot. You've got Mickey, Minnie, Donald. Is that Alice from Alice in Wonderland? Cool. You got Dumbo, Tinkerbell, Winnie the Pooh, Stitch, Simba. Who is that? Is that Elsa? Is that Elsa? I can't make out who that is. Anyway, then you have freaking Grogu. You got Baby Yoda over there, which is heckin'. Oh my god, Platinum Baby Yoda would break the freaking app. That would. Oh my good golly gosh. You have Chewbacca. You have the little Mexican boy from that little Mexican movie. You have Nemo, which is cool, and then you have Woody. These would not be so bad. So figure if we have 4 collectibles in this first series, then they would have 1, 2, 3. Well, actually, there's 15 of them here. Oh well, that's just the picture that we have here. Let's take a look at Disney Platinum Collection. Let's see how many they actually have. Oh, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit's in that? Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. All right, officialshopdisney.com. And so, where's the Platinum Collection though? What is this? All right, I'm gonna search Platinum. Okay, and maybe, just maybe, I will get something. Okay, yeah, that's definitely Elsa. Oh, there's a Spider-Man. There's a Captain Marvel, which is cool. There's so many. I don't know. I need to find a place where all of the platinum moments are there at once. Okay, hold on. Disney Platinum. I'll put moments. Moments. Okay, here we go. Oh, hey, look. If you type in Disney Platinum Moments, the first YouTube video is me. That's so cool. That's amazing. Oh my, I'm taking a picture of that. That is sorry. That is so heckin' cool. I just wow. I gotta post this on Facebook. This is wild, and Google be wilding right now. I just typed in Disney Platinum Moments into Google, and And the first video that's shown on Google, on LGoog, is me. It's a live stream I'm still doing. Come join and be a part of history. Okay, all right. We're gonna do the. I'm gonna paste the actual video here. Clipboard. Do I not have the actual freaking? Oh no, I guess I don't. Okay. Oh my God, Timon and Pumbaa's at 40 gems. The fudge out of here. That doesn't make sense. I mean, I guess it does, but not really. We're gonna go history. We're gonna go paste. Okay, pasting that. We're going. Next, share. Okay. Where was I? Manhunt says they've only dropped Oswald and Cinderella cart she sat in Australia. They said more coming throughout the year. Oh, okay. All right. Now, ladies. Yeah. Lend me some sugar. I am your baby. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Wow, Timon and Pumbaa do be at 40 though. That's wild. They're so low. Raythax thing. Randy has a platinum heart as he is the best ambassador. Oh, Raythax, I freaking love you, man. Thank you for being here twice in one day. Raythax, you want to come on the podcast? Text me. Let me know. Tell us all about the amazing things you've done with Axie Infinity and ETH domains and all that jazz. Well, thank you for that. I'm super happy that we got somebody. And Pooh, Winnie the Pooh's at 51. Hey, look, there's me down there. Yeah, Winnie the Pooh be at 51. Let's take a look at some of the. Let's take a look at some of the ones that are not that. Let's take a look at. Oh, there's Cookie Monster. Okay, we're gonna go to the brands. We're gonna go to Disney, and we're gonna go to their golden moments. Let's take a look at Walt again. Let's see what he's at. Walt be at 25 hundo, 25.50. I have a couple of ones that are, because I actually have a couple of these, not the Waltz. Oh God, what? Somebody actually asked me before, what would you get? It was a partner statue or a Vivi logo. The message is too far back now. It was in a group chat, but you have I put it like this. I said, listen, what does this person, because they had about $2,600, like what do they value most? It's like Jack Sparrow going to you with the compass that doesn't point north, but it points to what you want most. Like, what does your friend want most? And it's like, if they are an extroverted person that like being around people and like being around part of a group, and they like being around, and they like getting utility. If utility is important to them, and they like free stuff, that logo is your best bet, because you're part of an exclusive group, which is part of a bigger group in the Vivi umbrella. They have every single in-person event, they have a thing where they give away a collectible, they give away a physical item, and then you have utility on top of that with parties and stuff. And then you have this. You have the first appearance of Walt, and we've seen a bunch of Mickeys. We ain't seen no other Walt yet. Probably the only Walt we're gonna get. And what you have that is just. I did a video of what are the top 5 collectibles for RY that are grails, and the normal was in there: Secret Rare Spider-Man, the Todd, the Riso. I gave mention as to why I did not put in the Secret Rare Miles Morales. I was already at like 12 or 13 grand, whatever it was. It's already 5 figures. I was like, that'll do great, but it's a lot, and it might only do like a 10x, whatever. If you have the other ones were the partner statue and the Vivi Gold and Silver logo. I think the Vivi Gold and Silver logo will do more with less, 10 to 12, maybe 15x. But I think that partner statue does like I don't know, a 30x. Bring us a 75k. Like that partner statue, in my opinion, and this is without utility at all. I don't think you need utility. I feel like there's a very small, minute, but loud minority of people that say like, "Yo, give me utility. I care about utility." Yeah, a lot of Web3 cares. I think Web2 cares about utility. You think most people 35, 40 years and older care about utility? No, because a lot of these people that are older millennials or Gen X and older, they don't want something for nothing. Is it cool when you get it? Yeah, absolutely. But they're not expecting something for nothing. A lot of these people in Web3, which tend to be millennials and younger, I feel like they expect something for nothing. And when we have a lot of these Web2 brands that are getting into Web3, they're just not going to do that. Did Disney comply and they say, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to give you the Disney D if you get the Aladdin lamp. Cool. That's great. Fantastic. How many of those are they going to do? And are they going to do those retroactively? I don't know. But like I said, I don't think they need to do that for the partner statue to go 30x. And it's like, Chavez, that's $75,000. You have pictures of rocks that are worth, 6 figures each. Why? Maybe a little bit of money laundering, maybe whatever, but it's because people, they just think differently in this particular field. And when you go and you have crypto pay in for everybody, not just for the Vivi fam, but I mean for everyone, not just for beta testers. I mean everyone in the world. And suddenly someone says, "Oh, I could just put in this much ETH, and I can get these things called gems, cool, whatever, their version of stablecoin, what have you, and I can go get this partner statue for a couple ETH." That is nothing to these people. This is going to go, in my opinion, extraordinarily high. And again, I do not have a partner statue. I should probably get one, but I don't believe these platinum moments take anything away from that. And thank you, Ray, for that. I forget where I was going with this. The card just sat in there. I forget what the question was. I was saying, "Yo, Todd's at 755," and man, Todd's at 755. I want so many of these things. I want this has further utility and gets a. Oh damn! I got an Omi Army hat from Kryptonian, my man, my heckin' bay. Congrats, this has further utility, goes 30% off the physical hat. It's also interoperable, can pull right into spatial showcase in 3D. That is dope. That is a dope project. Hello, Skinny Pete. I hope you're doing well. I think I could use a haircut if you want to go and flex your stuff. All right, Bitcoin or Omi? This is a really, really hard one because I was like, whoa, Chavez, don't you think Bitcoin might not be $1 million until like 2030? Which is roughly like a 35x from where it is right now, as opposed to Omi that you think will do 100x in 2 years. Yes, that has been my previous notion up until yesterday, when I saw people literally betting $1 million that Bitcoin would be $1 million 90 days after hyperinflation is announced. And that's if we even have hyperinflation. Trueflation has been going down. Like this is. I feel like this is above my pay grade here. I want to say that that's not going to happen. Like, even if hyperinflation does happen, which, let's face it, it's happened before. Even if that does happen, banks do collapse, banks, whatever. $1 million Bitcoin is ridiculous. Like that is that, and that I don't think that would last. Do not think that would last. Tesla's valuation go through the roof. They have a whole bunch of Bitcoin. I would right now, give me $1,000. I'll put 500 into each. Because what happens? I mean, either I'm right, and Bitcoin does not go to $1 million. It goes to 30K, maybe comes down a little bit, retrace. It goes, whatever. It does something relatively normal. In which case, okay, the $500 is not wasted. I still get some of it. Or if I'm wrong, and Bitcoin goes to $1 million, and it does a 35x. Okay, well, they put in $500, and that's what was that, 15,000, and then 35, 25. So it's $17,500. Cool. I'll totally do that. Probably should do that now. I feel like Bitcoin's gone up so much. Maybe I should do it now. Then I have a bunch of Anchor too, and I kind of want to. Anchor's only at 36 or 3.6 cents. Let's see what the Bitcoin's at. Whatever happens with the price of Omi, long term, yeah, gonna outperform most everything that you see on there. But that being said, I don't believe that happens for a couple of months. I think Omi needs more utility. I think Omi needs to get on exchanges, and they need to market the token. And they're not going to do that in the course of 2 weeks. They might do that in the course of a couple months or a couple quarters. I'm literally betting 5K they do it by the end of this year, but But again, you have people betting $1 million that it is going to. So clearly, you're not if you have $1 million to bet, you're not a dumb person. Like you've done something right in your life. Your IQ is high enough. You've done something to get that amount of money. And Vivi just tweet. Sorry. Oh, hello. Very excited to introduce Disney Platinum Moments. All right, so they're doing a blog reveal tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh man, I'm gonna be so freaking busy tomorrow. So we have Vivi saying, "You got questions, we've got answers." Very excited to introduce Disney Platinum Moments in celebration of Disney 100. Join us at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Disney Platinum Moments blog reveal. So I guess the Medium article and this will be happening at the same time. Quote tweet. Let's speculate speculate what is going to be announced. Come hang and ask me anything. By the way, Foster Hill to be here at some point tonight. So he'll just keep me all posted. Clipboard. There we go. There we go. Retweet. View tweet. Send now. Okay, we're good. That's dope. And Foster, I definitely want to know Foster's stuff there. Because he always has a good mind, good brain for this type of stuff. He knows. Okay. Where was I? Was see my message last night about the $6 thing? No. What is a $6 thing? Why didn't I see that last night? All right, hold on. What was last night? Last night was checking on US 20,000 in a PS coin. Bitcoin. Yep. Regular Saturday. Okay. Implications. Because of the implication. I did not. Oh wait, hold on. Yes. I saw that and I responded saying I'd have caused them pain if that were to happen. Yeah. Early years. Okay, insane. Wheel laptop. Wonder where it is. YouTube saying your bank is in trouble. That's great. Well, duh. That was great. Did we just tweet about space? Yes, they did. They did tweet about spaces tomorrow. We're gonna go back to the beginning. Tinkerbell or Platinum Elsa? Yeah, they're I take both of those too. We're getting to the point now where people are making some gains in the market. What are people doing? Well, I'll tell you what they're not doing. They're not making marks on my friend's kitchen counter. Okay, there we go. People spend. When you have found money, people spend. Can't blame them for it. Won't make a statue. Never got the buy button. Rip. Sorry. It's amazing. Something for 10. Something for 5 figures is a lot. In the pay gap. What if there's a Partners Platinum? There won't be. I guarantee you right now there will not be a Partners Platinum statue. Also, I wonder who's going to be in the space tomorrow, because David and Dan, as far as I know, are still in Asia. I won't say what part of Asia, but they are in Asia, or they were. I don't know if they're back yet. I don't think they'll be in. I think you might have the Dope Ryan. I think you might have, Reverend Alex G or Comey Reese. I think they might be in there. Maybe Mitch or Nestor. Oh, Platinum heard the gold. Maybe short term, long term, probably not. Yeah, all time high. I feel bad for this. Came in at all time high. Yeah, we had a couple people come in at all time high, and what are you gonna do? You're gonna sit there and cry about it, or you're gonna dollar cost average? Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are dollar cost averaging, which I love. Not gonna lie. I've had 3 of these. I do not need more. Right? Comment down below if I need more Reese's or not. Or definitely, but or 2 Pokemon the Real Professor Oak and Golden Moments were the first. Nothing is touching them. Yeah, I agree. Long term, that's what people want. Oh, hold on. Who is Donkey Gooch? Can do a Mickey impression if you ask him nicely. Okay, all right. Shout out for that. Vivi Magic will be there. Love her. Vivi Virus says it's true that Mickey Mouse himself will be stopping by. Comics and Crypto says can't wait. Super Duper Hank will be there. There's a whole bunch of people that are going to be there, so good times. All right. Next out of that, moving on. Golden Moments to Moon first appearance. Heck yeah! But people think about it because of active companies. Yep, agreed there. I know it was earlier in the stuff. What we got here? Do you think Golden Moments will drop price now? And what do you think of Golden Moment Elsa? Greetings from Croatia. Oh, cheers. Well, I haven't taken a look at Elsa in a little while. Let me go and take a look-see at my beloved. No, I have the Valentine's Day one, the duos. Where is the Elsa? Let it go. Let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go. Let it go. Turn away and slam the door. 170. A girl's getting disrespected here. I mean, this is. She was at like 2K at one point, right? You know, being down like 90-something%. You know, despite her being only 170, sub 100s are not really close to there. You have number 64, which is at 1999, so 2000. I don't really think that's worth it. I don't think anything more than 10x would be worth it. Let's see your counterpart, the Mickey Sorcerer's Hat. 219. Well, there's half of the Sorcerer's Hat. There's, you know, but again, we don't, and the Sorcerer's Hat, there's no sub 100s. How many of these 12,333 Elsa collectibles are in locked accounts? Remember, guys, there are anywhere between 900,000 and 1 million locked accounts that have at least one collectible in it. Some are multiple. What do we have? Between 8 and 9 million collectibles? Let's say there's an average of 2. Let's say there's 2 million collectibles that are just gone. How many of those are from the time of the Golden Moments? Probably a good amount. 30%, 40%? Probably a very good amount. And that's not including people that have like left the project and, you know, they're locked up or they, you know, whatever it is. I suspect that a decent amount of these Golden Moments, that there are maybe 70% of them are still there. And I guarantee you minimum of 15, but probably 20, 30%. They're just gone. They're in those accounts, and what's going to happen to them? I don't know. I'm still very, very bullish on them long term. And I love Elsa. So she's like there. Spoilers for the end of Black Adam. At the end of Black Adam, he's talking to Amanda Waller, and then she's like, "Okay, listen, Mr. Black Adam, you've made your point, but you've also made your prison. You take one step out of there, and it's over for you." And then Black Adam, just all nonchalant, matter of fact, they'd be like, "There's no one on this planet that can take me on." And then, without missing a beat, Amanda Waller's like, "Well, then I'll call in a favor from people not from this planet, and then we'll see." And then, you know, so he explodes it, and then Superman comes in, and Superman goes and says, "Black Adam, we should talk. It's been a while since someone made the world this nervous," referencing himself from like 10 years ago. And the reason I bring that up is because, not that I watched Disney movies all through the 2000s, I really didn't, but I cannot remember a time where the internet was just taken over by one character, by one song, by cosplays, by people singing it upside down and backwards in different languages. I cannot remember a different time up until that point that was just blown. Maybe like a popular YouTube video like the Evolution of Dance or Avril Lavigne's Girlfriend, the first one, had like 100 million views. When that happened, it came out in late 2013. And then in 2014, it decided, it like really took off because the internet and stuff like that. I know she's technically not a Disney princess because, she's queen, she's coronated, but goddamn, and she's had time to marry. She's not like a new person that, was just made the last couple of years, even though, everyone loves Bruno and Bella, and, they love Encanto, but this has been around for a decade now. Well, almost a decade, but yeah, out of any of the golden moments outside of the partner statue, I would say Elsa is probably one of the best. Oh, they have the Star Wars ones too, but the Star Wars ones have very, very scarce ones in that don't replace them, but you have the option. Do you want something that's super collectible? And you might have that for Elsa as well. Every little girl the last 10 years wanted to be like Elsa at their birthday parties, wanted Elsa at their birthday parties, dressing up like Elsa and Anna, what have you. Comment down below if I'm wrong, but I don't remember anything in the last 20 years that took the world by storm like Elsa did from Frozen. So she's probably one of the better ones to get. News Marwan says, Randy, Team USA is playing Cuba right now in the baseball world. Baseball Classic Fox Sports, one for your information. I feel like a lot of major league players definitely come from Cuba. Probably going to be a really good game, but I would maybe bet a little more on Cuba. But yeah, go USA! 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 Alan says, Mickey, Minnie, Stitch, Donald, airdrop for Tuxedo, Donald Duck. Oh, that'd be dope. I can't wait to see the Medium article. I can't wait to see if there's any utility. I can't wait to see the prices and all this jazz. Oh, no. All right, hold on. Tick. All right, we're at Elsa. All right, there's something about low mints. Low mints are more special the higher the mint count. You have something like the Marvel Mighties, which have 28,000 of them. The lower mint count will be more special on something like that. For the first Marvel Mighties than they would be on the most recent one. Why? Because the most recent one, there's no 5-digit Cassie Langs. There's only 4 digits. And that's as high as it goes up to. And then, so the 3 digits aren't really that special. And the 2 digits, yeah, they're cool. They're sub 100s, but they're not as special because what do you have to compare it to? I mean, the 3 digits will always be the same as long as there's at least 1,000. But the 4-digit ones, there's a couple of them, and it only goes up to 4,200, as opposed to some of the previous Marvel Mighties that went up to 28,000. You had so many of those. That's why the sub 100s are more special for that one. When you have something like a golden moment like Elsa, and you take a look at, you have the sub 100s, which should be about 10x of what the floor is. There's really not the one that comes close is number 64 for $2,000. I don't know. I would much rather buy Omi or buy whatever. And then you have some of the you have the 3-digit ones, like let's say number 165 for $495 and number 199 for $500. I don't think that's worth it because there is 899 others or 898 others that are also 3-digit. It's not like the sub 100s where there's only 59. There's 898 more of those 3-digit ones. I don't think it's worth it paying 3x the floor. If you had a really low mint, low 3 mint that was maybe 1.5x the floor or 2x the floor, I could see doing that. But not when number 400 is listed for 420, 878 for 388. I get it. It's a lower mint. It's a 3-digit. In my opinion, I wouldn't do that. But sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit. There you go. Buddy of mine wants I'll go more. Good. Let the savings flow through you. Okay. Yeah, I can't wait to see. I don't even care about utility. I want to see these characters. I want to see the first appearances. Give me Simba, girl. Give me Simba. As just double time the suck if you bought the top. It's true. That's true. You got like in the military. You got to embrace the suck. Should I buy Bitcoin? I mean, I don't know. If it comes out we have hyperinflation, I probably will buy some Bitcoin. It's just hard for me to buy Bitcoin now when it's up 27% in the last week. I don't know, man. That's really hard. I would much rather put it, because I mean, much rather put into other stuff. Obviously, Omi. Then you have Anchor. Let me try one for Bumper. I haven't taken a look at Bumper in a while. Bump is, in my opinion, pretty good. Is a good one. But again, that has to catch on first, and it's up 7% today. It's not bad. But 24-hour volume is crap. It's gonna be when the general population gets in the game, you'll regret selling in the early days. That is a good point. That is a good point. I'm having another one. I'm hungry. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Reese's. Oh God, no, I don't need it. I already opened it, so I'm not gonna waste food. Oh God, so this is why I'm fat. This is why I'm a piece of crap. I'm a goddamn fat piece of crap that I don't deserve this. You put it down. Put the cookie down. If y'all want to know what goes through my brain every single time that I eat a piece of food that I should not eat, it is that 98 like most of my waking hours are me telling myself, you're a fat piece of crap, you don't deserve it. Like, so I'm keeping it real down here. But yeah, general population will get in at some point. Everyone will use Bitcoin. Everyone will use Ethereum. I mean, now granted, I say that because most everything's built on Ethereum. If you have any project at all, game, whatever, you're going to build on the Ethereum blockchain. Now, it's probably not going to be Ethereum. It's probably going to be on a layer 2, like something like Immutable X. Oh my God, everything's partnered with Immutable X. God, that's going to be so freaking huge. That's like the gaming. Anyway, and they have an announcement to make in like a day or two. Let me check on Immutable X real quick. We're in Immutable X. Been here since May. Now we in September. Oh, these will remember. Okay, where was I? They have an announcement in expect the unexpected. Tomorrow, Immutable is unveiling the first of 3 fundamental utility upgrades to Immutable X. Overall, this will be one of the biggest token utility upgrades in history. Partner announcement that will fundamentally change Immutable and Web3 gaming. All right. What is the Immutable X? All right. They're already number 45. They're at $1.50. About 97 trading volume today. Let's see, the last 7 days are definitely up. Yeah, they were literally, wow, they were up more than 50%. They were at 91 cents a week ago. At the bottom, they were like 80 cents, 76 cents. So they've literally doubled in 2 weeks. I mean, I feel like a lot of people are going to sell the news. Well, they were 38 cents back in January. Oh, so they've done like a 4x. There we go. They've done a 4x in 3 months. I don't know if I would buy right now. I mean, they're already at a $1.3 billion market cap. Could they go higher? Absolutely. Do I expect them to go much? Yeah, I expect them to like 6x in the height of the next bull market. But, that's making them a $10 billion market cap, which I believe they rightfully should be. But they did it right. They went and they got all of the exchanges, and then they're adding utility bit by bit by bit. So Immutable X doing it right, man. But I can't buy here knowing that they literally did a 4x the past 90 days, 80 days, whatever it is. It's just, now granted, that being said, they were already past like $8 at one point. But that was, going over a year ago. So yeah. Anyway, Matthew Chang. And do you think there's a chance that Golden Moment set holders receive some form of utility of the Platinum Moment trial? They might get a reservation. It's like, hey, if you own all of the Golden Moments, you can get. That's a lot though, because if these guys are scarce, I mean, figure you could have, let's say, max 3,000 people that could ever have all of the Golden Moment sets. I mean, how many of these Platinum Mints are they going to make? They're probably going to make them scarcer than the Golden Moments. So you can't really have utility, because what if you have 3,000 people that collected all the Golden Moment sets? I guarantee you, I'll say this right now. I'll bet dollars to donuts. Bet my right, I don't know, pinky nail. That you know what I was going to bet. That if they were to say, hey guys, everyone that has all of the Golden Moment sets, get a free reservation to go and buy the Platinum sets. But then you say, okay, well, that means that the Platinum sets are going to have to be over 4,000 or 3,000 of them. And people will say, like, that's too much. It's I guarantee people will say that. And then if they go and they don't do that, and they say, we're going to make these scarce, people are going to say, okay, well, now you're just killing you're killing the market of the Golden Moments, which they're not. Anyway, that's just how I'm debating about things. On the Disney 100 Years of Wonder Mastercraft Platinum, Mickey, Minnie, Donald, and Stitch, maybe a 5th airdrop for Tuxedo Donald. Who's good to me. Search online, it populates. That'd be dope. That'd be hella dope. I'd do it. I would totally support that. Oh God, hiccups. Ivan Biovich says, thank you for your opinion. I think we'll buy Elsa on drop day of Platinum Disney because price will drop more, I believe. That's very possible. Very possible. Alan, what's going on? Saying Disney 100 Years of Wonder, Mastercraft Platinum, Mickey statues on pre-sale, including airdrop Tuxedo Donald. Looks good to me. Okay, all right. Yep. We'll do. Hal T says Bitcoin will almost certainly retrace. Spikes like these aren't sustainable. Most likely, it gets to the next, what's like 30K, retraces a bit. I mean, it's already at like 28.1. It's already at a good amount. So yeah, I'm sure that it will. It's hard for me to buy things after they've gone up so much, but who knows? Could the rally keep going? Maybe. G.A. Tonka says She-Hulk to the moon. What's she at now? She's at 120 for the secret rare. I of course have the set because it's dope. It's great. You can get a sub 100. You get number 68 for 168. Not too bad. Not too bad in my opinion. And then you have I think the ultra rares are probably gonna be like $20-something each. $24, but I think a sub 100 is gonna be you can get one for actually $70. It's also not bad. It's really not bad. Am I gonna get another set? Probably not. I mean, if I have a whole bunch of money, maybe. It's gonna be it's like selling ETH at $1. Yeah, definitely don't wanna sell too early. Like I said, I'm buying as often as I can, but at the same time, I do that because I'm buying as often as I can, but I'm doing that because I know it's going to go up, and I'm going to need to take profit at some point. I can't buy here and not sell for 10 years. I don't have enough money in my bank account to last 10 years. Do it for a couple of years, but I would need to buy now, and then I'll sell at a 4x. That's fine. Put in 10K, take out 40. That's fine. I'll do that. So that's why I said anything over 150, I'll sell up to a penny. And then when I have when I finally get it to a penny, between a penny and $1, I'll sell another 50 million. But that's not taking into account what I can get from Earth 2. And Earth 2, very likely going to be another 5 figures. Not sure what to do with it. Omitokony announces people's negativity manifests and breeds negativity, and then those same people want to FUD and wonder why. Yeah. People that FUD are so strange to me. They're just FUDing their own backs. It's wild. All right, there's a couple of things this could be. Thought it would get no brainer. Platinum, yep. Vivi. Because, yep. Why not? I don't know. Platinum Spider-Man would be dope. That'd be hella dope. Oh, God, could you imagine if they have like their platinum, if they're like pins? Oh God. I collect all the pins. All right. What was I? Before I went back down to the rest of the comments. So, all right, West and Zaddy here for an emergency meeting. Platinum moments. I wonder how many editions. I would not put it past them to just have 100 editions of one of them, of the more rarer ones, just because that's Disney 100. It just makes sense. I was saying, it looks more and more like Pokemon will release their own platform instead of Vivi. I mean, where's your evidence towards that, though? Because they had a job listing and it refers to some of that. Again, I do not think that. Also, the president of Nintendo had said like a year or so ago, maybe a year and a half ago, that they're not looking into NFTs at that point. Now, I happen to know at that time, negotiations were actually going on. So to me, that says the president of Nintendo had made that statement saying that we're not looking into it at this time, meaning that they weren't looking to do it themselves, get into NFTs. Which means I think I'm fairly certain. Again, this is just speculation. That it does go to Vivi. Because again, you take a look at what did Lori Brenner say when Queen Vivi was on here? What did she say? When you had passes being sold by Tom Brady tweeting out his 2 million followers, Eva Longoria to her 5.6 million followers, out of the 2,500 passes, including the ones they gave away for free, they only sold maybe 1,000 of them. It is fairly evident that people of this world, especially normies, don't really know or care about NFTs yet. So with Pokemon, I get it, the biggest audience in the world, there's already a very big, extraordinarily huge fan base, but the people that are actually collecting, like they don't just, oh yeah, I'll play Pokemon Go, like the cards, but people that are actually collecting and spending 5 figures worth, there's a schism between that community as well. 25% of them, yo, ride or die. Pokemon collectibles, digital collectibles, I'm in. I'll pay it. I don't care. Another 25% of them, I will never buy that. I think it's stupid. I will never, like, it's trash. The middle 50%, maybe, maybe not. If it catches on, they will. It's, yeah. Pokemon, I'm sure, knows of that, especially when you have other people, like you have SM Pratt, who has gone on and said, and I asked him about it on one of his live chats. Even mentioned Al Kahn about it, and he's like, I'll stick with the cards. It's what I know. It has a history, and digital collectibles really don't. They don't have much of a history. It's getting, more and more history happens every day, but I think it would behoove Pokemon to go and work with a proven success system like Vivi, because people with the number two IP in the world, there's Hello Kitty, and a bunch of, they just don't do well if they're not on Vivi. They just don't. Lamborghini didn't do well. Hello Kitty didn't do well. If they're not on Vivi, you're going to have a bad day. So I do not believe that Pokemon will do it on their own platform. I believe they're smarter than that. I believe they're going to be a little bit more, a little less risk tolerant, and they're going to be like, nope, we're going to go to have Vivi do it. Kids love the floor. That's great. That's great. Gotta love it when kids do the good stuff. Sleeping Comics, what's going on? How's it going, fam? I freaking love my bae Sleeping. We'll do I don't know if you're still here, but I'm gonna shoot you a message, Sleeping. Wanna join? And then I'll give you a clipboard, and I won't send that, but I'll send this, and I'll give you the stuff if you want to join. Let's see if Sleeping joins. See if he loves us enough. Like if like the end of Pokemon, when Ash dies, and then how do they bring him back? Well, they cry, and the magic of the tears of the Pokemon bring Ash back to life. What type of message does that send to kids? Like, oh, oh, your dad's not coming back to life. I guess you're not crying hard enough. Like, god damn. Excuse me. Omi tokens. I think Vivi's about to drop crazy stuff. They've known what they have the whole time. That's why they don't care what haters say. Heckin' preach, girl. I've had 4 of those candies. I will not eat anymore. I will instead have more cheese. Farting up a storm. Rip to the bun. The bunny's gonna pass out from a gas attack on my butt. Yeah, agreed 100% Omi tokens. 100,000%. Mm-hmm. That's why I don't think they really address the FUD unless they're specifically asked, like in Queen Vivi space. Shit. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. Oh lordy. Oh, yep. So much. Yep. Okay, agreed. Can't say. Yep. Verbatim. Yep. Okay. Only makes sense. Yep. Yep. Suit. I'm sorry. I have a lot of. Yeah. Why don't they address FUD unless it's in a Twitter space when or if I ask them? If I ask them on here or Lori Brenner asks them on Twitter spaces, they'll address it. Why not? Because they don't care. They know it's all noise. They know that I don't want to say the real people. They know that whatever we think we know, whatever is public information, that's the stuff that they choose to go and tell people. Why don't they care that some people are fudding? Because we all don't have the full story. None of us do. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you are, I won't name names, biggest influencers in the world. You do not know everything that's going on at Vivi. No, I don't. I know. So when a couple of these people that have no relationship with anybody there, it's, how do you take them seriously? You can't. It's like people like talking on, like, let's say like Fox News, MSNBC, whatever. Pick your platform, and like, oh, the president should do this. Politicians do that. Like, how much information are they really working with? Like, I mean, there's stuff that, FUD. There's stuff that I knew that in top secret clearance that you just, and people just, and I'm just a low level, like whatever. People don't have that. What do you call it? Just people are working with so little information. I think that's why you have to drown out some of the noise a little bit, because not everyone has it. Skinny Peas, NFTs replacing bonds, kind of what I'm hearing. I got to take a picture of that. Why? Because didn't they just make T-bills, like, I think short-term T-bills, like 5% or something? Like super short. They're replacing, I think, car titles with bills with NFTs in California. That'd be dope. That'd be great. That's what people need. I think Vivi's bringing out the tech that's going to make them history. Definitely will. You'll see a lot of stuff. I think the first iteration of Viviverse, you might not see it. Might have to wait till the second or third, but you'll yeah. Vivifon says, why aren't some of these ETH whales not moving ETH to Omi right now? Seems strange, Omi not moving. Most people probably don't know what it is. I mean, outside of the 30,000 active wallets that are on Vivi each month, again, that's not even each day, that's each month. How many of them have Omi? Yeah, everyone probably knows some ETH whales, but it's so freaking hard to get it. It's not on a legit exchange. They're on very poor exchanges. So I believe that that's why there's reasons. If you had Omi that was on exchanges, that had utility, and there was a couple million in volume a day. I don't even mean like 100 million. Say 20 million in volume each day. You would have a bunch of ETH whales putting their money onto there because they're on exchanges, they have utility, they're attached to this amazing app. But Vivi hasn't done any marketing. Vivi's taken the opposite approach of what a lot of others are doing, where a lot of other people are trying to target Web3 people, which I think is very good. Vivi's trying to target Web2, which will definitely help out in the long run. But right now, they're not targeting the Web3 audience. If they do, and they market, then that'll happen. And I'm not saying they won't. I'm just saying that they're probably waiting for the right time. And when they do, it's going to be nuts. So that's probably. Sleepin says, give me do addition sub 1520. Of course, Sleepin. You take your time, girl. You do what you need to do. I sent you a link. But again, take your time. Does Royal Flush Gang from Justice League? Oh, those were good times. Royal Flush Gang was good times. The years. Yep. No, that's fair. Definitely getting in more. Yep. Full cash. Been on it. Yep. Yep. Before. Yep. They're doing that. Long in the projects. Remember 3. Yep. 22. Okay. Do you think nesting will be available for our beloved inventory? For example, personal identifications, crypto, pictures, and etc. in our vaults. Probably not a priority right now, but I would say that's definitely an option for the future, in my opinion. Yeah. Skinny Pete saying the financial system made up of things we gave value, like a gold-colored rock. The younger generation is moving on. Yeah, agreed. Like again, I was talking to Lori Brenner and Tamara Hanna. They both had 401ks. I don't have 401k. And they're not old. They're not even old. They're in their 40s. But the older generation, that Gen X, they go and that's what they were taught, 401ks, which yeah, it's super safe. And generally if that's what you do. You get a 401k, you get a Roth IRA, you buy into the VOO and the SPY. That's taking a lot of dumb money out of markets. People don't know how to invest. Buy the VOO and the SPY, and you will make a little bit on your money each year, on average. And then what happens? You retire in 40 years, 50 years, and you'll be a millionaire. Most people in the US can do that. You start investing early. You max out 401k, you max out matching, you max out Roth IRA, and then you go and you buy the VOO and the SPY, and you will probably retire a millionaire. How many people want to do that for 40 something years? When it's proven that you can go and make a lot more money, a lot more consistently, and a lot more quickly doing other things. Now, I did it with high risk lending. Why would I go into the VOO and the SPY to make 9 to 11% a year when I can make like 35% a year on loans, because none of them carry for the full term. Some of them I get paid in 8 months, some of them 6 months, some of them 3 months. You have these things where you can go and roll your money in, and it just continues rolling over and rolling over. And then Pokemon cards, and then Tesla. Like why buy these things that are so slow? And I don't agree with at least 10, if not 20% of the stocks in the VOO and the SPY. Like, why would I buy that when the company's going to be dead in 10 years? Like, that's nuts. Gold is great, silver's great. Well, I shouldn't say they're a great place to hold your money as a hedge against like a hyperinflation type of deal. But what happens when Elon Musk decides to go and say, yeah, we here at SpaceX have decided to go and put a drill onto one of our satellites, and we're going to drill platinum and gold and silver from these asteroids. What happens then? I mean, you can't make more Bitcoin. Ethereum's deflationary, Omi's deflationary. I mean, yeah, sure, Doge is going to be more of that, but you're probably going to want to have you're probably going to want to have things that go and are able to make you 20x, 50x on your money. I get that you can't put in $10 and suddenly have 100K, but you could put in $100 and have 10,000, 100x. So yeah. These are premiums of T-bills, destroyed banks. There's some arguments to be made for and against. Stan says, what's the chances of Palm Comics linking with Vivi Comics? Unless you have a buyout, which you wouldn't. Unless Vivi were to buy Palm out, which again, most likely would not happen. It would be much easier for Vivi to go and talk to the licensors and say, hey, just back the truck up, and instead of releasing content over here, release it over here with Vivi. But I mean, they'll both be interoperable. They'll be on Immutable X, so you could potentially have comics from Palm and comics from Vivi traded with each other via Immutable X. So if that way, do you think they could be linked with that way? Sure, they could do that. I'm not 100% sure. Yep, exchanges. AI scares the poop out of me. Yep, me too. Excuse me. Moonboy, ChatGPT, dollar. Yep, okay. We're going to move on from that. We're going to go back to some of the what's up? Let's get this platinum. What up, Bill Gardner? How's it going, fam? Yeah, we're going to get it. King Gems, how many gems do you plan to buy at all the platinum moments? Listen, I want another logo. I want a partner statue. I want a Riso. I want a Todd. I want so many of these things, and I'm only going to have so much money that comes in. Yeah, the next couple of weeks. Yeah. I don't know how much I have over here. Like 5K, not even right now. Yeah, I think it's like 5K, 5.5. So depending on what I get, oh no, it's a little bit more. Even still, it's okay. Good. USDC is back to just being USDC. This gets really hard. It gets really hard to go and try to predict because I want to continue building the vault and building the wallet, and I'll get to another wallet question in a second. But if I don't have if I don't have enough money in the bank as like a cushion to live, like again, I'm not going to live here with my friends forever. They got married last year, but this is their honeymoon that they're taking. Waited a year. Megan, that's been on the podcast, like she's finishing school in May. She will be a full-fledged teacher after she graduates. They're probably going to get pregnant pretty soon, and they're going to need my room. So, I'm probably going to need about 6K to go and say like, okay, well, I need first month's rent, last month's rent, security deposit on a new apartment. I'm probably going to need a actual moving truck to go, and I'm not leaving anything here this time. To bring Dashi and bring everything. I mean, short-term expense, not including going out on trips. I feel like people expect me to go to be at San Diego ComicCon and New York ComicCon and help people, and it's they cost a lot of money. So I would rather go and buy something that I know for a fact that in 6 months is going to do really well, like Omi. Bitcoin, obviously, yeah, 100% one of the safest things you could buy. Ethereum, same thing. But if we're going for ROI, I'd rather. Do I want to spend $500 on platinum moments, or do I want to go and buy more Omi, and then have that, and then eventually, when the platinum moments, let's say, do a 10x, well, when Omi's done a 50x, I could be like, oh, okay, now I could buy something, and it's not that big of a deal. I would say I'll put a couple hundred in though, for the chance to get the drop, and if I get it and I get something cool, I'll flip it. Most of my shopping, even though I have 900 collectibles or 700 something collectibles, 150 comics, a lot of my shopping will actually be done when Omi moons. Like the amount of collectibles I have right now, most of them they're not good collectibles. They're Squirrel Girl comics, and they're Year of the Rabbit stamps. They're things that are very cheap. They're Landshark, West Coast Avengers comics. So the actual shopping of things that I want isn't probably going to happen for another year or two. Could I get all of them now? Should I sell them now? Sure, absolutely. But I'd rather go and wait a bit. I plan. All right, so here's the wallet question. Smarty Pants, like, I'm trying to get into the top 20 wallets, but the jumps from my wallet to there is several hundred more, and I'm in the low 30s rank as it is. Well, you could do this. You could go and I'll show you right now. I'll go to my profile. Oh, who this? Who dat? Okay, yeah. I'll go to my profile. No, I don't want to go to Discord. I don't want that. I go to Vivi. I go to the comics, and I'll show you. All right, no, not Hitmonkey. They probably have. All right. Uncommon West Coast Avengers. They're they're 245, I think. Squirrel Girl at 270. Wow, why are they up so much? That's dumb. All right. West Coast Avengers number 7. They're 239. Why are these all going up? This is dumb. This is so stupid. All right. Fallen Sun, The Death of Captain America. Those are $1.90. So you could go, Smarty Pants, and you could buy, let's say there's 20, 40, 62. Let's say you can buy $100. You can put in $100 and gain 40 comics, and those count towards collectibles. And then the max you spend is like $3 per comic, because again, these start at $1.90. So you could go right now to the Fallen Sun, Death of Captain America #1, and you can spend $100 and you gain 60 collectibles. So if you really want to do that, and you don't necessarily care that it's for MCP points or whatever, that's what you can do. That's really what I've been doing. That's why I've gained so much so recently. And girl says, "Oh no, platinum moments. What am I gonna do with my golden? Oh yeah, put them next to my platinum. Heck yeah, girl. Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world?" Seen something very big with Disney Platinum Moments. Vivi has a reminder for blog reveal tomorrow. Yes, they do, and I'm very excited about it. I cannot wait. What are they going to announce? I don't know. They're going to announce a couple of things. We'll see. It's going to be we're looking at long term in the Omi 5 and 10 years. Out brand name, yeah. And again, 100 million of my Omi will be for the long term, like end of the decade. But I also, I've grinded and I've worked and I've sacrificed. So I'm gonna make a little cheddar in the short term. I'm gonna go, and that's what I'm gonna do. Again, short term. Most of it will be for long term, though. I mean, again, there's a chance, and I'll mess with the numbers a bit. If Earth 2's Essence comes out and that lists and it's $2, which I think is a fairly conservative number, and Omi's still not on any exchanges, and suddenly I have $80,000, I'll sell half. I'll get 40K, and half of that I'll put into Omi, and I'll get another 20 million. At that point, I'll be up to 180 million if that happens, and then I'll have an extra 20K to just live my life. But again, the opposite could happen, where Omi can get its stuff together, and in 6 months, we could be half a penny. We'd be closer to the 0.007 or 0.008, and I'll sell a bit, and then I'll buy more Essence when that launches. That's the goal. The goal is to go and maximize profits, go with the best ROI. So we'll see. But will I get to 200 million? Probably not. That's a lot. Unless there's a giant black swan event, and Omi gets down to like 0005, and I can get 20 million for 10 grand. Probably not going to do it. I don't really believe we go below 0007s, and that's if that happens. And there's a bunch of reasons why, but hang on one second. I'm sorry. Yep. No. All right, we're good. Falcon says, Randy, I completed my 80th Omi buy, just over 20 million Omi now from over the last 2 years. Dollar cost averaging is by far the best strategy. Average buy at 00041 or 0041. So we're going to getting it lower, slow and steady for the win. Mine's between 003 and 004. Anywhere in between there. I'll get, like, I get more all the time. Yep. For this, forgot. Yep. Excuse me. Okay. Give me whitelist for golden moments completion. I mean, unless you have these 4 collectibles, and let's say the common has 1,000. No, it's got to be the common would have to have like 2,000. The uncommon would have to have like 1,500. It's only 35. Yeah, all right, 3,500. But again, there's at least 3,000 people that have the completed golden moment set. So let's say you have 2,000 for the common, 1,000 for the uncommon, and then you have like 800 and 500 for the uncommon and secret rare, or for the rare, ultra rare, whatever. You know, not a lot of people can really get those. We'll see what Sleepin has to say. Sleepin, my man, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming on.
What's going on?
Well, we're talking about if there was a whitelist for Golden Moment series collectors. Like, let's say there's 3,000 people that have all of the Golden Moments. And what would be a reasonable scenario where they could be on a whitelist for the platinum moments? You'd have to have probably 4,000 platinum moments, because 3,000 of them would have to go to the whitelist, and then only 1,000 people. I don't know. I don't think there's a way where it's fair to where the gold moments get the utility, but then the people miss out on the platinum moments. I think more likely it's going to be, hey, you might have to create your own utility, your other utility will come. What are your thoughts?
It's a great point. I mean, the whitelist, obviously the two levers that we know about, and maybe there's other levers that we don't, are whitelist and airdrop, right? So there still could be an airdrop that, you know, and I mean, how many people actually own full sets? I mean, all of them. Or are we only talking about season 1?
Oh, we were talking about just the golden moments, just the golden moments, not the, like, if you have the golden moments, then you get a whitelist for the platinum moments. I think maybe 3,000 people could have it. I know there's less than 4 because Dr. Prophet has, you know, a whole bunch of them.
I bet you it's less than that.
2,000 maybe, because a lot of them probably in. David had mentioned there's between 900,000 and 1 million accounts that were frozen because they were botting, and they have at least one collectible in it. So let's say there's 2, you know, on average, and you have 2 million collectibles. A decent amount of those are probably golden moments. So I would say 40% of them, maybe 30, are probably locked up.
Yeah, no, it's a great. Unfortunately, now, as we know, to really give something scarcity in this environment, I mean, you almost have to have. Well, once again, depends on the IP, but you almost have to have something like under 500 units at this point. You know what I mean? So if you do something like that, you're right though. They know the numbers, so they would have to mint whatever 3,000, and then because even those people that get whitelisted, they're all not going to buy it, as we know. So yeah, I mean, I get it that I have been really busy today, so I haven't. I obviously saw it, and I obviously saw a lot of people were unhappy about it. But it's inevitable. We know there's going to be, you know, I mean, there's, as NFT Pirates always says, there's going to be like, you know, 700, not 700, but 70 more Darth Vader drops. It just is, you know. Yeah. They're going to have him, you know, all these, you know, whatever. So I do think this is where we're seeing the FA and some of these other things coming to fruition. I mean, the example would be the Blue Todd. Is more scarce by far, but not worth as much as the original Todd. And so I think that's going to be similar with this. They're really cool looking. I mean, I think it's cool, and I think that it's a kind of a game of, you know, I'm a Silver Surfer fan, as people know, and so if they come out with another Silver Surfer, it'd be different. A different pose or whatever. Maybe they'll come out with the black Silver Surfer, you know, holding Mjolnir or something like that. That'd be cool, right? And I'm getting that one. I'm putting them right next to the other one. Yeah. It's so I realize why people are unhappy with it initially, but I think it's going to be okay. We know that Disney's going to drop a bunch of stuff. That's what they do, and it's cool. The stuff is cool. And some people might like it more than the golden moments, and that's okay. Then sell your golden moments and buy this. It's all part of the collecting process. You know, there's, you know, a lot of people like a lot of things. A lot of people don't like a lot. Don't collect what you don't like.
Agreed. So, us being both big fans of Star Wars, you know that there's always going to be a special place for the first appearance, R2-D2 and C-3PO. But I mean, for me, and let me know if you share this particular interest, I like the R2-D2 that looks like R2-D2 and he sounds like R2-D2, like that. I don't know, to me that one I am just gonna I would prefer that one.
Yeah, I mean, most people that are really hardcore, they're going to get them both. And I know a lot, and you know a lot of people that are hardcore Star Wars fans already on the app, and they got them both. And it's okay. I mean, it's all part of the collecting process. I know I think people, personally, this is once again my personal opinion. You can disagree, everybody can disagree. They get so caught up in the, oh, it's gonna hurt my, my bottom line, and it's not, do. And that's true. I mean, it might even hurt. I don't even know, right? We don't know where this is all gonna go, but it's, if you're collecting fun stuff and you kind of got a plan, it's gonna be I always feel like it's gonna be all right.
I do too. I don't know if you've seen or if you've stacked any of the lightsabers or anything, but yesterday I was taking a look at the Yoda lightsaber, and out of the 180 that were there, literally half of them, 90 of them were listed by Clever Jerk at 66,000. Yeah, 66,000 was the particular one. What, and you don't have to say this if you don't want to, what is something that you've stacked because it's going to be great ROI, and what is something that you stack strictly because you love it?
Okay, so I still have a bunch of UF4s, Ultimate Fallout 4s, first appearance of Miles Morales. I don't have as many as I used to, obviously. I sold a ton of them. Yeah. I think and my stacks are fairly weak. Like when you talk about some of these guys, they're at another level. I mean, I like to stack 10. So I have more than that. I think of Ultimate Fallout 4, I might have 20 or something like that. I am attempting, I've been pretty vocal about this, trying to get 10 of each of the Amazing Spider-Man, the 1 through 10. Because now we have a lot of them. We have 1, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 6. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so I think people are going to want all 10 of Amazing Spider-Man, up on their wall. And so I've been trying to get 10 of each of those. And, as we know, the lizard guy is scarce. So that one can go away really fast.
Yeah, it's only 5,000.
It's still very reasonable right now. I think it's like, 17, 16 gems or something like that. So I think that's reasonable. I tend to buy a lot of commons because I don't like to go after but here's an example of Giant Size X-Men where I did buy a secret rare. I haven't bought a secret rare for a while. And that was that. I think I got really lucky. I think I got it for 400, 500 gems. And now it's, I think, around 1,000 or something like that. So
have you seen I forget who it was. I think it was Mr. 41.eth that he has, you know what I'm about to say, he has 10% of the secret rares.
Yeah. I mean,
like what?
And these are big moves and, non-financial advice, not whatever, but let's just do numbers. Numbers. I like numbers. Can I do numbers? It's not illegal to do numbers. So, there's not very many of those things. How many of them? 150, 160, something like that. They held back a bunch.
Yeah.
Not that many, but there's just not that many that were in existence. And so what do you get? 20, 30 of them or something like that? I can't remember. So we know what big books like that do in a bull environment. Giant Size X-Men is huge. We haven't seen any of those kind of core X-Men show up. Well, I guess we saw, I guess in MCU, we saw Professor X, he was in a different universe. We saw him in Doctor Strange #2, but you know what I'm saying. We haven't seen Storm. We haven't seen some of these other people in the 616 mainline MCU, and I think they're probably going to be super cool. Oh, and I think that book could be big. And so when you own, there's not many of them. There's a lot of crazy X-Men fans out there in the world, and I always think what's unreasonable. Okay, maybe no one ever spends 100,000 on that thing. Okay, maybe not. Maybe yeah. But if you're buying a bunch of them, I don't know what he bought them at. 500,000, something like that. We've seen some of these big time comics, and it's a big time comic. Don't get me wrong. Giant Size X, get to 10, 20,000. So if it gets to 10 or 20,000, he sells one. He actually paid for all 20. I mean, this is rough math, right?
Yeah.
But this is, I know, and I watch your channel, as you know, but this is where you talk about where this is where the big boys, the big girls, they're making big moves. And this is why they sometimes, and a lot of times, they win.
I agree. I mean, it's easier to make money when you have money, and just going and getting that particular bag, even if you go and you do that, I'm sure he's done this with at least a dozen other collectibles. Even if most of them don't hit, if a couple of them do, you pay for it with just one, and then the other one that hits, you collect the profit. I don't know if you've seen, if you were part of the, are you part of Marvel Unlimited, the assembly one?
I am.
Okay. Did you happen to get that?
The X-Men 64?
Yeah.
I did not, and I want to buy one, but they're pretty expensive right now.
Like $800, I think.
Yeah, they're pretty spendy right now. I don't know. It's tough. There's not very many of them. We know what happens with a lot of these. People do not redeem their, their thing. But it's spendy. It's really expensive, and I'm trying to figure out if I want to go in and buy one or not. It's tough. I mean, the problem is that there's so many good deals. You're like, okay, 800 gems, and that would be a fun one to have. And I haven't done a lot of analysis on it. I don't like to buy things unless I have time. It just came out. Do you FOMO in? That's when I have in the past have gotten into trouble with a variety of different things, not necessarily even Vivi. So I try to be careful with that stuff. But the problem is if with 800 gems, buy a couple AF-15 comics. I could buy a bunch of Jim 83 Thor FA comics. Buy a bunch of more of my Lizard comics. I could buy, there's a lot you can buy on this app right now with 800 gems. That's my struggle right now.
How many gems do you have right now?
Right now, I think I might have 500 gems.
Okay, because there's some mad lad just listed 3 Waltz for 2,100.
Wow.
So
they really don't believe in the platinum, huh?
Those are going to get bought up.
That's a perfect example of, what's going to happen here. We don't know. And, what is going to be right for you. It's tough. They're almost all winners in a weird way. I mean, that sounds odd. That's why I think you got it when there's a lot of, and people ask me different questions, what about this comic and this comic? And I'm like, they're almost the same. I would just kind of go with the one you like more, because in the end, some of it's going to fail and not work out from the investment perspective. But if you like it, then you're good. We do get caught up a lot in the, oh God, what is it? What is the ROI going to be on it? So yeah. I wanted to, can I take a second here? I'm going to show my own stuff on your channel. Is that all right?
Do it.
Well, I actually wanted to announce it on your channel because you have been, you've worn my Sleeping Comics hat a lot and you've done a great job of that. So I have kind of hinted at it via my, and I know some of the people that were the original people who bought the hat, I've given them some information, but I just wanted to give more information right now. So it's the first time I've actually publicly gone on record for this type of information. But the new Sleeping Comic hat version 2 will be coming out. I'm waiting for confirmation that they're being built right now, minted. I was gonna say minted, but I guess I don't even want to stitched together. But they are going to be black, so they'll be exactly like the original ones, but black with a white and then the mint numbers. And this time I'll be minting 125, and people will be able to pick their mint. It's kind of first come, first serve, and I'm letting people match their mint if they bought the first version. So I'll be tweeting out a link. People can go there probably this week. I'm thinking it'll be $40 if you get a mint from 1 to 10, and then $35 plus shipping. This is all plus shipping for just the other ones, other hats. So about most likely be 35. So then there's 2 other interesting things that I'll add. If you buy one, I have about maybe, I think 30 wristbands that I was not able, maybe even more, 30 or 40 wristbands that I did not hand out that were left over from the DCon event. They're the blue wristbands that you've seen on people tweet them out. So I'll be randomly selecting people who buy hats and they will get those. So that'll be cool. And additionally, I am going to make 10 secret rare comics. No, 10 secret rare hats. They will be even a different color. And I have not told anybody what that color is yet. And they'll have SR on the side, so they will not have a mint number. There will only be 10, and then I will draw randomly three people will get those, and then I'm going to sell the other 7. I just haven't figured out how. I might give those away as well. And then the last thing is all the money, not all the money, but 80% of the profits will be going to a charity, which is an organization that I've worked with before, a nonprofit organization that is for adopted Korean adoptees. I am an adoptee from Korea, so that will go to support them. And that's it. I obviously, when I tweet out the link, you'll be able to read through all these details. Everything will be there. And of course, Randy, I'm going to hook you up because you have so yours is locked and loaded. You don't need to worry about yours.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We definitely have fans here. I hope I get a secret rare cat. Yeah, that's cool that you're doing that. Where it's just drawing numbers out of a hat. That thing's really cool. Draw it out of a sleeping comics hat. Is there like a pressure on you to like say, okay, well, this is obviously I'm gonna go above and beyond and do it better than the first time. Do you think there's a pressure to keep doing this and do it for like a third time in like a year or two?
Not pressure. It's just fun. It's all fun. I look at it like collecting. Collecting should be fun. I mean, I try, we try to, the ROI and all this other stuff, but hopefully one of the things that I try to, push through the screen to people who are watching is it doesn't have to be all gloom and doom and, looking at numbers, although I do talk a lot about numbers, so maybe it's my own fault, and the hats and all this other stuff is for fun. That's why, I do want to take the money, give it to something good. You talk a lot about that on your channel too, about some of the money when you make it, what are you going to do with it? You're not going to, and that's a big part of my personality, the person I want to be, you know what I mean? And so it was more fun. A lot of people wanted a hat that didn't get one the first time. I debated how many I was going to make. So I decided to make them more limited. Again, 125 seemed like the right number. I know a lot of people are going to buy hats already to match their mint number. And it's more money that I can raise for this organization. So I may do it again. I'll wait longer this time. It might be another year or 2 before I do another round of hats. I might have some other crazy nonsense to sell. But I do think it will not be the last time that 80% of the money is given to a nonprofit. That's probably going to be the norm, I would imagine. Yeah. And I just don't think you can go wrong trying to help people out. That's like, one of the things. That's what your channel's a lot about that. My channel's a lot about that. That's why I'm never mad when people get really, they DM me screaming that they want to kill me or whatever. I'm just trying to help people out. I have a good I sleep okay at night knowing that I'm just trying to help out.
Agreed. So speaking of helping people out, you have been doing so not just via charity, but hiring people through your company, your companies. And I don't know how much of it I could talk about. You can give me or not. Something may or may not be sold soon. Will we start seeing more content from Sleepin when he goes and maybe has a little more time and something is sold of his? Or is it going to be, hey, I have this other project that I want to do and I'm going to take those funds and roll it into something else?
I think at this point, I try and do a video a week, and that's a good cadence for me. More than that, for me, I don't know if I can provide value. Gives me some time to think about things and try to do my best. So I think that's probably, but there's all kinds of variety of different things that I'd like to do. I was able to about, I think a week ago, rework VeveRank.com, which is the website I have. It was like just languishing. I literally had not touched a line of code in there for, I think, like 9 months or something like that. And it was really, because how initially it was like collecting these mints and all that stuff. And now that we have metadata and a lot of other people doing stuff like that, that's just not necessary. I also had a bunch of stuff about the collectibles, which I really found I didn't have as much knowledge of and couldn't like say, this is a tier S collectible. Whereas as people know, I do have more knowledge or feel more comfortable talking about the comics. So it's more, I moved almost exclusively comics, so I changed up that. I would like to build out Vivi Rank. I have some other ideas for that website. I was able to update a lot of the different YouTube channels. I added people within our community that before I literally only could do YouTube channels, but now I added like Twitter people, because a lot of people that are very, very influential and helpful in our community are only on Twitter. So, you know, like Vivi Queen or Mr. MC1. I mean, so those are all now on the website. So I'll just try to, you know, I'm able to hack at it a little bit more and help out. I added, you know, like it didn't even have, as one of a good resource, it didn't have mynfttracker.com, which is now one of the best websites to go and look up stuff for NFTs. So I added that, you know, just stuff like that.
Yeah. So what is your opinion, going a little bit more macro and something a little bit outside the bubble of Vivi? You have a couple of people that are betting $1 million that Bitcoin will go to $1 million 90 days after hyperinflation is announced and is here. Now, I don't actually think we're going to get hyperinflation. That's a whole other point. And to have Bitcoin go, you know, do roughly a 35x from where it is, you know, in 1 quarter, is that something that we should pay attention to? Is that just someone maybe trying to gather Twitter followers and it's like, oh, I'll get a whole bunch of these with somebody? Like, what's your take on it?
I mean, I could give you my deep analysis on, you know, various geopolitical things in the world and how they affect. And because of my company, you know, I have an international company that is in
educators. I have all night.
Literally, like it does business. We do business in like 100 countries. So I have to understand some of the significance of these geopolitics and how they're going to affect, because they affect my company directly. But other than that, and understanding, barely understanding, you know, I was a math major, but I only took 1 economics class. But I think we all are intelligent. We understand how some of these levers work. And I think that it's just, we're in a weird spot with the world. And it's so interdependent that, you know, the war in Ukraine, things that happen with COVID, obviously the significance of COVID in China. It's all, we're still trying to figure that out over the next, you know, probably 5 years, I would bet. And when you have massive displacement of supply chains, you're going to have inflation. I think the inflation that we may have seen initially, I'm out on a limb right now, and the limb is about to break and I'm going to fall on my head. It, you know, may have been due to printing money and some of the other things that we had seen. And, you know, I don't say low interest rates. I say no interest rates. You know, we saw that. We saw that for, you know, what, 3, 4, 5. I mean, and really low interest rates has been a thing for literally like 10 years. You know what I mean? So, and then, you know, it got really low. We all know that, right? And so, inflation, they tried to get that under control. They really have gotten that under control, I think, with raising interest rates significantly over the past year. I just think that now, you know, there's a limited of different levers that you can pull. And so it's going to be very interesting what happens over the next, you know, the next 12 months for sure. And then after that, I think it's all on the table. You know, you wouldn't think that banks would be going out of business and other things, right? And we haven't seen that for a while.
Yeah. I mean, now I feel like it's like when Ross and Rachel are talking about Boykin, is like, it's never off the table because, you know, they have such a history and they have a daughter together. Yeah, I feel like
I love how you go from this to Ross and Rachel.
Because it's never off the table. It's in the later seasons. This reference. My mind works in such.
No, you always bring in these crazy pop references or music or whatever.
It gets to the point where sometimes the shortcut my brain takes is actually like a long cut. Like I was talking with a friend about something where basically they said something where I just could have responded, oh, like, well, that's that way for now. But instead I go, oh, you remember that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End where they're talking about like, I am the Flying Dutchman, and the Dutchman flies as his captain commands, and says, and the captain will do as commanded. I command you because I have the heart. And then Davy Jones is like, for now. I say all of that just to say for now, and they look at me like a retarded. Like, I'm sorry. So I just wanted to tell you that embarrassing story.
No, it's and then people tighten up. That's a natural thing, right? If you're living paycheck to paycheck and you've got kids that depend on you and you've got all these things, your natural action is, okay, I gotta like be very careful with my money. I gotta, all these different things, which is of course what they want, because they're trying to stop inflation. They want people to stop spending money. In a weird way, they want us to force the economy into a recession to like reset it all. But yet, then we have these other competing things. The supply chain, obviously is broken. Different pieces of it are scarce. And what happens, we know, Vivi, when things are scarce, prices go up. So then that force, it's that chain. And then there is the labor issue. There were, a ton of things that were made in China that people stopped making in China and other countries because of COVID, because China kind of basically went offline. We brought those back. I know you talked about this stuff. So it's like reverse globalization is happening. All those people went and they got jobs that pay pretty good. That's why unemployment is pretty low. So it's a weird, they can't combat inflation when people still have jobs and they're getting paid more money. It's just kind of weird. We're in a very odd spot. I'm sure there's other economists that can do, that know more, understand more, and do much more, can do much better modeling. But it is kind of freaky for the rest of us.
Yeah, especially when you have new jobs that are created that they don't necessarily take away from other jobs. It's when you like people leaving their jobs to become influencers, and people going and taking influencers' advice like Gary Vee and saying like, okay, well, I hate my job where I'm at now. I'll take the couple $1,000 pay cut and I'll go garage sailing and I'll go buy from there. I'll look at what's on eBay and then I'll flip it. And they do these interesting lifestyles. You have the talking about China as the cost to make solar panels and is going down. China actually stopped last year sending some of the materials that are used to make those solar panels, because I guess China thinks that if we're going to get to a point where electricity is free, then they should, I don't know, it's almost like they don't want that. I know you said your business does business in about 100 different countries. Have you seen any other international cooperation or disincentive? Like, let's like Egypt is about to join like the BRICS nations. Have you seen any weird things like, oh, these two countries aren't going together anymore, but now these three countries are making like this separate conglomerate?
I mean, the tough thing about it all is I think people are making projections, but the one thing that, and this is actually kind of I think this is a positive, but is that when countries get backed into a corner, they become, generally speaking, pretty inventive. Like, because that's the human condition, right? They're able to figure out things. And so, I mean, you look at Germany, a lot of their energy was, coming from Russia, obviously, that's not. And so they've been able to like miraculously over the past, 12 months, really create all these different things so that they're going to be not as reliant on Russia now. So, and no one would have normally thought these things could be built this fast and all this other stuff.
Well, their hand was also forced when the pipeline was kind of blown up.
Yeah, well, I think that's what's going to happen. There's going to be weird types of scenarios where, when you're just mentioning these solar panels, if things happen, countries can adapt not fast, but quicker than we sometimes think. And once again, I'm incredibly biased, and I know your audience is international, but I tend to believe also that the United States is one of the best at adapting and able to move pretty fast.
Preach.
I'm an American. I live in America, so I that's a very biased statement, but I think it's pretty true.
Yeah, I wouldn't, and even though I love other countries, a lot of countries in Europe, Austria. I would probably not rather live in any other place outside the US. Like I love well, I also wouldn't want to get sick in any other country outside the US, because even though, yes, people have healthcare and whatever, I feel like some of the best doctors are in America. Yeah, bar none.
I was just thinking of like scarcity and stuff like that. And I thought, I know you're a big Tesla guy. And I thought I read that like the new Tesla engine, the current Tesla engine uses some, I'll make it up, I don't know, 5 or 10% kind of these very, very exotic, hard to find materials.
Mm-hmm.
And the new one, I think that, obviously they have the one, that's another thing that they have. They have like the one engine that they use everywhere, which is kind of amazing. The Tesla 3 engine is like used in the truck and the truck,
yeah.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anyways, I think they said like the new engine uses 0 exotic and crazy scarce material, which I didn't even think was possible.
The engineers, and this is, they're not a bunch of ragtag engineers from like these different parts of the world. The major advantage that Tesla and SpaceX have is that they're the #1 and #2 companies that graduating engineers want to go to each year. And so not that the rest of the companies are picking from bottom of the barrel, but the prime cut of this meat of engineers are going to Tesla and SpaceX, and they can swap back and forth. If somebody really wants to go to SpaceX, but they really need them at Tesla, like give us 3 years here, and then you can go to SpaceX for forever. The engineer, I don't know if you know Sandy Monroe. You know who he is? Is a really good engineer, and he goes on YouTube and he buys Teslas, every new model, and he takes them apart and basically almost reverse engineers to say like this is this, and he can explain 90-ish% of it, 95. But there's some things like I don't know how they did this. As I see it, but I don't know how like they made it. I don't know how it's possible. I don't know. Part of me thinks that, and this gets to really like weird conspiracy stuff. So this might be out of left field.
Aliens are helping them.
I don't know if I'll get to that in a second, because that's a whole other conversation I have to have. But I feel like there's definitely different technologies that's either at Area 51 or that's just not been known to us that they give to Americans that they know are American, like Stephen Hawking. Okay, do you want one of the greatest minds in the world to ever live to die, as most people with whatever disease he had, they do after 5-10 years? Or do you want to keep him alive for a couple decades so he keeps on doing that for America? I feel like you have to have something like that with Elon Musk, because there's no way this dude does one impossible thing with just electric cars in general. Then he has a semi, and then he has a Tesla, the Cybertruck, and then SpaceX, the Boring Company. There's no way this guy does this all. I mean, and you brought in alien tech. There's a article that got picked up by Yahoo. It got picked up by Fox. It got picked up by a couple of places where it's very similar to how NASA does it, where if NASA wants to go to whether it's a meteor or a planet, whatever, they have a ship, and then they have these little other ships that come out of it and they do it. So Pentagon officials said in a draft document last week that aliens could be visiting our solar system and releasing smaller probes like missions conducted by NASA when studying other planets. Reported by Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and Abraham Leob, chairman of Harvard University's Astronomy Department, released on March 7th, and focuses on the physical constraints of unidentified aerial phenomena. And it's not, so it wasn't like these, kids doing it. They were fairly well respected people. What do you think are some of the consequences if aliens come and let's say they're neutral to good? They don't want our water, they don't want our blood, they don't want us for slave labor. What are the consequences that just they come in and they're kind of like us, just better or different?
I mean, I've read a lot of science fiction when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I love science fiction. I mean, I think it's just so improbable. But I mean, they'd have to have, a ridiculously more advanced tech than we have if they're like us. Like, what happens if they're just not like us at all? So let me just go. If they're like us, like kind of like us, like, if you watch Star Trek, they're all kind of like, then they're going to have been able to figure out a lot of the stuff that we haven't figured out. And mainly it's how do you move around vast regions of space really, really relatively fast and communicate through that, which we don't know. And obviously there's all kinds of speculation through black holes and blah, 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 blah. Okay. And I would say, once again, if they can do all that, you know, they probably can get water pretty easily. They probably can get all these different minerals. This is a, you know, it's just like, they just don't need to stop at Earth and look around. No. You know what I mean? They'll be wanting to study really interesting things. And I don't know what would be interesting to civilization at that level, but they would probably be interested in much crazier things than we, you know, multidimensional beings is maybe what they're trying to study. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's my kind of take. I just don't think it's, you know, I think it's kind of almost, you know, we're too egocentric to think that, you know, aliens are coming here to take a look at us, right? But on the other side of it all, I would say maybe they're just literally not like us at all. You know, so maybe there's a bunch of intelligent species that are, you know, they're tiny and they travel on light beams and we just don't see them.
Oh, you know, yeah.
Maybe all the stars are actually living creatures, but we don't, you know how like trees are living, but we don't really recognize it, but they are treating, and people have said that they can kind of communicate. And we just don't ever give trees any credit. So maybe all these stars are actually a living creature that we can't identify, and they're like talking to each other through light or something crazy like that. So, I mean, it doesn't have to even be, so we might be living right next to an alien this whole time, right? You know, we don't, you know, it's wacko, right? It's so far beyond, not that, no. Now, I still think we should look, and I think we should do all the things that we're talking about. And, you know, I am a big advocate of all that. I'm a big advocate of space programs and all these other things, just because I think that it does two things. It obviously gives us technology. As we advance in technology, it pushes us, because you got to invent stuff if you're going to go to Mars or whatever. But it's also this kind of weird thing that I do think it's kind of like, it's kind of does, in its best case, and maybe it's not always there, but in its best case, does unite us as a species, because we're trying to push on beyond our planet. Hopefully we can somehow not all fight, and actually at that brief moment in time work together as a combined species, which we often cannot do that.
Yeah, I think the only times I ever really saw us united was really after like 9/11. Or after Bin Laden was killed. Everyone was like,
USA. Well, that'd be unite here in the United States, but I'm talking about even
a world, yeah.
The world, you know, once again, maybe too many sci-fi movies, but you know, what was the one with Bruce Willis where the asteroid was going to come blow us up? Armageddon.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of everybody has to unite. If we don't figure that out, literally the entire world's going to get blown up. So, you know, that's kind of
There's I mentioned this before. I don't think anyone was on. There's, I believe, a very good chance that within the next couple of years, Elon Musk with his Starlink, he'll be able to go and take, or the Starlink company, they'll be able to go and take drills and mines and boring things over to asteroids and mine them for copper and platinum and gold. And what do you think that does to the economy when you go and suddenly you have an extra $900 billion worth of precious metals, and you start to flood into the economy?
Isn't that kind of Bezos's deal too? He was like, I'm going to put all this stuff in space. We're just going to live here on the planet and not do any, I think the term he used was heavy industrial work. So in other words, he would build all these factories in space. Then and then you would, just like you do AWS, where you spool up a server, you'd go to his little panel, you'd spool up a factory, and, you know, let's say you want to build a car there, you would give the specifications, the robots would build it, and if it needed metal, their little robots would go out to the asteroid belt, get a bunch of iron, and then build your cars and then deliver them here on Earth or whatever.
That'd be cool.
Concept. I mean, it is out there, but, you know, when I heard him speak about it, this is Jeff Bezos again, you know, he was like, this is a 100-year plan. Someone has to go for it. It's out there, but that's how you make progress, when you think out there.
So speaking of, you mentioned AWS, I'm saying things, you have a lot of these other smaller companies that, you know, like Vivi's multi-billion-dollar, you have a couple of things that are multi-billion-dollar companies that are in the Web3 space. But then you have Amazon in the next couple months going and saying like, hey, we're releasing NFTs, releasing collections. Is that the catalyst that brings a bunch of people in Web 2? Is that the catalyst that brings a bunch of normies into there? Or do you think it has to be a united front? Okay, Facebook has to do it. They have to renege on what they said, where they said they were getting out of NFTs. I think Tesla has to do it. Or do you think Amazon's enough?
I haven't read that stuff, but I would. So have you've never like actually used AWS, have you, Randy? Okay, so just to give people who don't quite understand, and AWS is a lot of things, but basically you make an account like anything. You go there, you get an account, and you give them your credit card, and you can spool up all of these different services that back in the day you had to actually physically have. So my first company was a web company. We hosted websites. We bought these servers from Dell. They shipped them to my house. Then we would drive them to a data center, install them, and then we managed all these servers. And that's what everybody did. In fact, some people would run their website out of their office or, whatever. Okay. So now with AWS, you literally go onto their website, you log in and you're like, I want this. You configure the type of server you want. You hit go. It spools up the server, gives you the username and password. You log into it. It literally looks like you're on the server. There's like a Windows bar and everything. And then I add what additional software you want and spool everything up. And you can spool up 10 websites or 500 websites. It doesn't matter. And then they're like, do you need a database? Yes. What size? And then it just creates a database. So that's what I meant. I think that's his vision for spaces too. So they also have this one thing. Do you want to do machine learning? Give us your, literally you click some buttons, it attaches to your database and you do these prompts and it will do machine learning analysis on it. So my vision that I thought they were going to do is, and as we know, NFTs, obviously the way we use them, we get these, three-dimensional things and it's fun and I can take pictures with my kids with it. But my thought process, and once again, I didn't read the article, was they are just going to allow you to have access to it. I'm assuming they like connect it to some sort of layer 2 or whatever. And as a business, if you wanted to create NFTs and everything, it's just going to be another plug-in to AWS. So click, 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 click. And then you can create your own NFTs. And then you would have to know what they don't tell you how to do is how are you going to use this to, to help your company and provide value for your customers. But having the tool there, otherwise right now you got to go in there, you got to learn, how to code the smart contract, all the stuff that a lot of the guys that watch a channel and that we talk to, they know all that stuff. I don't know that stuff, but now it's just simply clicking the buttons and you can spool up NFTs. There's probably some prompts and to create smart contracts, and that will go from, I would imagine, a lot of people, many companies are going to figure out how to integrate NFTs into their business plan because it just is better, as we know. Yeah. And then I think that's the impetus for just people not just hating on it. Just, NFTs, scam, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, some of them are a scam, but the technology itself, as we know, and everybody who's watching this, they know it's the real deal.
I think they're coming around in a bunch of different interesting ways. You have, I think, California DMVs. I think either later this year, early next year, all of their car titles will be NFTs in California.
Why not? Yeah, for sure.
Because
why would they not be? Because have you ever lost the title to your car? It sucks.
Yeah, it does suck.
If you buy a house, and most people, I know that you don't own a house, but you're going to own 10 houses, I'm sure. But you have to get this thing called title insurance. Are you familiar with that, Randy, at all?
I know of it.
So they always ask you, and you're like, well, why do I want that? And they're like, well, we don't actually know if you really own the title. What do you mean? I'm just paying this ridiculous amount of money. We're going to a closing. This other person had it. They're giving me but sometimes weird stuff happens and actually nobody knows where the title is. And so then they have to do all this research back to like when the house was built and then like physically dig around in the city records, or I don't even know, to try and prove who owns it so that and this title insurance covers all that cost. Yeah. And literally everybody buys it.
Yeah.
Like I've never not bought it because it's scary and you wouldn't want to pay all this money for your house and find out you didn't own it, or it just sounds scary. So they scare you into buying it. So you buy it. But of course, on the blockchain, why would you need title insurance?
Oh, yeah, so they're doing that. I guess they're starting it with cars, and then they'll work their way in. Mr. Pags was on maybe like sometime last year. He says, "Yeah, my job is going to be a lot more different in 5 years when all of this comes to my job." I was like,
oh yeah, and then the whole closing is a weird thing because closing. Well, and once again, everything like when you buy a company or you sell a company, there's a closing. It's just like a house. You go there, you sit here, they sit here, you sign all the paper, you take all the money, you put it in this like escrow account, and then after you sign it, then they release the money and blah 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 blah, all this stuff. But on the blockchain, man, you could just buy the title right there. It's done. Like,
I know it's
and
a
then
crazy
all the
time.
people could get paid because a lot the real estate agents are there because they want to get paid, right? They don't want, make sure you cut my check out of that thing. They don't want, and that closing, everybody's got to get paid because, back in the day, obviously there are no computers. They're literally, those papers are it. Like, that's it. If you don't get your stuff cut out, it's not that you couldn't take your contract and then try and sue them later to get the money, but it's just easier at that closing for everybody to get their checks and everybody to get their stuff. But as we know, with smart contracts, you hit the button, whammo, the contract would execute, everybody get their money.
What blockchain do you like most for those smart contracts? What is the main difference between like Polygon, Ethereum?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know enough about any of them.
Okay.
The only one that I actually did any like looked at was Ethereum. And then I did some very, very feeble coding in Solidity. It looks like JavaScript. This is way back in like 2015 or 16 or something like that. And then I bought some Ethereum back then, which was good. But yeah, no, it was, I don't really know much about the specifics of it all, but it's just a normal language. At least it looked like JavaScript to me.
Have you heard of Bumper and their Bump token? So it's really low crypto right now, but what the company does is they I'm assuming you're familiar with like shorting stocks and doing on longs and putting in. So they use all of their stop losses with smart contracts, and the way that if it gets picked up where all these like finance bros like, oh, I could just set it via smart contract and it'll be a lot safer, a lot more accurate than whatever they're using now. Everyone on Wall Street's going to use it. So I bought a couple $100s of that, but I don't know enough of it where how much more efficient it would be or how much more safer it would be. I didn't know if you're just talking about the language of, hey, we're going to use this as like a stop loss versus this as a stop loss in a smart contract. Which, does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I don't actually know how then it buys and sells and all the other stuff. The rumor is, and once again, I don't know if it's true, but something like, whatever, 50 or 60% of all stock trades are done by supercomputers anyways right now. Mm-hmm. So all the day trading, all that stuff, it's just crazy supercomputers figuring out crap. Computers fighting computers or whatever. It's already like Terminator style. But I don't know. It's probably just an additional level of analysis. I'm not sure how that works.
They do have that with artificial intelligence. Like I forget which hedge fund it is. Probably multiple hedge funds by now, where they're using artificial intelligence to go and to like basically do technical analysis and make super tiny profits every time they buy and sell. I don't know if I think we've talked about ChatGPT before.
I'm pretty familiar with them because I integrated their API into my company's website. So yeah,
nice.
Just the version 3. I think version 4 just came out. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Apparently,
if you go to their website, they have like all these examples. It's actually pretty straightforward and easy.
How up to date or how amateur is their coding? Like if you go and you say, hey, code this in X amount of lines, how accurate is it? Is it something
I didn't use it to write our code. That's like one of the examples. They can have it, or other people have it where it actually analyzes your code for bugs, which is, I think, very fascinating. So I think, and there actually is stuff that exists already that can also set up test cases, which it reads your codes and set up test cases. Because that's a lot of that stuff humans do, and it's kind of, it's not hard. It's just intensive from the perspective of takes a lot of time. And so let me give you an example. I like examples. Okay, so let's just say you have a you know, let's just say that you're entering in, we'll use the easy example, you're entering in whether or not this person is going to buy this particular auction, and it's a box, they're going to put in a number, but the minimum is 1,000 gems. So what happens if they put in 900 gems? It has to say, hey, buddy, can't put in 900 gems, got to put in 1,000 gems, right? I mean, this is big, but somebody needs to test that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, someone should test it. Technically, someone should test 0 through 999.
Yeah.
But you really don't.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? So a computer could read the code and do all that for you rather than having to hire, you know, another team or having another developer. This is a really simplified version of it. But you see what I mean? And the reason why most of the time, the reason why things fail is because they just haven't had enough testing in the weird cases. Because they're testing what's called the happy path, or the 80%, which is what you want to do initially. But that 20%, that weird stuff happens. So in other words, let's just take the MCP. I know that's taking a little bit longer to come out. So you have a person that, I'll just make it up. They were on their account. They didn't add their account. They bought something. They sold something 10 times. And then they have, you know, most people, maybe they get their stuff and then they just keep it. I don't know, but some oddity happened. And that's what they kind of, you know, remember how they rolled it out initially, but then they had to back it out and then they rolled it out again. I'm sure they found some of these edge cases. So the question is could you have used some sort of this AI like ChatGPT to analyze the code, you know, so that it could have done some of that work for you? We're probably not there yet, but I bet you we'll be there. And so when you do programming, you use what's called an IDE. I'm like getting way too hardcore here probably, but basically, like if you write code, you could write code in anything. You could write code in Microsoft Word. You could write code in Notepad. You know, you could write code in anything you want. But there are specific programs that are built like Visual Studio or other ones that make writing code easier. And so most likely when you're writing your code, there's like a button that says clean up the formatting, because sometimes your code gets ugly, and it will actually make it look nicer. Like put your tabs and so you imagine there'll also be a button there that says like check ChatGPT, and it will read your code, make sure that it's good to go, and do some basic testing on it. And then, you know, come back and say, oh, by the way, if someone puts in a 1 here, it's going to not work because I've read your code and you didn't code it quite right. So I imagine all that is going to happen.
I wonder, there's a whole bunch to go over with Microsoft because they own like 50% of ChatGPT, but I wonder how much, I mean, developers have had it, I don't want to say easy because they're in very high demand and there's a lot of high workloads, but they've been in demand because they needed a bunch of them. Do you think that these devs might see a little bit of a pay cut, or do you think new jobs will be created like, okay, you have this, but then you need somebody to ask the right questions to ChatGPT? Like you need somebody to have like a translator.
I mean, the problem, so not all coders are created equal. I think the ones that kind of, so there's this term in coding, a lot of coding, what you do honestly is called CRUD, CRUD, create, read, update, delete. In other words, you're writing something that is going to read something, update something, delete something. And it's just kind of, you have to write the code. It's kind of, there is stuff now that can create it for you, but it's kind of intense code, but it's actually really not hard. So you would give that to like a junior developer. You would give that to an inexperienced developer. Now, if you had code that is complicated, that has to do, sophisticated algorithms, like the code that they wrote that actually figures out the MCP points for your account, because it's a complicated algorithm. Oh, wait, if it's here, but the mint number is less than 200, then it's actually an additional point. And if you have the whole set, but if there's a secret rare in the set, see how that's complicated?
That's a lot of if and let statements.
Right. So you would give that to your more experienced developers.
Yeah.
And so you're right. All of those kind of junior developer roles could perhaps be done by AI. And so you're right. Maybe the glut of what we know in terms of, because right now, since AI can't do it, you just have to hire everybody to do it. You just got to get the raw bodies in there.
So on what I mentioned the first part, Microsoft's been spending a bunch of money. Spent $69 billion. Everyone comment nice down below for 69 to buy Activision Blizzard. To have them buy build their metaverse, and then spending another 10 billion to put into ChatGPT. Which one do you think is the winner of AI? Do you think it's Google? Do you think it's Microsoft? Do you think it's going to have like Tesla with their Neuralink or their OpenAI? Do you think it's a company that I haven't named, or someone that maybe is not created yet, or maybe a government?
I mean, I think here. I was going to look at something quick here, but we don't have to. I'll just close this. Okay, so AI is kind of like the overbranching. And actually, I'm not an expert here, but my understanding is AI is like the overbranching like terminology. So like that's like medicine.
Yeah.
But there's like brain specialists, knee specialists, shoulder specialists. And so I think AI is like this massive thing. And so you are still going to have things that are super specialized in whatever image processing, and that does AI, artificial intelligence. I'm not sure that my terminology is not correct here, so I apologize to people. But so in terms of winning, you might have ChatGPT and Microsoft being able to do this kind of more, I may not be using the term correctly, but kind of free form questions that you write out. Can you write me a poem pretending to be Sleeping Comics, about aliens? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It would do some sort of that type of stuff. Maybe Microsoft is ahead in ChatGPT, but maybe Google is much further down the line in terms of analysis, in terms of pure search, or that Amazon has absurd amounts of AI and analysis when they look at your buying habits and what you will buy. Like there's all kinds of crazy rumors that like if you have bought a lot of stuff through Amazon for like 5 years, they can predict like what you're gonna buy and like when you're gonna die, or just crazy stuff that they can like predict based on what you have looked at and what you've purchased. They think they know when you're going to have a kid, so they can start sending you diapers. I mean, just madness, right?
Oh my God. Yeah. When you have I haven't looked
at the viewers. Is there anybody left watching us after I've talked about all this nonsense?
Oh yeah, there's 63 people here. They're talking about will Neuralink allow aliens to probe our minds? We live in a floating rock across vast universe.
Yeah.
The David Yu Binance interview is out, so that's going to be interesting.
We might have strayed a little bit far from Vivi in our conversation.
But hey, my title nestled in my wall.
Yeah, maybe we got to veer back quickly to talking about Platinum Disney. I don't know. We might be losing subscribers by the second.
I've been losing subscribers for months now. It's fine. When we have you're one of probably the smartest people in this Vivi fam, and you have a little bit of Omi, you have a bunch of collectibles, but you're also extraordinarily intelligent in that coding industry. What do you see like as some of the best investments? Like any AI tokens, any particular company?
I don't know anything about those. I should probably look at all that. I don't have any other additional time to investigate that stuff. And really, my whole, I was just talking to someone else the other day, like the thing that pulls me closest to Vivi is Marvel, because I like the comics, I like Marvel, I like reading Marvel, I like collecting Marvel crap. And so, for example, let's just pretend Vivi didn't have Marvel anymore, and whatever. Yeah. XYZ project now has Marvel. I probably would go to that project. Yeah. As much as I enjoy, I do have a lot of different, I like Star Wars too. I like, I like Disney stuff. I like all that other stuff. And I do have, I have some Jermaine Rogers stuff. I do like this other stuff. But for me, it's the appeal of Marvel and collecting these comics. That's really it. It's so that's why I haven't spent a lot of time in other, not that they're not really great and valid projects. It's just that's kind of from a hobby perspective, because I look at this as a hobby, it's for fun, that, I'm collecting the same thing that I'm collecting behind me, the same reason why I got this Avengers hat. like Marvel stuff.
I understand 100%. And I love, I have more Marvel stuff than I do DC stuff, but I think that's just because I like it a little bit more. Because if you take a look at some of the things, I don't know, Marvel has that 8.5% fee, while DC only has a 2.5% fee. The clone of Spider-Man or Todd? What do you suggest? Not financial advice, obviously. I like both.
I don't think, well, oh, so there's that. Yeah. So there's the ultra rare Ben Reilly. Once again, I say pick what you like.
Yeah.
Todd's pretty appealing, though. I like the Todd. I don't have a Ben Reilly.
Oh, you don't?
I'd like to get one, but I don't have one. I have a secret rare Spider-Man, like the Peter Parker one, and I have a secret rare Miles Spider-Man.
Oh, that's epic.
So
I'm very jealous of that.
Yeah, that was a kind of, I'm a big Miles fan, so I really made a big attempt to make that happen. I think I didn't buy it the first day, but maybe it was the second day I was able to grab one. I think for like 3,700 gems or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but man, that one's really gone up.
Yeah, we have obviously now we know he's huge. He's the next generation Spider-Man, big, successful. What was the crowd response like if we had a tomato meter, for like Rotten Tomatoes on people's feedbacks of Miles Morales when he first came out, or I guess the new Spider-Man that people didn't know what they were? What was people's initial reaction to it?
You mean way back when?
Yeah, when they first.
I wasn't really collecting comics. I remember reading about that, and there was actually kind of nasty. People didn't like it. They didn't like that he was a black Spider-Man. They didn't like that it was that. It didn't appeal to people. But obviously, it just takes time for things to grow. It's just like everything. There's so many characters that I've seen that people hate on in the beginning, and then in the end they like them. So not always, but it definitely, it just takes time for different characters to kind of hit their stride. And I do think that not the most current. So Miles Morales just started over again. So I think like literally 2-3 months ago, but the previous run of Miles, which started like I think in 2019, was just a really solid run. I think there's like maybe 45 of them. I can't remember. And 1 through 45 is just a really fun, great run and really helped him. So you had the movie come out, which everybody loved the movie Into the Spider-Verse. And that really introduced, and then you had a lot of people buying that Miles comic, and then it was really, really good. So then it was, you can't. And there's so many good pieces of that run. Anybody could read it. But if you want it from a spec perspective, if you want to make money, there's like tons of comics within that 45. And if you want me, anybody can DM me and I'll tell you good ones that are great ones. So I'm trying to remember, I think the first like arc, so an arc in a comic, so it might be 45 comics, but then there's like little stories along the way. So the first like little story is the first three issues, and it's like this weird, once again, I think we could see the stuff in MCU. There's this weird bad guy, I can't remember his name, but he can control the minds of these kids, and so he's all these kids in this warehouse, and Miles has got to go save them, and Captain America comes and helps them, and then they get Rhino to help them too. It's kind of weird. Okay. So it's Rhino, Captain America, and Miles, and they go save these kids. It's pretty cool. So I mean, that's like the first arc.
Was it Kilgrave? Did Kilgrave have
No, it wasn't. It was like a new guy. I can't remember his name. I could look it up. But yeah, Kilgrave is a guy like that too as well. But no, it's like a new bad guy. And I've never seen him again, and that's kind of how bad guys are. I don't even think he had like a really interesting name either. But that's how it happens. Like maybe that's how all comics, like maybe in this new run, you'll see him again. He'll be different, but then you'll find out that he was actually the same guy. That's how comics work, right? And then all those books will go up in value, right? That's how it always works. Just like, I remember, in Thor, Gore has, I should be careful about I will be careful about spoilers. I will not say what I was about to say about various swords and other weapons that people have.
Oh, I spoil stuff all the time. It's all.
Okay, I mean, I can if you want, but
oh, we don't. I just know that Miles will definitely be in the MCU. Maybe not in Phase 5 in this phase, but definitely in Phase 6 when we have the Secret Wars.
Yeah, I think, and in the comics, that's the big one where he is brought over to the 616 from the 1610 is Secret Wars. So maybe they like to copy it. So maybe that's when they'll bring him into the 616.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that. So there's how do you feel about, we'll switch gears, keep it still under the Disney banner. How do you feel about this season's Mandalorian so far?
Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna answer this and then I gotta go. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh yeah, go.
So I'm really, really harsh on Star Wars because I have such high expectations for everything. I have been unhappy with literally almost everything. If you follow my channel, you know that. And but the Mandalorian, I think, is the brightest spot that we've seen in a while. And the first episode, it's not like it was terrible, but I didn't think it was very good. But episodes 2 and 3, I thought were really good. So
the third one was, Mando wasn't in like half the episode, it was.
Yeah, and I was okay with it. It was a slower one. It was interesting. I'm okay with it. And the acting was great. For some reason, Star Wars, and it's like all Star Wars, has like the worst dialogue ever. Like, I don't know, like, once again, they have so many incredible people working on it. You have 55 people working on these scripts. It's just incredible. And they just, for some reason, the dialogue, and once again, they have really good actors. So that's not an issue either. It's just literally and I felt like the dialogue was good in that one. Some really interesting revelations, I think. And then, of course, I'll tell you the one thing that I just can't stop looking at, which I think I told you was so the big rumor on the street is that there's this massive infighting between Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, who do The Mandalorian, and Kathleen Kennedy, who's the woman who runs Star Wars. And
everyone hates Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah, fighting each other out. Is it true? Is it not? I don't know. But the shows that she was responsible for she was responsible for the Star Wars trilogy. The most recent one, 7, 8, and 9, with Rey and Finn and Kylo Ren, and Filoni and Favreau, who are in charge of Mandalorian, they are attempting, I guess, and I don't even know if it's possible. Once again, this rumor to kind of basically rewrite history and erase 7, 8, and 9, which I don't know how they can do that. I'll give you 10 cents on that in a second, but that's kind of what the rumor is, right? And I never believed it because it's already out there. How are you going to erase it? You're going to erase my mind? I mean, what are they going to do, right? But if you notice The Mandalorian, when it starts up, there is the standard Star Wars intro, which has all the flashing faces, all the different people, and Kylo Ren has been erased from that introduction.
Now you get Bo-Katan's owl helmet. Yeah.
Right. So you're like, whoa, like that's wow.
Yeah. I'm very excited about that.
The only other thing I can say, which this is not a spoiler, but people may not have seen it, is, and I know you know this, but in Rebels, Ahsoka, whom everybody knows now, dies, I believe, fighting Darth Vader.
Great fight.
Sith Tenno. Incredible fight. One of the best fights of all time. And then later in the Rebels, there's a character called Ezra, who's also a young Jedi, goes to this weird Jedi temple, walks around it, and it's really weird. He's like in this area that he describes as in between time. And he walks around, as you recall, and he can see these different portals. And one of these, finally, he gets to this one portal, and he looks back in time, and he's watching Darth Vader fight Ahsoka, And right before Darth Vader is going to kill Ahsoka, he says no, and he reaches through the portal and grabs her and pulls her through. And so therefore, Darth Vader doesn't kill Ahsoka, and that's why she's still alive. Yeah. So it is this kind of weird thing now that they can change time. It's been introduced, and this was introduced long before episode 7, 8, and 9. Yeah. Like this is like a concept that has been in Star Wars for a long time now. So you wonder if they're going to try to do something like that, and that is how they would erase 7, 8, and 9.
I mean, you also have Disney that owns the likeness of a bunch of these people. So even when people die, they can still put them in movies. You have, I mean, obviously we hope that Mark Hamill lives forever, but you know, they do a really good job with young Luke, I think. And you have, there's so many feels. Like my favorite things on TikTok where it's not, or the one that plays Padme, I forget her actual name in real life. She has Natalie Portman. It's like a commercial for something. It's like, what would you do for love? And like she winks at the camera, and then it's a really slowed down version of Mother Mary, Mariana, and it's Darth Vader like in this church of like, and he's looking at the tombstone in the grave of Padme Amidala, and it's like, give me this in real life. One, I'll cry my eyes out, and two, I'll just be the happiest person. I would. I'll send it to you next time I find it.
I gotta go.
Yes. You have
Thanks for having me on,
your time. I appreciate that.
Great conversation.
I love you so much, man. Come on again soon, and I'll talk to you later.
Okay, talk to you later. Bye.
Bye-bye, sleeping. Bye-bye. Well, hello, everybody. It's been a minute since I've been alone. We have the Binance interview between David Yu and, well, Binance, talking about premium licensed NFTs. And one of the great things about it, I'll show you in T-1 second, or maybe T-3 seconds, is that he doesn't just have any outfit on. He's got his Omi hat on. We're getting ready for this. Again, I haven't watched it. I might go and I don't think I could play it on stream. I guess I could play it on stream, but I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours. Foster said it was supposed to come on, but Foster had it's 10 o'clock already. I don't know what it's doing. I'll keep you all posted. Oh my goodness, look at this little kitten. I'm so jealous of my friends that have cats. Oh god, hiccups. Oh my god, baby kitten. All right, let's get to some questions here, and then we'll go to the now that we've said adios to sleeping. Thanks for the cooties that compete with T-bills. T-bills have been devastating the bank. Oh well, yeah, dude, I can't believe that literally within 6 minutes. Now, granted, when they were, what was it? Who had it here? Somebody listed 3 waltz at 2,100, and they were swept immediately. And when was that next one? So you said this was at 90. I was at 903 or 905. I'm sorry. And then at 905, after 905, where was it? Done. I'm late. I don't know where it was, but literally 6 minutes later, they had gone on and they had been swept up. Now, actually, so it went back up to 2,500 or 2,550. And then we had a couple sell for or go for less. We have one, we're still at 2,550, but we have another one that's at 2,399, so it's 2,400. This guy Edward might have actually picked up one of those partner statue for 2,100, selling it for 24, making a tiny bit of profit. You know, is that going to continue? I don't know. All I know is right now that's 2,400, and the Vivi gold logo is at 2,600. Why is this not? Okay, yeah. I almost sold the Vivi logo to get 1 or 2 of those waltz, because at 2,100 that's just so cheap. I don't know if I expect it to get there again. I don't think I do, but again, that's just me. Where was I? What's for cheaper? Yeah, Sleeping is a great guy. People panic selling right. Yeah, well, again, people selling right now. If you bought Bitcoin at 20K and now it's 27, almost 28K, and we think that there's a bunch of people that think that Bitcoin's going to go back to 14,000 or 12,500. It makes sense if you want to sell now. If that were to happen, does it happen? I don't know. A lot of smart people think it can. And a lot of smart people think it goes to 1 million. It's very, very interesting time. Yeah, I have a sleeping wristband as well. People love sleeping. Well, yeah, never miss an episode. Hyperinflation is possible. So you have this weird point. And now, granted, the people that are in the camp of Bitcoin's going to 1 million are very small. The people that are say like Bitcoin's going to go back down to 12.5 are bigger than that camp. But then there's a bunch of people that say like, listen, nobody really knows. And do some of these people actually know? And they say like, okay, well, I know what's going on in the East right now. And in the East, a lot of people are pulling their money from banks. And in the East, there's a lot of bad stuff happening. And maybe people go and they cash out their Bitcoin for cash. And just their bank accounts are gone, whatever. And maybe the price does fall. If it does, you're probably going to see a rapid movement all the way back up. Tammy says, sleeping, I would love hoodies. Oh, I would love to sleep in a hoodie as well. Yeah, Skinny P, just like you said, 12,500 Bitcoin, not moving. It's possible it gets down there. When doing this first, they laugh at you, and they fight you, and then they win. That's a good point. I'm going to get some water here. Oh, my God. I've literally been sitting for like 5 hours. I've eaten 1.5 pounds of hamburger meat. I've eaten 5. Let's see what I have in this particular package of hamburger meat that I have had before. It is what I have: 19 grams of protein every 4 ounces. Right, 24 hours. That's 6. Really? That's only one. No. Right. If I have 1.5 pounds, that is 24 ounces. And if it's 19 for every 4 ounces, it's only 120 grams of protein. That's really not a lot. I'm going to go and get my body. I'm going to go and get make some fish later. Bank slips will be showing what. It's going to be a bunch of stuff's going to be showing. Let's see what some of the. And I'm really blind here on what I got. Going to come. I want to. I want to. I can't travel again. I want to, but I might not be able to. Okay. What are the dates? Are the dates again? I don't want to fly. I hate flying, and it's really uncomfortable. Anyway, banks have no liquidity because everything. Yep. They were swept very, very quickly. But sleeping was just sleeping is extraordinarily intelligent. Debate him at your own peril. Because we talked about this a while back, me and Hong Kong friends, and bank failures are coming. I know. I remember. I know. How is that going to affect? I don't know. I mean, if you get that though, where are you going to put your money if not banks? Bitcoin. I mean, I guess you have people that could buy real estate, they could buy whatever, but yeah, Bitcoin seems to be where people would put it, but I don't know. And I'm talking about the bricks coming. Yep. There's 1 million Bitcoin incoming. I mean, you have people that are very smart that are making these bets, and I don't know how to interpret that. Burning Man, the 12.5 and Rocket. I mean, yes, he has been telling me this. How quickly does that happen? Like I said, I have a little bit of money coming in the next 10 to 12-ish days, hopefully. And what do I do with it? I don't know. Do I wait? We'll see. Then it's Matter Boys are just discussing matter. What if aliens are actually people from our planet, but through a species that has survived thousands of years through each catastrophic event, ancient civilizations? That's also possible as well. I mean, you have there. It looks like the pyramids when we built those. It doesn't seem like the people at that time, X amount of thousands of years ago, are able to do that. So maybe civilization had peaked a couple of times before bad things happened on Earth. We don't know. And through combustion, previous humans found other ways to develop pyramids. Yeah. I mean, who knows? I mean, this way of breaking the sound barrier might be a really ghetto way to do it. I don't know. Mr. Pags would have loved that alien talk. We love him. We should get him on at some point. It's definitely a little late for him now. Oh, April 20th. Oh, okay. All right. I am leaving. Oh. Okay. Oh man, Omi's so cheap. Omi is so cheap. Where are we here? think always at 00085, right? 86, but it's fine. I should get some more. 85 does seem to be a line of support. Yeah, it was 859. It's 866. This is so cheap. I don't know what to. Oh god, hiccups. Oh god, more hiccups. I don't know what to do. I'll keep everything for now. James is my favorite. Yeah. That says all these make sense. Starlink, SpaceX, Tesla, alien tech. Yeah. Arya could say, oh, not exactly. Skinny Pete says, yeah, an alien just showed up to probe my like goes across the universe. Dude, I don't know, man. Those people that claim to get probed, yes, most of them are just like, okay, you're clearly off your rocker, something's wrong. Although if an alien probed me, I might be off my rocker too. But some of those people, maybe 20% of them, they're like, no, they seem very genuine. It seems like it really happened. It seems like they're real, and I don't know what to think. Watch the cobalt mining episode. I've seen that. Yeah, the horribleness that people go through to mine those cobalt is horrendous. Yeah, what are you guys fighting? This Brayden says, still waiting for 3D printing to create the parts. Fair point. Fair point. Bottom line, we give things value. Yeah, we do. We give a lot of things value. I mean, gold has its use. It's a good conductor, used for filling. Same thing with silver. You can use it to make mullets. Things have use case. All right, we have a real. All right, I'm gonna hold on one sec. I'm gonna find some stuff that is going to be. I have some people messaging me about the particular. What's that called? About the David Yu interview, and I'll read them to you. I'm just finding it. I'm just looking out. Making live. Yep. Drop 20. Yep. Okay, so about yeah, it's been out for a couple hours and no one knew. Drink up. Have a drink for me. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe Vivi didn't tell us. I can't believe David didn't tweet this out. Real. Yeah, this channel. This channel's not even monetized. Yeah, Binance New Zealand. It has 140 views. This is nuts. They have 451 subscribers. I have more subscribers than them. So David Yu, if you look at his background, he has Astro Boy in the background. He still has Rick and Morty there. He's got some. So yeah, I'll just. Yeah. So in the background, you have some weird Statue of Liberty thing that might be a Ron English piece. You have Astro Boy, not so subtle. You have Rick and Morty in there. You have Wolverine that's been teased forever. You have Oswald in there. A bunch of Mickey Mouse stuff, some more Star Wars stuff. So that's really interesting. Actually, let me go and. Oh shoot! There we go. All right, I'm gonna screenshot that just so I have that for later. I don't know what this is though. Right. And then we have. I don't know what some of these things are. I wish we can get a Gravity Falls thing. That would be great. Like I said, David wearing the Omi hat. The interviewer that was interviewing David from Binance said that our community was amazing. New Zealand post stamps coming in months, so this is going to be great. Let me go and do a couple things here real quick. Where was I? New. The market. Okay, there we go. Dumper. Okay, hold on. Omi hat. I mean, it's amazing. All right, so New Zealand post stamps are going to be interesting because they're not U.S. post stamps, so I don't know how they'll do. I don't know how many people actually collect those. So they say they're expanding utility this year to music and sports. Like music and sports. Well, I know sports is happening. I did not know music was. That's going to be really interesting. You come, okay, back. Okay, join. Is he suggesting that they integrate ChatGPT? So David was asked if Disney would buy Vivi, and David laughed and said, no, Binance has a better chance. It's really interesting. I mean, unless they're thinking that Disney offered them a low amount of money. I don't know. Oh. Okay. Oh, all right, 22. Fly out the 22nd. Oh, Angus to all right. I could dig that. If I didn't have travel, that'd be cool. I'll keep you posted. And definitely not going to sell for a while. Saying there's a chance. They had said Fidgetals are going to be big, a real big brand coming out, digital version, AAA brand, like a top tier brand. Something he sold in stores. That's dope. That's dope AF. All right, what we got here? Johnny Dunn commenting to the moon. Troll friend. Okay. So this is an interview. So Alex told everyone not to expect Omi to be mentioned. It was not. As it was an interview with how digital collecting was shaping the future. But he is wearing an Omi hat. So I'm pretty excited for this. People, how many people are going to see it? I don't know. Metaverse Life is grabbing some nom noms with my collectibles. Oh, two of the greatest people in the Vivi fam getting together. I love these people. My bays, they are so cool. They're so chill. I wanna hang out with them. Okay, moving on. Neuralink, maybe. But we play games. Yep, video interview. Yep, agreed. Saw it. Or I didn't see it. I just got a recap of it. I want my title, my Walt. What's the link? The link. You just go to. I guess I could put it in here, right? Share. All right. I'll be like, love the hat. David is wearing. Omi to the moon. To the moon. Okay. I'm going to go and copy this, and we're going to put it into my live stream. And I will link it down below. I'm going to paste that. I'm going to send that. And then we should be good to go. Okay. You can have unrecorded lien against property such as mechanics lien from work done and not paid, and blockchain wouldn't change that. Insurance would still be needed for protection, I guess. Heck it though. Wake up, people. The banking system is hecked because the new generation woke up. Wake up. Rise and shine. Rise and shine. Ron Paul. Save the constitutional rights. Ryan O'Keffer. Like, are y'all invested in any AI tokens? I'm not. Because it's so naive. You can't get 10 people to stand in a line trading charts that illusion wake up. You might as well Jim Cramer call. I will look at people using it to use money. Double see what's going on. Sleeping does not have a Ben Riley, which I thought was interesting. People saying Todd, get the whole ChatGPT thing, but it's just reverberating things. Yeah, but it does it really quickly and better than most people. Ziza's that rare first appearance of Chasm Spider-Man comic is mooning. Interesting. Amazon said Randy will pre-go in 2027. I'm betting $1 million. Pre-go what? Pre-go what? Let me know. My collectibles says good vibes. Why thank you, senor. Cloud says, hey Randy. Hi Cloudjack. My collectibles. I was just talking about you. All good things. All good things. Gonna be the thing about comics is we're moving into a whole different generation of buyers. Nobody wants a dusty comic. Oh, Fair point. Or less and less people are wanting. Eli the Prophet says, Randy, love you, my guy. Vivi forever. Thank you. And there's the chat for Dave. All right, listen, guys. I've literally been streaming for almost 5 hours. I'll go over another 6 minutes and 8 seconds so I can say I streamed for 5 hours. But yeah, it's It's been a long day, and I've been getting some messages. Oh, okay. That's fair. New York is a little hot. Be advised. New York is hot in the summer. People get crazy. Although I'm in a hotel. Kryptoni says, I'd like to see a Diamond Vivi logo card with double utility and see if we are laughing. That'd be dope. That would be dope. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily laugh. It's dope. I'm unfortunately starting to think they're really starting to completely fumble this opportunity, says Crypto Creative. Development delays, like utility with both OMI and NFTs. All right, the utility, most things are not going to have utility. I'm just throwing that out there. Lack of true ownership, we definitely have that. Metaverse preview, that looks like they threw it together over a weekend and no marketing. Well, the Metaverse preview is one part of the Viviverse. It is not all parts. You will be blown away by all the parts that they have. I hate to say this, but they are in the process of snatching defeat out of the jaws of victory. And Vivi looks just like a Disney cash grab right now. I hate admitting this because I was a fan of what it was supposed to be. Bet you in 6 months you change your tune. I mean, again, bear market's getting everyone, and a lot of people are like, banks are literally going out of business. Banks are literally collapsing, and Vivi's making millions every week. You think that, I don't know who's in the better position. This is people are silly. People are nuts. Viviverse says, same as always, IP first appearances, scarcity if they're significant and rare, high value if they're secondary or abundant, not so much. Agreed, sir. So we're bringing this back now full circle to the platinum moments. G Metal says gold is worth more than platinum in the metals market, so I'm going with gold. Wink, wink. Exactly. I mean, I think both have their place here. Vivi La Vida says, some people here are always complaining. The official, just keep on dropping epic collectibles. I'll collect what I can and enjoy. I will go for the platinum as well. Preach, friend. Preach. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm commenting. Jake says, so it's like a game or a joke. I want to create a Vivi Olympics. I'll go over that in another video at some point. Also, my voice is destroyed. Fatty says, we keep it simple, buying everything what looks like gold and platinum moments. I will do as such. Oh, excuse me. I'm blue and being. All right. Yeah, it's tough because if you release similar edition size to golden moments, people will complain as that's too much for the amount of users. Other hand, release smaller edition size, people will complain of scarcity being taken away from golden moments, both the concerns. Their points. Okay. Where was I? There's Kissy. All right, I think I answered for everything. All right, Vivi Investment saying platinum is more valuable than gold, but will gold be worth more than platinum on Vivi? No, it's not. They collect what you love, and if Vivi pulls through, you'll win either way. Both are great series. They'll say definitely collect what you love. Be advised, gold is worth more than platinum. That'd be great if they decided to come out with ruby and sapphire moments and diamond and pearl moments. And why emerald? Well, because that's Pokemon stuff. The NFTs at bottom, or do we have more downside? It depends what happens in the bear market. Depends what happens. Like, if we have a housing market crash and suddenly people are losing 20-30% on their houses, we're probably going to have a little bit more downside. dare I say that people would rather give up their collectibles, than do other stuff. I'm just throwing that out there. But we could have an epic bull run start soon. We don't know. I didn't think Waltz would go below 3K. They're at like 2,500. I didn't think the logos would go below 3K. They're at 2,600. So we'll see. What are the Waltz at now? Waltz, is that 2,400? Well, 2,399. So I guess it's the same. Yeah. But like I said, I don't know. I'll take another comment here from another YouTuber saying, "Keep accumulating, y'all." Like I am totally accumulating, and we'll continue. It's insane. This is great prices. I'm gonna X out on my YouTube, but definitely smash that like button. That'd be super great. I'll buy more Omi again in like a week or so. I'll keep y'all posted. Thank you everyone for being here. We'll get Dashi on the podcast next. Oh, actually, he said shout out to the Omi homies. So thank God. Noah's bought. Okay. I'm sure you do. I hate it when people lie. And they also called him a Comey CEO, so that's good. Definitely mentioning Comey in that. Ghostbusters logo platinum. It's more. That's a good point. That is a really good point. I had to take a picture of that because I didn't even notice. And then you have Trader Lorian saying, haha, Dashi. All right. I love you guys. Thank you for coming. Bye. 5-hour stream. Yeah.